Right.
What was that? Was it a local record?
Good morning, or as we say at A&M, howdy. I'm Maxine Harrington. I'm the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs. Welcome to Texas A&M University School of Law, and the first of what we hope will be a continuing series of summits or symposia on the university as a platform for innovation and entrepreneurship. We're very proud of our law school's Center for Law and Intellectual Property, and for providing the opportunity for the Legal Academy, private industry, and students to engage in this discussion on entrepreneurship in the university setting. I want to thank all of the speakers who are presenting today for their commitment to this inaugural summit, and to all of you in attendance who have supported this exciting program. In many respects, legal education today is at a crossroads, and we here at the A&M Law School enthusiastically support all of these efforts to give our graduates and those of law schools across the country the legal expertise to effectively counsel the innovative companies of tomorrow. So welcome, and I hope you find our law school a welcoming place. And let me turn it over to Megan Carpenter, who has done a great job in organizing this tremendous program. Howdy.
I want to welcome you to the inaugural CLIP Innovation Summit, co-sponsored with Startup Aggieland, our student incubator. I'm Professor Megan Carpenter, and I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome you to Fort Worth. I hope you had, those of you who've come from out of town, I hope you've had some time to walk around Sundance Square. I think there was a tribute to Van Cliburn going on last night, and it was a beautiful evening. Maybe eat some great food. My CLIP colleagues and I are very happy to have you here at the law school today. I want to thank a few people, our marketing staff, who I feel like I need to call our marketing staff because they do so much more than marketing. Our IT staff, Chad Ballinger, has been wonderful and will kind of expand this conference today. There are people who will be who want to watch it, so we're recording it all on video. There will be links on the site, and then we're also having a kind of West Coast component of the conference today, so a couple of people will be presenting remotely through Skype. And so thanks, Chad, for all of your help with that. Deborah Barnett, who's kind of the glue that holds everything together at the law school. Startup Aggieland, particularly Shelley Brinkman, who's been great to work with. Many late night emails back and forth. And Dawn Lewis for being my kind of co-conspirator of adventures and interdisciplinary programs. Dean Harrington and Dean Short for their unflagging support of our IP program, which we're really appreciative of. The students who are the engine of this thing entirely, and our CLIP faculty, Brian Holland and Dennis Kelly and Frank Snyder, who make our center better by being a part of it. CLIP is committed to innovation and entrepreneurship. We have a variety of programming that's geared toward scholars and practitioners and students, and I invite all of you to become a part of the center as it grows and contribute your ideas and your energy and maybe your time. Across the country and around the world, universities are facing new challenges, and of course, new opportunities come alongside that. The universities historically played a role in the society as a driver of innovation and creativity, or as I like to think of it, as a pusher of the envelope. And this kind of new dynamic landscape presents great opportunities for interdisciplinary programming with regard to innovation and entrepreneurship. So there are new partnerships that can happen that enhance that core mission of the university to provide the highest quality educational programming and develop new understandings through research and creativity. That's what we're focused on today. Today we're going to look at the university as a platform for entrepreneurship and innovation in the community. Throughout the day we have people from all different sectors that have different perspectives on this issue. We have thought leaders discussing creative approaches to cultivating entrepreneurship in the classroom, which we're calling an education evolution. Experts from the private sector discussing ways to make a practical impact through incubators, accelerators, and game-changing ideas. And together, I'm hoping that we're going to share ideas and create new knowledge in an effort to design programs that educate our future leaders and cultivate that kind of uniquely American spirit of innovation. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today and for making the time and effort to do so and contributing your expertise to making something that is bigger than the sum of its parts. So let's have fun today. And I want to, just for a few minutes, invite Tony Mendez up to say a few words. We are really fortunate to have Tony here today. He is the 2014 president of USASB, the United States Association for Small Business and Entrepreneurship. And he's also clinical professor and director of the Murphy Center for Entrepreneurship at UNT, right up the road. Tony, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Megan. Well, when you first invited me to be part of your conference, I was wondering why me, because I was anticipating a room full of lawyers that know way much more than I could ever know about IP or legal entity. But I hope that I'm here to represent what's happening in terms of entrepreneurship education at universities across the United States. Ever since I've been teaching, I've always had lawyers come to my class to talk about various aspects, legal issues associated with startups. Now, when we have students in our class, typically they follow a process. It begins with an idea. If it's a good idea, we kind of work with them through either designing a business model or a business plan, and then eventually the students go into actual startup mode. So as you can imagine, along that whole process, there are legal issues that come up. And I've always been, as I mentioned, I've always had lawyers come to my class to talk about different aspects and issues with entrepreneurship. And you would think that after all these years, I've heard it all. But the fact is, I always learn something new. And that's what I'm anticipating today. It's also good for me to see my colleague Tony Lupino, a little bit of a history. I was the director of college initiatives with the Kauffman Foundation from 1998 to 2004. And I think it was in 2002 that we had a small group of law faculty that we gave a grant to start to convene, to think, how do we support entrepreneurship at our universities? And now that's blossomed into a national organization. I think it's the Transactional Clinics. I don't know how many people are part of that. Okay, you're going to be hearing more about that because Tony and I are also thinking about how do we take this 150 or so law schools and unite them with an organization like USASB, where we have hundreds of faculty in colleges and universities coast to coast that really can use legal support. And so that's the connection that we're looking for. I know, Tony, I think you're planning to talk a little bit about that this afternoon. So I'm not going to steal his thunder, but
I don't know if I have any thunder, but I'll be
you
trying.
have. But it's just a pleasure for me to be here. I really appreciate it. I know I'm moderating a panel this afternoon on innovation, and I'm really looking forward to that.
And you're giving presentations on every panel throughout the day, right?
Okay, sign me up. Remember, I don't know anything compared to what's in the room here, but your role on college campuses is absolutely critical. Things are changing so rapidly. I teach a course in social entrepreneurship. In fact, Tony was instrumental in helping me at USOSB to create a teaching certificate in social entrepreneurship. And we have a module, it's only a half-day module, it could be a certificate in itself on all the issues with social entrepreneurship and how the legal entities are changing and international issues that come in. So your work is very, very important, and I'm so glad that you convened the group. Really appreciate it. Thank you all for being here.
We'll go ahead and get started with our first panel. Please feel free to ask questions. In fact, feel obligated to ask questions. But please feel free to join in, ask questions. The dialogue can only make the discussion and the ideas sharing better.
You can refresh your coffee and do all that. Hi, you Gregor? You look like Gregor. Chad, you check her Do we have Robin set up? She's in California. So why don't you put you on first, and then yeah, we're gonna see, I always thought that she yeah, they're
So we had a father-son drive up. Good to have these great conferences in the southern states.
I'm really excited to see this All right, howdy. Welcome again to Cowtown. We're really delighted to have you here. Our panel is a bit diminished. By the way, there are a couple of people on the program today who had some serious personal issues. They're not going to be here. You'll hear about that later on. Our thoughts and our prayers go out to them. Elizabeth Townsend Guard, who was supposed to be here today, had airline trouble and could not make it, so she's not here. So we actually have a little more time for the presentations today, which our speakers tell us is good because they have a lot to say and they want to have a lot to hear a lot from you. My name is Frank Snyder. I'm with CLIP here. I teach contracts and business associations. And some people ask me why the Texas A&M shirt, but I always wear this when I teach because, and this might actually resonate with you in a way that it doesn't resonate with a lot of law school faculty. I don't view myself as a professor. I view myself as a coach. Coaches teach a little stuff. I mean, you have to learn a few things, but mostly what they do is work with you to use that to get better on a regular basis. And I have a feeling that that resonates with a lot of you in this room because that's what we do in these kind of clinics. I was also really interested to hear Tony. I'm going to be on a first name basis with all of you now, so I'll call him Tony, although we haven't actually met. I was interested to hear Tony explain how he knows nothing about law. Well, guess who knows nothing about innovation? most American law schools, right? We are about as ignorant as business as it's humanly possible to be. So it's incredibly exciting for me to see those of us in this room who are really trying to get our students connected with modern trends, with the innovation going on in the world around us. And so I'm looking forward to an extremely interesting and exciting conference. And I have to say, I told Megan that there's no way the first panel ever starts on time. And she proved me wrong. Look, it's 1 minute to 9 up there. So hopefully we're going to be great and organized today.
It was supposed to start at 8:45, so you were right.
All right, okay. See, that was, I knew I'm not usually mistaken. But, okay, we have two panelists with us today. To my left is Professor Gregory Kim, teaches at the University of Hawaii Richardson College of Law, and is a partner at Convergent Law Group, LLP, an innovative firm delivering a kind of virtual legal services, high-end IP and business services to clients. He actually, in 2004, founded one of the very first virtual law firms. Among other things, he serves on the boards of the University of Hawaii's Pacific Asian Center for Entrepreneurship and was a principal draftsman for the Hawaii Business Corporation Act. So he's going to talk to us about the program, what we can learn from the private sector in terms of inside clinics. Then, by virtue of the magic of Skype, we will have Robin Feldman in. She's professor of law and director of the Institute for Innovation Law at the University of California, Hastings College of Law. She is, as you all probably know, an award-winning teacher, an expert in IP, in antitrust, in law and science, elected member of the American Law Institute. And she also heads the Startup Legal Garage there, which is what she is going to be talking about today. It's a fascinating program that they're doing. And she's won the Visionary Award from the UC Hastings Board of Directors. So we have two people here who are bringing us real hands-on expert teaching on what they're doing. And so I'll give you, to start, I'll cut this off and give you Professor Gregory Kim.
Hello. Aloha. Oh wow, you guys been to Hawaii, huh? All right, I didn't think I'd get a reaction. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here and being with like-minded people because, you know, you probably feel that way too. Sometimes you're kind of lonely out there because, you know, lawyers doing good and being efficient is just kind of, you know, an oxymoron. And that's part of what I'm going to talk about today is we're kind of swimming upstream, which is great because we're right in the middle of a transitionary time for law school, but also education. You know, because I also help at the high school levels, and it's all about project-based learning. And the days of coming out of law school and not knowing how to do anything are over, and we need to do a better job helping our students get the skills. So I have a few slides here. I'm glad we have a little extra time. I was kind of worried about that. I tend to kind of go off, so I'll try to keep my time to a minimum, but I'm glad we have a little extra time. Just a little bit about myself. Can't really see. So, you know, I grew up at a time, I grew up in the 70s when being a professional was really the end game for everybody, especially in my school. I went to a school called Punahou School. Are you familiar with that name? It's, Obama was my classmate. He was 4 years below me. As an aside, you know, he wasn't anything special. Maybe some of you don't think he's special now, but I've seen all the commercials on TV. But he was, you know, what he taught me though was personality goes a long way in life. I think as lawyers, we think we're really smart, and you know, when you practice law, everyone's trying to prove to each other how smart they are. That doesn't matter. What matters is getting things done, right? It doesn't matter if you win or lose the argument. And so, but he had personality, and I think that really carries you in life. So pay attention. I mean, the business people in the world say the C students are the leaders, right? Because they're spending a lot of time socializing. So as professors, we should encourage our students not only to focus on academia and practical knowledge, but meeting people, right? Steve Jobs said at Stanford commencement address, life's about connecting the dots. And as a student, you don't really see that because your dots are so limited. But when you get to our age, they start converging, right? And it's kind of an unfair advantage to be old, and it's an unfair disadvantage to be young. But you'll see, for the students in the house, if you keep meeting people, helping them, reaching out, eventually it's going to come back to you. And if it doesn't, that's okay, because you're doing good things out there for people. And that's really what I focus on in my clinic, is just help people. That's really number one. It doesn't matter if it's a legal issue, a business issue, something you don't know. Reach out and help them. And I think that in the long run, you're going to have a really rich life if you do that, even as lawyers. So I didn't realize till I was in my 30s that I shouldn't have been a lawyer probably, because I was, like I said, I was brainwashed as a student to doing the right thing. So I think I did most of the right things, but when I hit my 30s, I made partner, I was like, is that all there is? I mean, and I realized that I'm pretty good at taking risks. And so I don't really regret it at all, because I can practice law with the most conservative attorneys out there, but I'm all crazy on the inside. So I'm willing to let clients take risks, and even from a legal standpoint, sometimes you got to take risks. So as I was getting more entrepreneurial, my friend who actually ran Silicon Valley Bank, John Dean, and then he's become a venture capitalist, he took over a failing bank in Hawaii and turned it around. He said, well, if you want to go into entrepreneurship, keep your daytime job. I think what he meant was go in-house, but I took that to mean, like Frank said, law is pretty far behind in terms of innovation. There's so many ways that we can help advance the legal profession and the legal sphere in academia that, you know, and I'll mention a few ways that I'm trying to do that, but I'm sure you all have good ideas. Just a few words about Hawaii, since I flew all the way here, and thank you for the nice weather. Yeah, Hawaii's trying to create a tech industry like probably a lot of places. And the great thing about the internet is it's leveled the playing field for places like Hawaii. Obviously, China and India, Philippines are benefiting from that. So Hawaii should do that. I think the key for any community is, what is your strategic advantage? You know, and for Hawaii, we have energy is a problem, obviously. And so every energy solution in the world is coming to Hawaii, and that's fantastic for Hawaii. We just need to seize the opportunity, because we're the most reliant on oil in the country. I think 90% of our electricity is generated by oil. So there's actually a law requiring us to get off that over time. And so that's an opportunity. We also have military and tourism, so to the extent there's solutions for those sectors, I think Hawaii makes sense. So even in your clinics, when you take in clients and you think about, is this a good client to use our scarce resource on, you should view that as part of the process. You know, does this business have merit for where we are? You know, because you don't want to, I mean, it's not a waste of time ever to help an entrepreneur, but you want to see some of them blossom and grow. And our biggest advantage, of course, is we get to sit on the beach. When I left my law firm in 2004, I had this kind of epiphany that, hey, you know, we don't need to have bricks and mortar and all these people around and a library, you know, because I was finding that my work was basically on the phone and on the computer. And this was in the early 2000s. So then I realized, why do we have all this stuff? And I foresaw that the market's going to eventually make a correction, because clients don't want to pay for all this stuff, right? And you're already seeing that with an early firm, Brobeck, failing, the Testa firm in Boston failing, my friend's firm, Dewey Ballantyne, went bankrupt. I think that's part of a trend that we're going to see continue. And so a business reporter interviewed me when I left my firm, and Goodsell is a major firm in Hawaii, a big law firm. So it was kind of shocking, because I was the #2 corporate partner there. They treated me very well. I was top 10 paid partners, even though I wasn't really, I was, you know, younger as a partner, but I worked really hard. And so the reporter said, what do you want to do with this? I said, I'd like to work on the beach. And this is before you had the connectivity you have today. I couldn't actually connect to the internet from the beach, but today it's easy. There's commercials in Hawaii of people on fishing boats on the internet, right? And so anyway, she said, oh, we don't get many beach pictures, so that's right outside my house, a few blocks away. So that's what I get to look at. But I just, you know, part of it for lawyers is quality of life. You know, I want to have a good life. I found that in my law firms, I would look ahead to the partners and say, I don't want to do that. you know? So part of, I think, what we're doing here is we're reinventing the practice of law. I've seen a lot of traffic on the Kaufman listserv, which is really fascinating, and I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I have what I think I want to do. So I think the initial question, though, and I see a little bit of confusion in the emails, is what are you trying to do? Because a lot of the traffic has to do with, well, we want to be the engine for our community of change or of these startups. Really? I mean, yes, you can be a part of it, but are you an economic driver or are you a school? And I'm not saying what's right for you, but for me, I've decided I'm going to focus on education. Because when I was in my law firms, I loved to train associates. And like Frank, I view myself as a partner training an associate. That's what I've kind of settled on. It took me a few years. I've been teaching this for 10 years now, so I've tried a lot of things that have worked and have failed. So it's trial and error, just like our clients. And I would encourage you to do that too. Don't be afraid to fail or get in trouble, right? Do and then ask for forgiveness. Don't tell UH I said that. But sometimes you got to do that even on the inside. And just think about it. You're in the status quo, right? What do startups do? They disrupt the status quo because the status quo cannot change. So what you're trying to do from the inside is very, very difficult. In a way, it'd be easier to just start a new law school that threw out all of the old and brought in the new. But I'm not advocating that happen, but I think entrepreneurship is really critical to what you're doing. And it does mean sometimes you're going to do things that will ruffle feathers. I'm sure that my colleagues at UH don't like some of the things I say, but over time, hopefully the right people will get on the bus, right? Because as you're making change anywhere, the question is, are the right people on the bus to make that change? Because otherwise you're just going to pay lip service to it. And you're going to be frustrated, and the good people will end up quitting because they just can't get it done, right? And that's partly why I left my law firm. I love my law firm. It's the best law firm that I would want to be at in Hawaii if I were in a traditional firm, but it just couldn't get done. The things that I wanted to do, I wouldn't show up in the office for a couple of weeks, and my managing partner say, "Where are you?" I said, "Well, I'm still billing over 2,000 hours. I mean, does it really matter?" And I said, "By the way, I don't need my corner office. I'll just be in a cubicle." She's just laughing at me like, "What?" Because I don't really care about where I'm positioned. It doesn't matter. I don't even need it. I don't want to pay for it. I'd rather spend more time on the beach than pay for more overhead. So you're going to ruffle feathers along the way. Of course, you want to do it in a smart way and hopefully not fail. But anytime you're doing something different and revolutionary, that's going to happen. So what is the model I'm talking about? Well, it's really simple, but it's following a huge trend in society, skills-based learning, right? My friend just started a company in Hawaii called DevLeague, and what they do is they teach coding. And when you come out of the 12-week class, you get a job. And this is a big trend. Actually, a kid from my high school is doing it in California. That's skills-based learning. Maybe that's going to happen in the law, where you don't need a law degree anymore, or a law degree plus a skills training program, right? Because you come out of law school and you're licensed to do everything, and you don't know how to do anything, right? So I mean, in a way, it's kind of strange. I guess it's sort of like a doctor coming out, and you can do all kinds of things that you don't know how to do. But I think in the future, it's all about skill-based learning and also project-based. And this is touching the high schools as well. You got to have the hands-on experience. And I know in the high school level, the question is, can teachers there do this? Because they've never actually done the projects, right? And that's my question of getting the right people on the bus. And like I said, my goal is to train these people. And so everything I decide and everything I do is around that. It's not around how can I help Hawaii create a next economy. Now, we're contributing to that, but if I focus on that, I think I might not do as good a job with the students because I'll be focusing too much on business. So just a few comments on what are some of the specifics. So like I said, I'm the supervising partner. It just so happens that I have 12 associates. And that's, for anyone in private practice, that's pretty daunting. But the good thing is they have other classes, and so it's not a full-time job. And it's different from what they call the distributed model, which you see on the listserv a lot. which is get a lot of lawyers outside of the clinic helping on matters. Well, you know, first of all, that doesn't save you a lot of time because you're gonna manage all these people, but also you're losing control of the educational process when you do that. And I'm really, I really guard that carefully because I want to personally have a relationship with each and every student and each and every project, each and every client. And so, yes, it's a bottleneck and we need to grow the capacity, but I don't want to do that by outsourcing that responsibility. I think for other programs that might work better because maybe there's more of an economic development emphasis as a whole and you have a lot more resources. But you know, as a startup, right, what's the one thing that you gotta do when you don't have resources? Focus, right? So if you as a clinician don't have a focus and you don't have much resources, then you know your chances of success are pretty low. I mean, I don't know if you guys, 5 minutes? Do I have a few more minutes or because of, what time is it?
I think probably 5.
Sorry, I told you I could go off. Here we go. I picked topics that relate to helping these clients. So we don't talk about theoretical. Everything we do is hands-on, even in the classroom. My wife's a master teacher at high school level, and she always tells me, don't be a talking head. You know, I mean, a lot of professors in college and grad school are talking heads because they're mostly focused on research. So I really try to involve the students in class. You know, I don't want to just stand up there talking, and I try not to give them any answers. I tell them, you don't know what you're doing, and you're not going to know what you're doing. Get used to it. You know, in academia and education, at all levels, the problem with it in entrepreneurship is you're trying to be right. That's not the point. Even in law, you don't have to be right. Can you live in the gray? As a practitioner, you're a master attorney if you can. If everything always has to be right, then you should go work at a big law firm and bill a zillion hours and get everything right. But most times clients don't want to pay for that, especially startups, right? Someone asked me, well, you're working that way for startups and value add and efficient. How about your rich clients? I said, well, they usually don't get that, but they should get good service too, right? A lot of things are mundane. You know, I mean, just scheduling meetings, right? And that's really part of the lesson is, you know, some of it's glamorous, but you know, most of it is not glamorous. It's just getting things done, right? As a private law firm, we develop business. So we have relationships with incubators, agencies, clinics, etc. Some of the things that I'm doing now, I formed a nonprofit called Business Law Corps, and if you look at businesslawcorps.org, you can see what we're trying to do. It's a platform. I view it as the eHarmony of corporate law. So we're connecting entrepreneurs to law firms interested in doing pro bono. The problem is corporate, I've been practicing 30 years, I've done one pro bono matter in my life that's pro bono. I've done a lot of work for free, either clients that don't pay or ones that I intentionally take for no pay. But you know, there's no legal nonprofit movement in the United States focused on corporate law. And that's what we're trying to do, starting with Hawaii. But since we're an online platform, it can expand virally. I can foresee a day where it's like a Craigslist, where you're sitting in, you know, Fort Worth, and you're like, I'm a startup attorney, but who do I get for help? And you go online and see all these people in Fort Worth willing to donate time, and you have to pitch them on your idea to get the time. It's not, you know, a handout. You have to have a good idea. So that's kind of the vision there. Secondly, I don't know about you, but our graduates are having a harder time finding jobs. Also, startups are having a hard time finding reasonably priced attorneys. I like matching things, as you can tell. So my next idea is to create a law firm that does work fairly cheap, say $50 an hour. I would supervise it for maybe one-third of my rate. I'm pretty cheap already from even Hawaii, $300 an hour. I would charge, say, $100 an hour. And the client obviously gets a great work product for cheap, and the client and the students get a job. And gosh, you know, I asked my students in class, everyone raises their hand saying they want to work in that, because they want to stay in the area, but the number of jobs out there is limited. And I see this as something that could be useful for every clinic. There's Arizona State, I believe, started their own law firm. I think that's challenging because colleges, universities aren't good at starting private sector companies. It'd probably be better if someone in your location started this on their own and it was a separate program. But you know, there's a lot of different ways of scoring. Just a few final thoughts. I like to have one-liners because that's all I can remember. You have to be risk tolerant. Not only the students have to do that, but the professors have to do that. Sometimes I see email traffic about malpractice and and we have to do that. We have to be protected. But even in my own practice, and this is a controversial statement probably, but I think getting sued is not the worst thing that can happen in life. It's worse not to do good. And sometimes doing good involves personal risk. Now you have to take it smartly, but don't avoid it completely. Work smart, not hard. We're taught to work hard all the time, not smart, and that's the add-on. My VC friend says, don't arrange thick chairs on the Titanic. We lawyers tend to over-negotiate things that really don't matter. If you're doing a deal where you got to get it done for the client to survive, and you're negotiating an indemnity clause, why? If you don't get the deal done, there's no client. I turn it on the head. The lawyers view themselves as risk reducers. I say we help clients take risks. Yes, we try to help them avoid problems, and that's where the mastery comes. Can you help them navigate risk, not avoid it completely? Thoroughness. I've been in big law firms for most of my life. They always say, you gotta be thorough. We gotta turn over every stone. Why? Because the billable hours keep going. Also, if you turn over every stone, your own risk is reduced. And also, if you tell them not to do the deal because there's too many problems, then you get paid and there's no risk to you, right? So, I kind of challenge that concept. If clients knew what we did in big law firms, they would be aghast, I think. Things like having 2 associates research the same issue, like 20 drafts when 10 will do. Don't charge clients for learning. And these are some of the things I talk about in the classroom, that's what I'm sharing with you. Lawyers love to charge a client to develop forms and then charge the next client for them as well. Ethics is the standard. The law is the minimum. You don't have to do something just because it's legal. If it's not right, you can tell your client, I don't really feel comfortable doing that. We've had tax credit programs in Hawaii where I've had to do that. And finally, we're here helping them fulfill their dreams, and I feel like it's our privilege to help these small businesses. And that's what I try to convey to my students, that we're lucky. You might think their idea is kind of hokey, because we get some people like that, but look, they're taking the big chances. They're the heroes in society, taking chances, and we're lucky that we can support that. Here's my contact information. Love to connect with any of you for follow-ups, collaborations, sharing, having conferences in Hawaii, whatever. We're open to all that. Thank you.
We're going to be bringing up Robin Feldman through Skype, but we have questions for Greg. While we're waiting for that to get set up. Yes, in the back.
Hi, yeah, my name is Naveen Thomas. I had a question for Greg. You said that you follow a partner-associate model in the clinic, more or less, and I was wondering if that entailed having you as the sort of partner be the one who directs client communication and runs meetings with clients and things like that, or do you try to have your associates, your students, do that while you kind of supervise and oversee?
Right. Great question. When I started the clinic, I don't know where this came from. I was told that when we met with clients, wasn't supposed to be in the room. Have any of you heard that concept? I don't know where this came from. So I did that for a while, but then I realized they don't know what they're doing. And that's part of what made me think about the law firm model. Because when I train associates in the law firm, you would never do that. And so I sit in the room mentoring them, but I tell them over the term, I want them to do more and more. And I challenge them. I use the meeting with the client actually as a classroom, because we'll pause and discuss something on the side, and the clients are understanding about that. And so I attend every meeting, I look at every piece of paper, and so it does become a little bit of a lot of work, but I just feel committed that that's the best way for me to pass along what I want to do. And speaking of impacts, by the way, I tell them that they're the reason that I'm existing right now, and I'm counting on them to do good stuff in the world, and that's why I'm doing this. It's not because I'm making minimum wage or whatever the law school pays me, but it's I'm investing in them, and they really love that because, you know, everyone wants to have a meaningful life, so. Yes?
A great presentation. It brought me back to the time when I was studying for my MBA. But before I decided to study the law, I was an engineer, and we used to be in business a lot. And when we had our deals, we had a negotiation with our clients, we kept the lawyers out.
Right.
For two reasons. And I still think they're very good reasons. One of them was because we had our lawyers in the meeting, and the other side had to have their lawyers in the meeting. And the other reason was that lawyers had a reputation, well earned, for being deal killers. So we preferred to take the risk ourselves, and then we called the lawyers in when we got into trouble or when we needed to finalize the contracts. And they'll tell us with cross the T's and dot the I's and so on. That's how good.
Yeah, no, perfect, wonderful. Like, you know, I know exactly what you're talking about. I started work in San Francisco at Pillsbury Madison, which is now Pillsbury Winthrop, and then at Goodsill, which is a big law firm in Hawaii. Clients don't want, they're afraid to call you. But I often tell clients that we don't need to do things. And they're like, what? Like, let's not do that now, we can do that later. Or, yeah, that's a legal issue, but, you know, in the scheme of things, it's not a big deal. And so when you're that kind of lawyer, you're part of the solution, not the problem. But you're exactly right. That's part of the challenge in teaching these clinics, is teaching a different mindset. And especially when you're working with entrepreneurs. Although our electric utility president said at a speech, the reason we make money is we take risk. I'm like, interesting. Even at those very established businesses, they realize that. And now, you know, the utility is under fire because, like I said, we're relying on oil, and they haven't been cooperating with the local alternate energy companies. And they say that they want to get off of it, but do they really want to, right? Because they get their costs back plus. So whatever the cost of the oil production is, they get back automatically through the rate process. But I hear you, and that's really an important part of what I think we should all try to do.
Well, thank you. We now have with us Robin Feldman, University of California, Hastings. Robin, can you see us?
I certainly can. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. Well, I'll keep you a check here. I've already given you a wonderful introduction. So you're going to talk to us about the Startup Garage.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction and for making it possible to join you. I'm going to speak about the Startup Legal Garage at the University of California, Hastings. This is our third year in operation, and we're very proud to have been named one of the most innovative law school programs in the country. And the Startup Legal Garage, as you will hear, really is quite different from a lot of programs. I'll give you a brief overview, and then I'll go into our operational details. Startup Legal Garage is part of our effort to create the active classroom, not just within UC Hastings clinical programs, but for the doctrinal classes as well. So in brief, our students do work for early stage startups. The work includes corporate formation and capitalization, privacy work like terms of service agreement. Everybody's got a web app, everybody has to worry about privacy. Soft IP work, and for our biotech clients, we do patent freedom to operate analyses. The work is supervised pro bono by lawyers at outside law firms. And then redacted versions of the work form the basis of hypotheticals in doctrinal classes. So let me go through the program in a little more detail now, and I'll start with where the clients come from. The Startup Legal Garage has two modules, a biotech module and a tech module, and for both of them, our clients come through incubators. Using incubators for us is like a pre-screening process. It helps us ensure that clients are project ready, and that they have the kind of work we want our students to experience. It also, frankly, helps ensure that the clients aren't teetering on the brink of failure. So in 3 years, we've never had a client disappear or fall apart during the year. Working with incubators also makes it easier to collect and process requests for proposals, so we can let the incubators know when we're ready to take on new clients. They can send out notices to the startups, and they can pre-screen before we even do our screening. Our students generally work in teams. We rotate them through different law firms, partners, and different projects during the year, so they get a range of experiences. And they'll probably work with companies from different incubators during the year as well. And finally, working with incubators helps us with another one of our goals, and that is promoting diversity in the startup community. Startups in general, and Silicon Valley in particular, remain heavily white and male. We try to find and support those who break the pattern wherever we can. So our tech module incubators include Black founders, Girls in Tech, Women 2.0, Hackers and Founders. You can see our diversity emphasis in the choice of incubators that we work with. In the biotech module, we work solely with the incubator QB3. The QB3 stands for the Institute for Quantitative Biosciences, and I've never figured out what the 3 is for. But it's an entity of the state of California, and it was founded to help create startups out of the lab inventions at UCSF, UC Berkeley, and UC Santa Cruz, although it's expanded beyond that across time. They have 90 companies in what they call their biotech garages, where you get some bench space in a lab, a lot of support services, and they even have an $11 million seed fund. So though we work only with the state of California incubator in the biotech module, we're still able to keep an eye on the diversity goals. So for example, in the matching round that I completed yesterday, 50% of the companies we took on have women in the founder teams, and that's a huge difference from the Silicon Valley norm. So in Silicon Valley, we have only 7% of venture-funded companies that are women-led. We do our own further selection after the incubators send us a batch of proposals. And let me tell you a little bit about who the clients are. And to qualify, clients have to have less than $1 million in funding, and in our experience, funding tends to fall below $40,000. We choose that kind of limit because we want to serve startups that are too small to access helps. We're trying to serve the underserved, and we definitely don't want to compete with any of the law firms in the areas. We have about a dozen law firms in the program, and that's expanding rapidly. And these are generally large firms. They include names like Wilson Sonsini, Pillsbury, Morrison & Forster, Wilmer Hale, DLA Piper. It's generally that category of firm that has participated. We've been very fortunate to have senior partners involved in a lot of the projects, sometimes working with younger lawyers on the team, but sometimes they're supervising our students hands-on, which is really amazing. Startup Legal Garage lawyers are not just local. We have lawyers in DC and in Southern California, as well as throughout the greater Silicon Valley area. Our clients are startups, and they're perfectly comfortable working by Skype or by other remote means. Working with the seasoned outside attorneys has a lot of advantages for us. Our students get a sense of the demands and the rigors of actual practice. They learn hard skills like the analysis of the client's problems. They also learn the soft skills of how to manage business clients and supervisors in a real-world firm setting. They're also working with people at the cutting edge of practice, which is particularly important in fast-moving legal areas like intellectual property and other startup-related issues. And most important, working with outside lawyers makes the program more scalable. So with most in-house programs, one faculty member generally works with 8 to 10 students. Here, our students are matched one-on-one for each project with outside lawyers, but in the doctrinal classroom component, we can hold dozens of students in a single classroom. It does mean that we have to be careful about review and oversight of the projects. I'll talk about that in a little bit. In terms of scalability, for example, we just received a 1-year foundation grant for $100,000 to expand the program. That wouldn't go very far with our in-house clinical structures. Maybe we could hire a clinical faculty member for a year, maybe we could add 8 to 10 students. But in our structure, we can use that $100,000 to build up some more infrastructure, do the legwork to bring in a lot more lawyers and law firms, and we'll add many more students with that and add them for beyond 1 year. So I want to turn now to the intake and the review process, both of which are quite elaborate for us. For students, we are highly selective. We had 4 times as many student applications as we had spaces last year, particularly in our tech module. So we have course prerequisites, and the application looks for both the additional courses you've taken and demonstrated interest in the area. It's also a full-year program. Both modules of Startup Legal Garage are full-year programs, a total of 4 to 5 units per semester. So students have to be willing to dedicate a lot of precious units to the program. In our matchmaking for each round of adding clients, we collect student backgrounds and their preferences for what they want to do. We collect attorney backgrounds and their preferences. We match those with company technologies and needs. So for example, I had a student with a PhD in optics. I matched her with a company that had an optical scanning invention, looked for a firm that had an optics practice. It means that we don't always take what we might want to. So for example, in the last round, we had a very strong company apply with a molecule invention, but the available student team really wanted clean tech, so that's what we got for them. We use a detailed intake form, and we use it for a variety of purposes. So we get basic information about the company and its needs, and we use that for selection. The intake forms educate the company as well, telling them about what the program is and also getting consent in various places. And we also get the basic information so the firms can do conflicts check, and the students do conflicts check as well. So students are required to create their own conflicts list at the start of the program, and we teach them how to do that. There's one thing I want to note specifically. The Startup Legal Garage, the Startup Company is a pro bono client of the law firm, not a client of UC Hastings. So Startup Legal Garage faculty and staff are very careful not to receive either attorney-client privileged information or business confidential information. So each of our projects begins with an all-hands meeting, and that includes the attorneys, the students, the clients, and Startup Legal Garage faculty or staff. We use that meeting to clarify the program, to agree on the scope of work and timing, and to answer questions. But the Startup Legal Garage faculty and staff members leave before the real conversations begin, and we're very, very careful about this. We also have a protocol for review of students, review of attorneys, and review of the program itself. We get feedback from everyone, including the clients, for each project and at the end of the year. And this for us has been critical in identifying problems and making adjustments. We have weekly check-in with the students. We're working on a program to have bi-weekly check-in with the attorneys as well. And finally, the Startup Legal Garage classroom is very different from a lot of clients-based educational programs. So in addition to the fieldwork units, the students have a weekly seminar which is doctrinally based. It teaches the relevant doctrines in the areas that they're working in. But instead of the hypotheticals from case books, the students bring redacted versions of their work into the classroom. And those are the hypotheticals we use to apply the cases and also to allow the students to learn from each other's experiences. And finally, as I was looking at the conference agenda today, it's a nice reminder of the fact that UC Hastings has been at the forefront of developing these client-based transactional programs. So Alicia Plerhopoulos, who's at Georgetown and speaking later, began at UC Hastings. And although the Startup Legal Garage has evolved, she and I wrote the first proposals together. And I see my wonderful colleague Alina Ball will be speaking as well. She runs the UC Hastings in-house social enterprise clinic. It helps to be so close to Silicon Valley. That's true for having access to resources, but it's also true for the sheer inspiration and for a scrappy mentality. We're a startup, just as our clients are, and their intensity and problem-solving energy has been infectious, and it has lifted us along as well. So I want to close with our 2-minute video on the program, and I look forward to answering questions at the end of the panel, or whenever it's working with this panel, and so I will turn it back to Chad now for our video.
If we don't innovate in legal education, we can't prepare our students to century problems. The Startup Legal Garage is part of UC Hastings' commitment to rebooting legal education. We want to create the active classroom, the wonderful program where our students get exposure to real-life clients and real-life problems. UC Hastings is at the heartbeat of the technology industry, of Silicon Valley, of all the wonderful innovations that are happening in this area. In the Startup Legal Garage, our students do work for startup companies in Silicon Valley. Their work is supervised pro bono by lawyers at outside law firms. We work with a group of Silicon Valley incubators, and that helps us ensure that the companies are project ready and that they'll bring the kind of work we want our students to do.
It also helps us further our goal of increasing diversity in the Silicon Valley community. So our incubators are Black Founders, Girls in Tech, Women 2.0, Hackers and Founders, and QB3. We teach our students to be more than just the lawyers in the room. We teach them how to be partners in enterprise. UC Hastings graduates will have to grapple with questions we've never even imagined. What is the next frontier for the way people interact with each other? What kinds of things will they try to protect? What kinds of protections will we have to develop for them? Our students and our faculty get to be a part of trying to understand and to solve those problems. This is nothing like what law school has looked like.
Great video.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We have time for some questions. Yes.
You probably some of the law firms, Don Tiller here. I know some of the law firms in Silicon Valley at one point were taking equity stakes in clients who maybe couldn't afford to pay by the hour. Do you know universities have ever, law schools have ever considered that?
If you could please repeat the question.
I'll repeat it. Many Silicon Valley firms have taken stakes in new ventures when they get started. Has UC Hastings ever had any thought about doing that kind of thing?
So we certainly haven't asked our clients to do that. If someone wished to make a donation to us, if they were a happy client, we certainly wouldn't turn that down. And we've also worked very hard with the law firms, to hold back any instinct to do that. So, for example, in the biotech module, there were some of the law firms that wanted to do the work on a deferred fee basis. QB3 said, we don't want to have that happen. We went back to the firms and said, we're not going to let that happen, and it hasn't.
I have a question, which is, given the number of different lawyers you have working in the program, how do you go about ensuring the same level of teaching and training across all the students?
So we screen very heavily, and I will say that we have, I don't know how to say this politely, eliminated lawyers from the program or explained that we didn't feel it was a good match. Quality control is huge, and part of trying to make sure we have that means that we have to do our work up front, that is working with the attorneys before they come into the program about what it is that we expect and having materials about what it is that we expect. Checking in during the process from the students to see that they're getting something, and then also checking in at the end. Having a weekly check-in in the classroom also helps the students together and us compare their experiences. So you can see fairly quickly if one of the supervising attorneys is lagging in terms of what's happening for the other students. In a way, they're the best bellwether that we have. But it's hugely important. It takes up a massive amount of our time.
Absolutely.
Oh, hey, Robin, this is Greg Kim. I just wanted to comment that it's fantastic what they're doing. I think that it's a little different from what I was saying because they have vast resources that enable them to do these things. But I think, importantly, lawyers in Silicon Valley are used to working for free. And I've adopted that model in my private practice because it enlightens giving. Because if you help them, they're successful, they become a good client. Craig Johnson told me, he was one of the pioneer attorneys in Silicon Valley, take clients because help them for free, not because of the stock, but because you're going to have a great client. And that's what he did when he joined Wilson Sonsini as number 10 attorney. And so, I think that, but it's wonderful that they can expose their students to all these law firms too, because that can help them get jobs. So, but our situation wouldn't lend itself to that because we're probably a more traditional environment where lawyers don't want to work for free. So getting law firms to donate the time would be probably more challenging for us.
I think you're right. I think the Silicon Valley mentality helps, but I do think that you can, I don't know your area or your law firms, but I do think that you can prod them over time, in part by showing them models elsewhere. And the types of reasons that law firms want to get involved, part of the appeal is they like the idea of being involved in something that creates a better law school experience than they had. So 40% of our students go on to transactional work, and the traditional law school setting is litigation, appellate cases. So they love the idea of doing something that's different. They like the idea of giving back to the community in their own areas of expertise. So pro bono cases tend to be Social Security clients or something that has very little to do with the day-to-day work they do. So that's been appealing. And then really the notion that they are helping the young startups and the clients, that's kind of fun. There are a lot of firms who wish they could get involved in that. The more mature firms understand that what they want to do is get in and eyeball the inventors and establish a relationship early and do it in a way that costs them very little money. In other words, the students are doing most of the work and the hand-holding. The law firm gets to kind of interact with the inventors. But it is an educational process. And I will say that part of bringing it on, like anything else, has been establishing the critical mass. So, the hardest firms to land were the first couple of firms in the program. After that, everybody else starts to say, well, look at the names of the firms that are doing that. We want to be like them. So I suggest you try to borrow from us if you want to try it, and point to the firms that are willing to do these things for us and see if you can make some traction that way.
Have you seen any success over the time where some of these startups have become successful, and do they continue those relationships with the firms that got them there?
Oh, we absolutely have seen continued relationships with the firms. We've even seen continued relationships with some of our students. In fact, I think a couple of our students are about to go on the board of one of the firms, one of the startups when they graduate. So yes, it does pay out. Although again, in the startup world, the rule of thumb is most startups fail. And startup innovators, the entrepreneurs, will go through a bunch of failed startups before they hit one that goes. So companies, firms have to be comfortable and expect that. But yes, we absolutely see these relationships spinning off real paying work for the firms down the road.
In the back.
Hi, this question is for Robin. I was surprised to learn that you aren't allowed to receive confidential information from your clients, and I was wondering if you could talk about the ways in which that might restrict the kind of work you can do, and how you overcome that obstacle and still manage to provide value to your clients and a good learning experience for your students.
So it really has to do with protecting the attorney-client privilege and avoiding conflicts among the different projects and creating appropriate lines of communication. I believe that there are certainly conflicts, but we would, I think, be in a position we would have many, many more complications if we had attorney-client privileged information coming into the classroom, or if we had business confidential information coming into the classroom. So we would, in those circumstances, we would be, I would be in the position of representing clients. That's not something that I want to do. And I would also be in the position of having to worry about conflicts between them, among them, at a very different kind of level than we do now. And we would also, the companies are very sensitive too. They're willing to work in a law school setting because what they can get from it is so incredibly valuable. On the other hand, the name of the game in Silicon Valley is hold on to your secret sauce, and they don't want that shared in any way. So there are both legal, I think, and business practical reasons for structuring that way.
Greg, how do you handle that?
Well, we have a different scenario that might be like a lot of other towns that are outside Silicon Valley. Is a lot of our clients are small business. They're not necessarily high tech, and I have a place in my heart for these people because most of the jobs in the country are created by small business. And so while we do get emerging growth companies, you know, so these small business owners aren't as concerned about that as a high-tech company and, you know, with its IP. So, you know, it's a little different.
And
So
Teddy-
are you bringing the attorney-client privilege and business confidential information into the classroom for the students to share?
We discussed the matters in our classroom, but like I was talking about the model of our classroom is like a law firm, and so I treat it the same way as a law firm. If there's a client conflict within all of our cases, then we'll turn away the project. And so, but we do discuss it. I mean, if there's something really sensitive, we try not to bring that up. But as far as the learning process, it's something that's important, I think, for us to learn from all these cases. But.
And so let me give you an example, and it may have to do with, some of the fairly high-level work we do. So for example, I mentioned we do patent freedom to operate analyses. So in those circumstances, you really want to be very careful that you don't break attorney-client privilege by allowing others to have that information. So for example, imagine that we have a company that becomes the next Genentech, and we've done a freedom to operate analysis for them, and we've highlighted certain other patents that are out there that we think might be problematic for them in some circumstances. So imagine if one of those patent holders comes back and sues them once they're now the big Genentech and wants to say, you knew all along that you were violating our patent, and that would make them liable for, say, willful infringement damages. The last thing we want to have happen is for the person suing our Genentech to come back and say, you have broken the attorney-client privilege by sharing that information with those outside of the attorney-client relationship, that is the classroom, and therefore that information is no longer privileged and it comes into the lawsuit. So there are a lot of ifs that would get to that scenario, but because of the high-level nature of the work and the sensitivity, we try to think about what's the worst-case thing that could happen and what do we want to make sure we do so that that doesn't happen.
Well, thank you. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
All right, I was just going to say thank you to our panel. This was a great start to the day. Robin, thank you for joining us from beautiful San Francisco. Let's give a big round of applause. Supervision and the scale, because what I find is just to bring in a bunch of they bring in their prejudice. What do you think? Already paid
There it is. Let me. I had a sheet floating around here. Usernames and yes, password. Let me find it. Okay, great. And I'll bring it to you. Okay, I'll send it. I'll turn it up a little bit for you.
Supporting entrepreneurship and innovation in the community is in some ways trying to figure out how to support the entrepreneurs and innovators, and figuring out how to get legal services to those individuals. And that's part of what the first panel focused on, finding solutions to those problems. I liked the analogy to eHarmony, or a matchmaking service, that we can strive to get access to quality legal services for entrepreneurs. The second panel is comprised of people who are on the ground working to support entrepreneurship and innovation every single day in very practical ways. The panel is led by Shelley Brinkman of Startup Aggieland, and she's going to doing a kind of roundtable discussion with various individuals working with incubators. So we'll focus on incubators as innovators in the community.
Thanks, Shelley. Thank you very much. Howdy.
Howdy.
My mic on? Can everyone hear me? All right. I want to welcome you to our first Innovation Summit and our panel, and let you know that as in the true vein of startups, I'm going to probably really fail fast up here as a moderator. But I thought I'd get this one under my belt. I've done a few school district moderating panels, and I've done some political rallies and things, so this is a first for me. If you'll bear with me, I may read a few note cards on this. I'd like to welcome Kevin Klughart, Darlene Boudreau, Gordon Doherty, and Manish Patel to our panel, and also Russ Conser and Paige Holler, who are in the afternoon panel. They're friends of ours as well. And all of these folks, except for Darlene, who I'm just meeting, work with Startup Aggieland, which is a co-sponsor of this conference. They give a lot of their time with no expectation of anything in return, so we greatly appreciate their help and their involvement. We could not do what we do without them. And I'd also like to recognize my boss, who's here to watch me do my thing and hopefully not make me too nervous. He always does. John Lewis, he's the Assistant Director of Startup Aggieland. We're going to get started. I'm going to ask a question of each panelist, and then we'll throw it open for questions. I know you don't want to hear me talk a lot, but I know you'd like to hear them talk. And so I'm going to start off with a couple of questions to each one, and then we'll throw it open to you all for questions. The Brookings Institution came out recently with an article called Goodbye Silicon Valley and Hello Startup Districts. And the premise of the article is that universities are serving as economic drivers. The article came out in December of last year. And it noted that universities within their communities are the new human resource office, the new unemployment office, a combination thereof. And that's where people are finding their jobs. That's where, when the economy tanked in 2008, that's where a lot of people sort of sought refuge. Our theme today is incubators as innovators, and it sort of starts with the premise that the incubators foster incubation. So I'm going to ask Gordon Doherty first to talk about what segments of industry or technology are hot for startup incubators.
Okay. Well, probably no surprise, there's a lot of startups focused on mobile apps. Startups have a tendency, you know, in this day and age, you can get a startup going for such little money that they tend to go after industries or segments that are under disruption. And so, you know, we get at Capital Factory, we get 300 or 400 applications to our incubator program every month. And so we see a lot of what's going on. A lot of mobile apps. You know, the retail industry is being revolutionized. Our experience inside the retail store, whether it's a grocery store or a drugstore, is dramatically going to change over the next few years. That's pretty obvious to me, and it'll be led by, you know, the apps on your smartphone as you navigate your way through the store. Restaurants, your experience in the restaurant, whether you like it or not, is probably going to change. Your ability to take surveys right at the end of your meal, right with your right next to your ticket. You're going to take a survey, or maybe the restaurant recognizes you right as you walk in the door because of your smartphone, and these Bluetooth beacons that are going to be placed all over the place. Health and fitness, again, largely smartphone driven, but seeing some interesting startups that are using Google Glass for some applications, including fitness and healthcare. Healthcare just in general, your experience after you leave the doctor's office, I think, is going to change quite a bit. And then maybe another big category would be marketplaces, online marketplaces for anything you can possibly imagine. We have a startup in our incubator called My Tennis Lessons. It puts tennis instructors together with those that want tennis instruction. Another one called Food Sitter that puts personal chefs in touch with, you know, families that want a personal chef to come in their home. I mean, just as you can imagine, any kind of matchmaking of a marketplace is really possible, and the fact that startups can get off the ground with such little money allows them to go after disruptive markets. Pretty exciting.
So in that line of thought, what types of companies benefit most from getting an incubator?
So incubators, you know, the thing about incubators that makes them all, well, incubator and accelerator, two terms you've probably heard. Accelerators are usually short duration programs, 10, 12, maybe 15 weeks. Incubators, generally more of a longer duration program, up to a year or maybe more. So the thing that would make them all be similar is mentorship, advisors that can help them. And so for sure, startups that need that advice, they've never done it before, so a lot of time it's young entrepreneurs or a business professional that maybe started in one particular discipline. Maybe they were in marketing, but they've got 10 years of experience, and now they find themselves as a founder and CEO of a company, but they don't know the rest of the ropes, and so they need that mentorship and advising, that's for sure. And then I'd say one of the things that differentiates incubators and accelerators is, does it include a cash investment or not? So maybe there's an investment component. Maybe there's a place to work. In the case of Capital Factory, we've tried to bring all of that together in downtown Austin. Co-working space, 50,000 square feet. We've got 250 startups that work from the space. There is a program that brings the mentorship together. There's a venture fund and a network of angel investors. And so I'd say in almost all cases, a startup that's never done it before can benefit from a program. But depending on the makeup of what the program has, we've got 3 or 4 startups that are from serial entrepreneurs, including 2 that have taken companies public. And they chose to join the program and give up equity to join the program because they wanted to plug in. They wanted access to the network of the other serial entrepreneurs that are somehow involved. Or maybe they've got co-founders as part of their team that don't have experience, and they do want them to have access to the mentorship. And so that's been an interesting thing to see. Yeah.
When a startup comes to an incubator, a lot of times they're seeking preferred providers or professional help. And one way that attorneys can help startups and help incubators as innovators is in the IP area. A standard patent can run $10,000 to $20,000. An entrepreneur lacks the cash usually to pay for that. If they have no technical expertise, it could run as much as $30,000. Especially if they're seeking venture capital, they must have that IP perfected. So Kevin, this is a chicken and egg scenario where IP needs to be protected and they need venture capital to do that, or they need some kind of seed funding. How can IP attorneys help with pro bono work to support startups as they're seeking to perfect their IP?
I mean, you're really right. It really is a deadlock situation between, oh, sorry, can you hear me now? It really is a deadlock situation because in many cases, the venture people want perfected IP before they'll have an interest in the startup. And to get the intellectual property perfected, you need to file a patent application. Well, patent application, and I guess, like she said, we're running $10,000 or $20,000 on average. But for startups, they average about 30. Most startups don't have anywhere near that kind of money to do that. So they are forced to do something like maybe generate the product, deploy it to the marketplace, get some interest, and then go after their the venture funding. Well, there's 2 problems with that. One, in the U.S., you only have 1 year between the time you disclose the invention or commercialize it and 1 year from that time to file for a patent. If you wait longer than that, you're done. The rule's much harsher overseas. Overseas, if you publicly disclose the invention without first filing a patent application, you're barred from getting a patent. So the absolute novelty requirements overseas really work against a startup, because what they really want to do is they want to file a patent application and then go off and try to market it, get venture funding, and then move forward. So what we tried to do at Carson's Cahoon is work with Startup Aggieland and provide an avenue where the startup can come to us. We'll file a free provisional application form. And by that I mean an application sufficiently detailed and specific that in a year's time it could be converted to a utility if necessary. But give them that fighting chance to then go and take that information, proffer it to the VCs, try to drum up money, to then go and push start or bootstrap the process. And by getting that provisional file before they've gone and commercialized the product, or maybe even before they've even gone and tried to seek venture capital, they've protected their potential foreign rights, which they may want to sell later. They've also laid the groundwork for future patent applications that will actually be examined by the office to issue as actual patents at some point in time. So it's pretty clear that there's a real need for kind of a disruptive element in the process to jumpstart the startup with maybe $30,000 to $50,000 worth of free help to get these applications filed, so that then they can then go and actively engage the VCs, actively go off and market the product and move forward in that area.
What is it that you always tell the students when they're at Startup 101? You make them chant that.
Yes, file before you disclose. That is the mantra. You must file before you disclose. And in the past, the U.S. used to be a first to invent system, where basically the first inventor, the first person that could first prove that they had the invention concept, though that person was the inventor, should a patent be filed. We're now in a first to file system, where basically the first person that files a patent application disclosing the idea is the one that wins. So even on that basis, it's much more important in these fast-paced marketplaces for people, as they come up with the ideas, to immediately file on, before they publish their journal paper, before they go off and build their website, before they generate their mobile app. File that application first.
Prior to my coming to work at Startup Aggieland, I was vice president of communications at Aggie Angel Network, and none of our angel investors would talk to a startup unless they had at least a provisional patent filed. In some cases, unless they had a patent filed, they weren't interested at all.
Right, and I should emphasize that these provisional applications that we try to prepare are not, the 5 and 10-page disclosures that you might normally get by going through a law office. We'll do a 100-page application. That's a typical application for something like this. That's basically ready to go in a year. They completely disappear, go to another law firm, decide they want to go and file it. It's good enough to file as a utility. That we want to basically stress that there's a singular standard for competence, quality, and effort. We do it one way only, and that way the client, I get run over by a truck, they can still take that application, go somewhere and run with it.
Darlene, you've done a lot of work in California with venture funds and helping students get ready for pitching investors, or at least that's what your bio said.
That was 20-some years ago. That's not what I do now. That was a long time ago, sorry.
Well, I may be off topic for you then, but would you have a concept with Tech Fort Worth of what type of venture capital young startups are raising, if any?
Okay, so first let me clarify. So Tech Fort Worth we're a nonprofit incubator. We work with multiple universities. And so I'd say we're actually, let me instead go back to answer some of the questions that you also asked Gordon.
All right.
Gordon and I had a chance to talk a little bit before this. Incubators are a very interesting world. I also sit as an officer of the National Business Incubation Association. So I work with incubators all over the world. And they're all very different from each other and very much based on what's happening in their own communities. And so, whereas when you ask Gordon what kinds of startups he sees, we don't ever work with mobile apps. So incubators are very different from each other. Most of the startups that I work with are life science oriented. They're medical devices, or they're new biotechs, or they're new energy technologies. Now, because that's what we have here in Fort Worth. So it depends on the community that you're working in. We won't even talk to a company unless they have already spoken to an IP attorney and have at least filed that provisional. We won't bring them into the incubator until they've done that. I had one show up the other day who had this great innovative technology, and he started talking, and I said, "You filed your application, right?" And he said, "Oh, no, not yet." And I said, "Okay, stop talking. I don't want to hear another word. Here are the names of some IP attorneys. Go find one. Come back to me after you've filed." So those are the kinds of companies that we work with. We also, I've now started 2 angel networks in this area. One of them is the North Texas Angel Network that operates in Dallas. I started that about 5 years ago, and then about 1.5 years ago started the Cowtown Angels, which operates here in Fort Worth. So while I, as an entrepreneur before I came to Tech Fort Worth, raised my own venture capital. And yes, I worked at the Connect program at UCSD, but that had nothing to do with students.
Oh.
That was to do with raising funds and bringing venture capitalists together with entrepreneurs.
So in your work with your two angel groups, do you see a certain kind of instrument, or what types of financial packaging do you do when you're funding these startups?
So first of all, Angel Networks, and I know that Gordon, I know also was saying that he works with the Central Texas Angel Network, which is, I think, the most active angel network in the country, is based in Austin. Cowtown Angels is just little compared to CTAN, but we work together, all the angel networks work together to get these companies funded. But an angel network is very different from an angel fund. An angel network means a group of angel investors coming together and considering a company and doing the due diligence together, but then individually making investment decisions. And so the types of vehicles, they're equity investments. They're very different. As an incubator, we do not take equity in companies and we do not invest in companies. But the angel investors, should they choose to invest as stock or convertible debt or any of the other types of equity investments you would assume that investors would take.
Angel Networks recently started doing factoring. Would you ever do that?
No, I don't think they would ever do that.
You know, there's also, there's a new, so I see a lot of convertible notes in the early phase. Probably 95% of seed round, you know, after a friends and family round, or maybe they did a little Kickstarter campaign for 50 or 100,000 to get their minimum viable product in the market. Of course, I'm influenced by the software world, so I understand kind of core technology requires a lot more money, but in the software world, if you don't have a product in the market already with a couple paying customers on $100,000, I'm going to ask you, why did you waste so much money? Like, really? And so it's really the angel investors right now just have this full expectation before I'm going to write a $50,000 check. It's kind of your initial seed round. You need to have that product in the market. And in the market just means kind of, it's in the app store, I've sold it to 5 customers. So don't think, you know, monolithic product. But because of that, and because these companies are so early when they're raising that first round, setting a valuation for the company is almost just pure art form. There's no science to it, really. And so startups, and since there's templates out there for convertible notes, it's just really easy. So with minimal or no legal advice, they can put, I'm not saying this is advisable necessarily, but they're putting it in front of an investor and they're raising $100,000 or $250,000 on a note, and they're punting down the road the obligation to set a valuation for the company. And then very recently, Y Combinator, one of the largest and most prominent accelerators in the country, put out this instrument called SAFE, Simple Agreement for Future Equity. I have a startup advisory blog at shockwaveInnovations.com, and I took interest in it because it really looks interesting. It's like a convertible note, but it's really more like a warrant. It's not a debt instrument. And so for those of you that are involved in that aspect of law, if you see a lot of convertible notes, I'm now starting to see some companies in Austin use this SAFE instrument, S-A-F-E. And I did a comparison of it on my blog between it and a convertible note, and I think we're going to start seeing those as well.
And where Y Combinator goes, so there are a lot of other.
A lot of people follow Y Combinator. They did one of the earlier templates for convertible notes, as did others, and so I think they're going to have a large amount of influence on the instrument that's used in the earliest phases. I'm not talking about a real equity round, but an alternative to an equity round during the seed stage.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Higher Education Journal recently reported that if the economy is going to thrive, it's going to be through innovation. And some people opine at the same time that a university education is irrelevant in the tech economy, and for young startups, it's better to just hit the ground running. How can university incubators help educators and help students stay engaged in their education? And I'm curious how, I guess, the question becomes, how do you teach a student to create their own job as opposed to training them for jobs that may not exist after graduation? I'd like to direct this question to Manish, because he's been recently working with a young startup that is a very non-traditional startup, in that one of the students is from the gray market.
Yeah, we're fortunate because we'll participate in a variety of rounds. I mean, we'll come in on the seed stage, we'll come in later, we don't really care. We just like management teams that have good ideas and have capable leadership to build teams to go after businesses or to scale business in markets that make sense. So as far as universities and that talent, first off, opening that door with you guys since what, 8 months ago has been unbelievable. The talent that's been hiding behind there. College Station's an untapped market. It's not Austin. These guys created the Austin market, and now there's an ecosystem building there. Well, College Station really didn't have that. Startup Aggieland was kind of the forefront of that, and I think we're one of probably a couple of groups that have come in and really trying to build on that community. And I think you answered your own question in the sense that it started at the university, and you attracted us. So when the university creates an entrepreneurship program and actually kind of creates an incubator or an accelerator themselves, then it attracts guys like us to come in and say, well, hang on a second, there's talent right here in our backyard, and we want to leverage that. So I think the university is the core of where it starts, and part of that reason is those guys aren't making money. They're not distracted by jobs. They've got time in the day. They're not in class every single day, and they want to do something, which is very similar to why tech startups are successful in the first place. It's the developer that is the entrepreneur. That's why it takes 20 grand to get in and actually get into the market. Can't do that in life sciences and some of these other worlds, right? So for us, we like tech for seed round deals because we want to work with the developer because they are the entrepreneur. Now, we join them up with a co-founder that comes out of business school, right? Because that dev guy needs a business guy, and that business guy has no idea what the dev guy does. So that, I think it's obvious connection to have both those students come together, form an entity that makes sense, and let the university and let guys like Seed Sumo and Capital Factory kind of get you to the next level. So I think that's kind of the way College Station is growing, at least that ecosystem.
The Kauffman Foundation came out about a year ago with a study that most of the new jobs and the new startups that were created were by the over 40s. And I think that some of the incubators are probably seeing that now. You don't have, and certainly the university incubators are seeing it. You're in that kind of environment, you're educating 19-year-olds about entrepreneurship, and you're trying to kindle a fire behind them. And everyone is focused on the thought that the next innovation or the next hot thing is going to be a 19-year-old innovating a Facebook from their dorm room, and that's not necessarily the case. I mean, you would know that, Darlene, and I know Manish knows that because the startup he's working with right now is a team that involves a young business student or actually an old business student and a young engineer. And so we found at Startup Aggieland that we spend a lot of our time educating engineers on the nuances of business when, like Manish said, if you team them up with a business student, you don't have to do that as much.
Yeah, and it's really funny because the student we're working with, Kevin's doing the patent provisions for, and we never met each other till today on this panel, so there you go. I mean, it all comes together at the end of the day, and these connections are happening because of Texas A&M. So it all is, the university is the cornerstone for all of us coming together, and that's why we're here.
Kevin and Manish are working with a young startup called Nipatech that was started by a 50-year-old man who was laid off in 2008, and he came back to the university for something to do. And I sort of shared that with him because I did the same thing in 2010. I wasn't laid off, but I was looking for a new direction in life, and got involved with entrepreneurship just as Scott did, the co-founder of Nipatech, and he was paired with a wrangler, what we call a student consultant. And that young man liked his idea so much that he teamed up with him, and they launched in October, and Kevin's been helping them with their IP protection, and Manish is helping them with some seed capital. And it's been a wonderful story.
Shelly, I might add too, we're doing a pilot program here where our students are paired up with entrepreneurs to help them with some startup branding and trademark issues. And this, as you were talking, I was thinking, is this one of our clients? And indeed it is. So it's interesting to see that ecosystem kind of come together in that way. I know Darlene's been doing some interesting work with universities over the course of the last several years, which is how we initially became connected. And I don't know if you might think about talking about it.
Sure. I mean, part of what we do, we're involved with multiple universities. So as opposed to a normal university incubator that's with one university, we work with the University of North Texas Health Science Center on medical technologies, and we work with UT Arlington. We have arrangements with them. We have offices on both of those campuses. We also work with the TCU Business School, so the MBA program over at TCU. So it's kind of a different model because we're working with all the universities, although most of our entrepreneurs, the companies that we get involved with are primarily 40 and 50 somethings who have been very successful business executives or engineering executives in big companies who came up with their own idea and now want to start a company. So they've been very successful people and have a lot of experience, but they've never started a company. So that's one of the things that we have, and we often pair them up with technologies that are coming out of the universities, as well as MBA students, or in the past we've had programs that we've run with Megan here at the law school, where we have done some things, and I'd love to talk to you about doing some more of that. But it's taking technologies, it's a real mix between the business world and the university technologies and university talents.
You mentioned some problem-specific startups. Do you ever put together teams to address or take a spin out on some technology that a faculty member has developed and form a team around it and make a company?
We do. So we have technologies it's often out of the UTA engineering school or their new biomedical engineering program, or out of UNT Health Science Center, a new technology that comes out but you know, in the beginning when I started doing this, when I came out of the business world and started doing the incubation world about 7 years ago, I would run into these faculty researchers, and many faculty researchers think that well, gosh, they've invented something, now the business part, that's the easy part, right? We'll just take this over to this incubator and that's the easy part. And they quickly get educated, as did I, but that doesn't really work that way, and they need a whole business team around them. So yeah, often we're involved in helping to build that team around them, and that involves getting them the right legal help.
Can I add on to that, Sean?
Sure.
So part of the team, obviously a successful incubator is the money's great, but it's really about the team, the mentorship, and the advice. And when you align with the university, you get access to alumni, and alumni that's done something, right? So we've been able to build a strong local mentor pool from the alumni. And then once you start that dot, it connects 3 more open doors. And so again, it's the entrepreneur, it's the business co-founder, it's the mentor. It all came from that first, that core at the university. So I just think it's really hard to do without it. And I think Boulder was successful because of that, and because of the technology companies that were around it. And I think Austin is the same way. So I think this isn't something that's unique. It's just something that it's kind of obvious, and somebody finally realized you got to do something about it and put these people together. So.
Since we have 3 incubators at the table, or representatives of incubators at the table, why don't you talk a little bit about Seed Sumo? It's so new. We'll just go down the line.
Yeah, I mean, we're the small kid on the block trying to get to where these guys got to in Austin, and the great thing I love about incubators is that I could, we contacted Josh and said, hey, we're starting an incubator in Austin, or an accelerator. We're actually doing more of an accelerator year 1 in Austin. Can we pick your brain? And he said, yeah, come on. So, these guys open their playbook up to us and say, look, this is what we do, this is the way we like it. And we've pivoted 100 times, and I think you guys were an accelerator and now an incubator, and I think something like that may happen to us. But I think part of the great part of Seed Sumo is that we get to leverage all the successful incubators and accelerators out there, because this whole community just is open. That's the whole point of it. And because of that knowledge, we're not gonna make some of the mistakes that they might have made, and it's just gonna help the local economy and College Station grow that much faster. Because we're trying to hit the fewest amount of roadblocks as possible to get these startups into a real business. We're trying to take them from startup to company, and how can you do that with the least amount of friction as possible? You definitely don't want to be the biggest road bump in their way when you're supposed to be there to help them. I think Seed Sumo is we're a little bit more open. We're not just tech, although we're finding a lot of tech stuff right now, because that's just where things are. Mobile first is right up our alley. But we do like service companies as well. I mean, we're products, our main entity that kind of fuels Seed Sumo is a consumer products company in the nutrition and wellness space. So we love the health and wellness vertical. We're doing stuff ourselves, and we're looking for companies that want to do things in that vertical, because we've got the entire nutrition industry network behind us. So I think what's great about an incubator and accelerator like a Seed Sumo is, we didn't go raise a fund. We're just putting our own money in, so we're way more vested in the success of the entrepreneur. And I think that's a big difference than some of the other incubators and accelerators out there. We're putting our own dollars in, and we really want to see these guys succeed. And I think they see that, and they're willing to work with us because of that. So that's how a little town like College Station can attract some pretty cool and some businesses that may have gone to an Austin or a Dallas or a Houston or a New York or Silicon Valley, because they're like, wait a second, you guys are putting your own money in. That's a big deal. We care about that. So I think that'll help us in the future as well.
Capital Factory, on what you said, they did the same thing for us. They took us on several tours. UT did the same thing with their student incubator, and it's been a very collegial atmosphere, so we do appreciate your help as well.
Yeah.
You want to explain a little bit about what Capital Factory is doing with Longhorn Startup Canada?
So Capital Factory used to be, like Manish said, a traditional accelerator program. 13 weeks in the summer, bring in 5 companies, wrap a handful of mentors around them, give them a small cash investment, graduate them, put them on a demo day, and send them on their way. The original founders of Capital Factory felt like, well, that's when the real fun kind of begins. Now they're going to go out in the marketplace and sell some stuff. And so after 3 summers, Josh Baer, who founded Capital Factory, wanted to see if we could take the accelerator concept but make it always on, always running, always accepting applications. And that's about the time I joined and helped him figure that out. And around that time, Capital Factory took 25,000 square feet of space in downtown Austin on the top of the Omni hotel building on 7th Street. If you guys know Austin, you know 6th Street, so we're 1 block over. All the young startups, want to be down there. So that really changed the game a lot, and all that kind of came together at the same time. It helped us attract a lot of mentors and angel investors that we call partners. So partners are just investing mentors for us. We've now got about 50 of them that have formal relationships. They're obligated to do mentoring office hours at our space every month for a couple hours. Our partners are, obligated isn't the right word, but expected to make 1 or more angel investments, throughout the course of the year. Along the way, we put together a venture fund. We're raising it now. And the model we have is every month we accept some number. There's no limit. We've sometimes had 2. Some months it's been 7 startups that have come in. We've now got about 52 that are in the new program running through. There's an educational curriculum that we run called Capital Factory University. So it's just trying to put all the pieces of the puzzle together, but since it's a long duration, in a 13-week accelerator, there's kind of this, it's only 13 weeks, so every startup has to do everything. So there's this pressure of you gotta, in our case, since we kind of smooth it out, it's up to the startups. We don't force them to do anything. And it allows experienced startups to come in and get one benefit, young startups to come in and get another benefit. And we do have some affiliations with, the university that's close to us. Josh is a co-instructor with Dr. Metcalf at what used to be called One Semester Startup, now called Longhorn Startup. We're trying to be the center of entrepreneurial gravity in Austin in a non-competitive way. So when Dream Adventures decided to run an accelerator program in Austin, they didn't have a place to run it. We raised our hand and said, why don't you run it at Capital Factory? Same thing for Techstars. When Techstars opened their Austin program, we said, why don't you run it at Capital Factory? And when you guys came to town, I gave you the tour of the place. It's really, in the spirit of understanding how hard it is and the odds against the startups, if everybody really just bands together and helps them. And that's why I like the spirit of the no charge, legal, anything that it's all goodness. And so that's kind of the spirit of Capital Factory.
When Longhorn Startup Camp lost their space, you guys kind of came to the rescue, didn't you?
Yep, they came over. Yeah, there's all kinds of interaction like that.
Can you talk a little bit more about what you've offered for the students in that program?
Yeah, well, so we'll sometimes hold hackathons or other events that they can come over. We have a subscription to a service called Rewardly that has more than 100 or so free and discounted software and services, and more than $100,000 of free hosting credits from Rackspace and Amazon and Microsoft and SoftLayer. So we found a way to extend those benefits to the Longhorn startup students. So, you know, if we can get our startups free stuff, you know, that's way high on our list. You know, probably right below mentorship is get them free stuff.
Free food.
Free food, yeah, whatever it is. And so that extends over to the university students as well.
Well, interestingly enough, Startup Aggieland started out as an accelerator, 100% accelerator. We thought that was the way to go. We found we kind of ran into the same thing as Capital Factory holistically, in that our students are students first, and they don't move at the speed of light. And sometimes issues with girlfriends and boyfriends and life in general gets in the way. So we pivoted to mostly incubator now. Darlene, would you like to talk a little bit about Tech Fort Worth?
Well, I'd say in that regard too, ours, you know, we've looked at accelerator models, and a lot of incubators across the country also now incorporate some form of that to get the company started. With us, the companies we have an early stage program that is about a 3-month program, but then most of our clients they might be with us 3 or 5 years. They're medical technologies, so they take a little longer to get to market. And so they might be with us that long. It could be 6 months. We don't really care. Some of them lease space with us, some don't. We're kind of indifferent to that. But the thing that I agree with Gordon on is the thing we have in common, all incubators really, I think, and accelerators, is that whole mentorship model and trying to find them free or less expensive services, trying to get as much. For me, it's about trying to put as many resources, local resources, into those companies early on to give them the best foundation for potential success. So one of the things we now do, we have office hours, so we have, which means local law firms or accounting firms or Silicon Valley Bank comes in, but they'll come in, they have a set, like one afternoon a week, where an attorney, right now we have Candy Hanger doing that, and we have a local IP attorney who graduated from here, who comes in, and they'll spend 1 or 2 afternoons a week, and they just sit in our lobby and work. So they've got their laptops, they're doing their virtual work, like Dr. was suggesting this morning. It's not a beach, but you know, we're not Hawaii, so but they come in, they work in our lobby, and they're there and available. So they're trying to sort of catch the clients with those top of mind questions. Right now, I've got this legal question, or this little thing that came up where they don't have to make an appointment with an attorney, go in, get charged for an hour for a question that might be just really simple. And so the deal is that if they ask their questions, if the attorney or whoever can answer their question while they're sitting there, that's free. If the attorney needs to go do some more work or bring in somebody else, they make an arrangement. But they get those early, easy questions out of the way at no cost to them. So it's the same sort of thing, trying to put early resources into those companies to give them a chance for success.
One of the interesting things about Startup Aggieland is that we're making a model that can be franchised to the other universities in the Texas A&M University system, which includes 11 campuses plus the law school, which could theoretically support an incubator. And we have Texas A&M Galveston, which presents a whole new world of opportunities. So Kevin's firm getting in early and Megan's students getting in early, and these types of programs show that the sky's the limit for law support. And I'd like to, our last question would be directed to Kevin. Where do you see the future of this going?
Well, one thing I'd like to mention is that one way to leverage the legal services in this context is to put on periodic seminars, like maybe 1 or 2 hour talks that are made available to the startup community at the universities. And I think that's been very helpful because while we might not like to admit it, most of the questions that come from startups are all the same. And you know, the problem that the startups have is that they really don't have the money to pay for the legal service, the one-on-one. But they do have enough time to show up for a 1 or 2 hour seminar that'll cover a lot of the major questions that they are going to have, and in that context, hopefully help them from blowing their leg off in a mine. Because the talks I'll give that an NM are basically issue spotting talks and say, okay, these are the things you need to look out for, okay? I'm not gonna go in a lot of detail on each one of them, but just put it back in the mind that, okay, you know, for example, the biggest mistake a startup makes is picking a bad name, going off and spending a bunch of money getting it incorporated and find out, well, gee whiz, we're getting a cease and desist letter from someone who has got a registration on that, or the file first and then disclose issue. That comes up a lot. Most people don't understand that. And then probably the third one that I try to drill into them is that you know, generally these startups are started by groups of people that all have great ideas that eventually make their way to patents or something like that. Well, the patent laws are very, very different with respect to who owns what. And so getting agreements between the parties on how the money's going to be split up, who owns the patents, that sort of stuff is incredibly important, as well as agreements in place to deal with contractors that you may hire. You know, you may think, well, yeah, I'm hiring this guy. Obviously, the work he does, I own, right? Well, no. So that sort of thing can save them a lot of money in the long run by keeping them from making the mistakes early on that all the startups tend to make the same ones. So that training, you know, I think is a very good way to leverage the legal the legal effort that is limited. I mean, no firm can go off and spend all their time doing pro bono work in this area. Everybody has a limited amount of bandwidth. We have to make a living. But in the time that we can provide, let's try to maximize the effectiveness at the startup level. As to where this is going long term, I'm still kind of convinced that without some sort of disruptive third party between the money and the startups are still going to have a hard time. There's got to be a bigger emphasis on somebody, whether it be law firms chipping in or what, breaking the deadlock between perfecting the IP and getting the money. And more so now than ever, much of the stuff that's coming out without IP protection is going to be knocked off in a week. So many of the good ideas that are coming out there, we've already talked about the thin capital cost of development, okay? Well, that also means that unless you've got some sort of protection on what you're doing, you're dead. Good example, I think Facebook had about 400 patents by the time they went public. Valuation was quite high. Twitter had about less than 20. Valuation not so good. So looking forward for these startups, I think IP is going to remain a big piece of what they do. One that they probably are not. In many cases, the software people don't think the patents are important.
That's correct.
But they are. And if they're not important to the software people, they are important to the venture people. So we've got to go and find a way to leverage the resources that we can get and basically jumpstart these guys, get them bootstrapped throughout that process.
In the case of Nubatech, which is one of our superstars right now, they have, what, 7 patents on the possible?
Yeah, well, they'll have at least a half a dozen applications, maybe a portfolio, a couple of dozen by the time it's done. And so, you know, when you counsel a client like that, you're basically saying, okay, we're gonna give you about $100,000 worth of free work here to get you over this hump. And you know, it sounds like a lot, but $30,000 for an application in these art areas is not a big, it's not unusual. And the other issue tends to be that finding competent counsel that can actually write these applications is also a problem. So they're fighting two areas. The costs are high and the availability is low.
I might add that having Kevin as our legal partner has been godsend, because in the case of Nuvatech, when they found out he was an electrical engineer, that created a trust level that would not have existed otherwise.
Just a geek with a law degree, that's all I am.
Why don't we throw it open for questions now, so you can get everyone a chance to ask questions, and we'll start off with you.
I'm both an entrepreneur and a lawyer, so I don't have the chicken egg problem. But I was thinking, one way could be, and I know that the venture people do not sign NDA. That's probably a rule of thumb. Could it be that they change this, and as part of their offering, what they do is they may sign an NDA and also may have internally in their services the offering of writing patent application for these inventors. In this way, if the the startup goes well, they are going to have their money. If it doesn't go well, they have a patent portfolio that anyway is going to be valuable. So this could, because we always have the interaction between law firm and inventors. Can we do the interaction between venture capitalists having inside their offering a law firm, and then we have the inventor goes there, and maybe we break these.
That'd be nice, but we're prohibited from having business relationships with in that context.
Well, it's
You know,
not that you're going to be working for the capitalists. You're going to be the venture capitalists will set it up for the inventor. They will sign an NDA, which is a no-no nowadays. And well,
yeah, the key thing here is that the client is always the, say for example, the inventor. It's not the guy with the money. That's the ethical issue that you got going there.
I understand that. I'm saying as part of the offering, they will subsidize the venture.
Oh, sure, but a lot of times the problem is that the venture people will not be interested unless the application's already filed.
That's right.
Right, and so, for example, a lot of people will tell you, if you go to even a company and say, hey, I got a great idea. Okay, let me show it to you. We'll say, have you filed a patent application? That's the first thing that's going to come out of their mouth, because they may be working on the same invention internally, and they don't want to be in some contest about who did what first. That's one of the reasons why the provisional applications are very useful, because they're kind of using the patent office as a notary. Whoever gets their document there first and describes it is the guy that wins, right? There was a question back there.
I wanted to ask you, it seems like you have a lot of ideas coming to you. How are you managing your conflicts checks?
We do a conflict check on this just the same way we would with anything else that comes in the firm. Okay, and to be honest with you, we've had to turn some stuff down. It was in an area similar to what we were working on for somebody else. Now, for those of you that are out there in law, you realize that one of the big things that we're giving these people is that conflict, right? Because once we take on an area in a given area, well, that prevents us from taking a paying client in that same area, okay? So the conflict thing is not a small part of the deal, because I truly expect that when we take on a client like that, most of them will fail, right? That's just the numbers, right? Of the ones that don't fail, others will go on and they'll go to other firms. That's fine too. The goal is to try to get them over the hump. But you're right. You do have to do a full conflict check just like you do anything else. When I get something, a referral from Shelley, that's the first thing I do, and it's part of the process. And
the other thing you do is you screen the names, the brand.
Screen the names and the brand and stuff like that to make sure that there are no other issues there. That, like I say, the biggest mistake a lot of people make is in the branding part. So it's important to make sure that they don't get in a situation where they're going to get a cease and desist letter or get sued. What's the worst thing that can happen to a startup? You get sued, or you get some demand letter that you then have to hire a real attorney to respond to. Well, that's $10,000-$20,000. You don't have that money. You know, they don't have the money to make that mistake.
Yes, Brian?
I was gonna say, what are your thoughts on filtering those, though? Obviously, Robin made a good point. They only really look at accelerated or incubated companies. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's, I've kind of left that up to Shelley at this point. My goal in doing this, or at least in trying to reach out, was just to try to serve, okay? Realizing that it was a problem, especially with respect to the technologies that might have a chance, but were never going to make it unless they had some IP. And the other scenarios where if the idea is really good, it's even worse because, like I said before, they'll go off and publish, do a bunch of other stuff, and find out, well, yeah, we've just blown all our international protection. And to a person, no one understands that when they first come to us. How important it is to, even if you're about to publish a paper, okay, just slap a cover sheet on it, throw it in as a provisional, just to set that stake in the ground and provide that filing date.
So, yes, sir, in the back.
Are there IP ownership issues unique to startups coming out of a university environment, and specifically, say, with respect to undergraduate-based startups?
We have an agreement with the A&M system that was worked out early on, especially for undergraduates. If the IP is developed outside of a research lab or outside of a classroom, it is wholly owned by the student. And Startup AgNet takes no equity, the university takes no equity either.
So developed outside of a classroom?
Outside of a classroom, it cannot be a classroom project, and outside of a research lab that's funded by the university. Because those are state resources.
Do you know if that's true for, say, private schools?
I don't know, because we haven't dealt with one, but we hope to soon. We're looking at a feeder program with a private school in our area, so we'll find out more about that.
Well, I might be able to speak to that a little bit. That'll depend on the intellectual property policies of the particular university. And so we worked with Wesleyan over the last couple of years to draft the IP policy for Wesleyan to update it. And as part of that, canvassed different intellectual property policies across the country. And there's a wide range of ownership issues that come up, and they're dealt with in an equally wide range of ways.
So the undergraduate students are starting to be pressured to assign their IP coming in. Graduate students and faculty have been pretty well addressed by, I think, IP policies. But undergraduates, to me, seem to be in some sort of gray area.
They have been in some sort of gray area, and I think what we're seeing is, as IP policies are coming into kind of a modern context, as a lot of universities are working to revise their policies now. I mean, simply, a lot of universities didn't even deal with undergraduate inventions or copyrighted works or anything at all. But I think we're starting to see those agreements specifically address undergraduate students, which, is good in a couple of ways. One, it's just good in a holistic legal sense that that's a gap. But also, I think to me it means that there are a lot more undergraduate students who are, creating things. And how awesome is that we're starting to recognize that as a part of the university environment.
And overall, the age of an average undergraduate is increasing. So they're coming in from private industry. They already have companies, or they've had companies, and so that kind of changes the dynamics of dealing with undergrads.
With all the stuff you're talking about, I'm thinking about going back to undergrad.
The ownership issues extend beyond just the university. I mean, you also have to make sure that you probe the people involved, because some of them may work for companies. Okay, they may have already assigned away their IP and not know it. The other thing that I've seen rarely addressed, but I always talk to people about it, are the spousal and significant other issues that are going to be, that can be raised. For example, Texas is a kind of a rare state, community property and common law. So a person can be married, but not with paper. The community property issues can raise their head in divorce and a bunch of other issues with respect to the IP. So you need to nail that down in the contracts. with respect to transfers and stuff.
I just wanted to follow up on a few things. I looked at about 80 university IP policies about 5 years ago, and you're right, they didn't say much about undergraduate students. Some of them were drafted broadly enough that if you were working in the dining hall, then you were an employee in the university, took the position, we own all your stuff. The University of Missouri system, if somebody wants to look on at UMKC, University of Missouri, Kansas City, a couple years ago, changed their policy and put in a number of safe harbors for students, including if they developed a business out of a business planning competition in classroom settings and teams and things. And basically, the university will stay away from it unless it was from a research grant or they had some special access to some special equipment that nobody else has. So I think it's a good one to look at. I think they did a pretty good job. And I think the Kauffman Foundation gave them some kind of award for the system who did that. It was very student friendly. It sounds like Kevin and I think alike on the ownership issues. It's not just IP, although that's key. It's also what I teach BizOrg, deemed partnerships. You can have partnerships. There's a case in Missouri where a professor hired a research assistant. The professor started his own business. He was a hydrologist, and he sued the research assistant because the research assistant took off with his microscope, which was some kind of very fancy microscope. Research assistant counterclaimed, said, "I'm your partner, so I can use that microscope too." And it turned out that the professor won the case, but narrowly. So when we're talking about any time there's more than one person involved in something, it's part of it is who's the inventor, but part of it is did you create a business partnership even without regard to the IP. So I applaud nailing that down clearly. I worry about incubators and startup weekends and things where people all come in and it's terrific and they're contributing ideas, and I use the same word you do. When you leave that weekend, who owns what? Right.
That has absolutely been a problem for us with 3-day startups, because we'll have teams of 15, they disappear after 3-day startup, and then a couple of them will start going with the idea and doing very well with it, and here comes those other 12 or 14 wanting to know where their piece of the action
They don't come back if the business fails, but if it doesn't, it's, I was in.
Right, and there's no NDAs, there's no agreements coming out of that as well. I think we had some questions at the back.
A little bit of background info. I'm the one out here, so that's where this question is going to come from. There are two questions. First, how much does a provisional application run? I don't think you all covered that.
Okay, the good news is that the law changed here recently, and so we take a massive $100 retainer from the startup to cover all the costs, and I think the fees are about $65 for a micro entity. So if you're a student making less than $150,000, which is generally a pretty good bet, that's what we do. So generally, if the app's under 100 pages, there's no additional. There's a fee for larger applications that the patent office charges if it's over that. So we try to keep it to about 100 pages. But you can do a lot in that.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And my next question is, whenever I'm out searching for, like right now I'm looking for internships and various bits of experience, there seems to be almost an iron curtain in between the law guys and the finance guys. Do y'all see that? I don't know if this is an accurate representation, but do y'all see that? Is that changing? Is that actually there is a figment of my imagination? I have a very strong background in finance, and I would love to somehow merge the two together. That would be wonderful.
Our experience at Startup Banking is when there's no walls. We've been very, very blessed, I guess, because everyone's been very supportive of us. I don't know if anybody else has had a different experience with any barriers between finance and law.
Well, I guess I'm not really sure what you mean by that iron curtain. Could you be a little more specific? You're looking for an internship with a finance person and they don't want someone with a law background, or the other way around? Is that what you mean?
A little bit of both. I think after hearing y'all's answer, I think I might be looking at something wrong, so I will simply check the way I'm going about this. And
I think, just to jump in here, I think that you're not maybe looking at something wrong. I think that these people are looking at something right. I think what we're seeing here, and part of the value of having them here, are these are individuals who are involved in organizations that are bringing, as part of their basic mission, which gives me goosebumps. Bringing all of these aspects together for the entrepreneurs to support them in the community. And so they're bringing, as part of this mentorship, all of these things kind of take place under one roof, and it's a very interdisciplinary kind of activity. And so one of the interesting things, I think, is to explore, the chicken and egg problem and the legal problem, say, how can we as, educators and people involved in, working with law students, how can we get, that legal problem incorporated into some of the things that, some of these solutions into some of the things that they're doing. So I think that your question probably would have been answered very differently in another setting, but it's in part because of the very nature of why these people are here that
maybe you should
see
search
those
We do
problems.
look at it all together.
Yeah, which is great and groundbreaking and innovative in and of itself.
Yes, sir.
A couple questions, but wanted to comment on a few things. I guess first, this is a gray area in IP, for example, that we're talking about. And I pardon the IP attorneys in the room, but sometimes you got to live with that uncertainty. That's what a startup's all about. In fact, I have a successful client that had a patent issue come up after their software was developed. And the angel, who was a very successful .com entrepreneur, made about $400 million, said, that's all right, when we have money, we'll just do lawsuits. So what lawyer will advise their client to do that? But it kind of opened our eyes that, we have blinders on sometimes about the law is the most important thing. It rarely is, actually, in the startup world. Or Google putting all their books online to get sued. I know someone at Google .org, he said their plan was to get sued so they can have litigation over copyright. It worked. So, we have to be open-minded as attorneys helping entrepreneurs to think differently. But my questions are, first, do you work with law school clinics, and how? And if not, is there a way? Because this is about law school clinics. And secondly, for the students in the room, what makes up a great lawyer for entrepreneurs? What kind of qualities as they
Great
learn?
question.
So there's
Somebody's
kind of
already
two
asked that.
things.
Yeah.
Anyone can address that?
I'll take the entrepreneur, what makes a great lawyer one, because I've been working with lawyers for 8 years, and when I was small, when we were medium-sized, when we were big, when we got sued, when we won, when we sued others. I think we've been through it all, but, so, contrary to what you said earlier, I value my attorneys highly. We wouldn't be where we are without them. They're some of my best friends, actually. They're business-minded, although they're attorneys, and I think those are the best ones, the guys that understand business. And they aren't just true lawyers. We go to them for advice on business points. They bring business points to an agreement that make a lot of sense. And their mindset is not a litigious mindset. So we put fair contracts together that make sense for both parties. And I think if you do that on the front side, you're going to avoid a lot of bad things happening later. A lot of times, the paper doesn't mean anything at the end of the day anyway. We're constantly in violation of our GNC agreement, and they're constantly in violation of the agreement as well, but we're partners. So you're not going to call your attorney to sue your biggest, we sue our biggest customer, it doesn't make any sense, right? So, and even when things go bad, you're just not going to do that. It doesn't make sense, because all the attorneys are going to make all the money, and we're not going to have any left. So what makes a great attorney? Somebody who thinks like a business person, somebody that actually has some entrepreneurial spirit inside them, somebody who doesn't have a litigious mindset, somebody that is fair in fees, and some of our attorneys don't charge us for just calling them up and asking a few questions, and the whole micromanaging of every quarter, half hour, and rounding up and stuff is getting old. And I think that whole world needs to change, because you've got a lot of young people who are going to be mid-sized people, and they're going to be older, and that's just not where we come from. We're not interested in getting billed that way. And I give a lot of advice to people for free, and I think I could bill $350 an hour too, including our attorneys, but it just doesn't work that way. So why does it have to always work one way? So, he's probably worth $500 an hour. So, it's important that attorneys change. They become more entrepreneurial. They become more about the community, about the partnership that's being created. Sorry, and not about, hey, I've got to get this to my attorney so we can get protected. you know, and you referred to that earlier about partnering.
It's almost like attorneys become investors.
Yeah, I mean, they're a key member of the team, and if you have the right one, I think somebody back there said, you know, we kept the attorneys out, and I think it's because you had the wrong ones, to be honest with you, right? So if you have the right ones, and there are very few of them, then you'll be fine.
An analogy I might use is, as I've been an executive for different companies, the ones where I had a GC on staff, member of the company, they tended to be more of an advisor, telling me if we do this, here's the risk, we do here, this is a risk, and then it's a business decision, right? Versus when I've been an executive, I've worked with a firm whose only mission is just, keep me out of jail kind of thing. So I think if you kind of think of that as an analogy, it applies to best law
I
firms
always
for
tell my
helping startups.
students, yeah, you can give them the factors or whatnot, but tell them what to do. Like, if I were you, I would do this. That's taking it a step further.
And they hate doing that.
I'm afraid we've run out of time.
It's probably good that we wrap up now, but I think that you raised such an interesting point about the role of, as we see the role of attorneys changing in the legal marketplace, kind of changing as well. A friend of mine said that, was talking about how attorneys as consiglieres, kind of like the mock sort of way, but that kind of true advisor. I question whether the legal market is changing in a way that takes us back to some kind of beginning of lawyers as counselors and advisors, and trying to figure out those synergies between the two groups, I think is
You're gesture of the ecosystem, that's really what this is about, because our law fees, our fees for Kevin are covered by a small seed fund for our students, provided by a tech entrepreneur at Rackspace, the CEO there. So it's sort of a cycle. He provides the funding that we give to the students to pay Kevin's $100 fee, and he provides the pro bono work. So to that young man's question, maybe he's looking in the wrong place, maybe he should be looking at incubators for an internship.
Well, thank you so much. This has been incredibly enlightening.
Thank you.
We have one more panel before lunch, and we're going to look at some of the challenges to supporting entrepreneurship.
Did you get yours loaded? No, not yet.
This really is what makes it a great place to live, and as someone who is a transplant from the Northeast, I can attest that it is a great place to live. My kids love it, and I don't think I'm allowed to leave at any point. My name is Brian Holland. I'm a professor here at the law school. I teach in all areas of IP, and I focus on technology, particularly digital technology, networks, privacy, contracting, that sort of thing. I'm going to be moderating this panel, which is entitled Challenges to Supporting Entrepreneurship. I want to begin first with a few words on context and institutional culture and structures and institutional values. My viewpoint on this comes from the fact that before going to law school and going into law teaching, I worked with 3 different entrepreneurial enterprises over the span of 7 years, each of which were in entirely different areas. One provided financial news and information, the other provided all-natural toothpaste, and the third provided educational financing for underprivileged students. So really saw the whole field, and probably the most shocking part of the transition from that world to the world of law school and then law teaching in universities has been the environment in which we operate. And I've referred to it a bit as a culture clash, although that might be a bit strong on the language, perhaps not a clash, but I came from sort of the entrepreneurial ethos of risk and tolerance of risk, and enter the university environment of stability and tradition, where indeed one of the greatest benefits of the degree you get is to diminish risk. Particularly where I come from, I tell this story to my classes where I'm from, I'm born and raised in Maine, but I spent most of my time in the Northeast. If you were at a cocktail party and someone asked you what you did, you'd go, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer. If you were in business, you go, I'm in business. It was a very different, here in Texas, it's, I'm in business. I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer. You know, it's just a complete culture shift. And the university environment where it's so focused on stability and tradition and diminishing risk, I went back to the article that I believe is going to be referenced later when Russ Conser speaks, the Bringing Silicon Valley Inside. They talk about the difference, the author talks about the difference between stewardship and entrepreneurship. And I think that really captures the difference in the university setting, at least the traditional university setting, and the incubators and the entrepreneurs that we're trying to bring in. The universities are more stewards than entrepreneurial, at least traditionally. We at the university tend to be a bit siloed, both in our areas of expertise and the people in our networks with whom we connect. And of course, we're not just academics, we're also lawyers. So it's double the fun, right? We are trained from day one, the first day of torts, primarily based on lawsuits. We study lawsuits. We don't study transactions for the most part. We start from lawsuits and work backwards. So this brainwashes us quite strongly with the lawsuit as the primary point access point from which we view the world. So as both academics and lawyers, we are trained, as Greg said earlier, to minimize risk, and we potentially lose sight of our clients' dreams, their timelines, their tolerance of risk, and so on. So that being said, our students, and particularly my students, there are at least 5 or 6 of my students here today, are certainly pushing me to be more entrepreneurial and to bring that experience into our classrooms. But the ABA and State Bar Association rules certainly don't encourage us to think outside of the box on these matters, particularly when it comes to the practice of law by unlicensed graduates. So we face a lot of obstacles, both in the institution we work for, the ethos of that and culture of those institutions, the nature of law study, and the rules within which we operate. So each of our speakers today, we have 3 speakers. Unfortunately, Patricia Campbell suffered a death in the family quite literally while she was in transit here and had to turn around and head back home. And we send out our condolences and good thoughts to her. So we have 3 presenters today, and each of them operates at least in some version of this environment I'm describing, in this culture that when we embrace entrepreneurship is a bit challenged to get out of our box and think differently. They face challenges both large and small. They face challenges that are temporary and some that are more long-term. They face challenges of educating those in the administration and within the institutional structure about precisely what they're trying to do. So our format here is going to be 3 15-minute presentations, followed by the end, I think, given that we have a remote presenter, I think it's best to save questions a bit towards the end rather than take them in between presenters. So I'll save the end discussion. I'll keep it pretty close to the 15 minutes for each person. That should leave a lot of time for discussion. And at the end, that's what we'll do. So I look forward to their insights. I thank everyone for coming, and David, I think you're up first.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, thank you for having me here. My name is David Dio. I'm from Washington University in St. Louis. Speaking of branding, we found the need over the years to clarify where we are. We're not in the state of Washington, and we're not in Washington, D.C. But that is my institution. I went to the University of Missouri in Columbia, and so I have appreciation for that. I feel welcome here. I did marry an Aggie, so I'm familiar with these types of people here, so I'm happy to be here. What I wanted to talk about was our experience. This will be the 9th year that we've had the intellectual property, and it's had various iterations over the past. In fact, we're in the midst of rebranding our efforts here to more accurately reflect what we do. We're now going to be known as the Entrepreneurship and Intellectual Property Clinic, and this is an example of tensions that we get from our various constituencies. The law school insisted upon the existence of intellectual property in our name, even though we're actually primarily servicing entrepreneurs, and all of the ones that we deal with have intellectual property issues. But there it is, that's what we are now. Previously, and what's in my biography here indicates that I'm the director of the Intellectual Property Nonprofit Organizations Clinic. But we are the EIP now. What I wanted to go through just a brief overview of what the clinic is and the type of work that we do, and then focus the latter part of my presentation on the various challenges that we've had over the years in running the program. We're a live client, and I want to back up just real quick here. The difference between the clinic that Greg talked about and the one that Robin talked about is an example of the two extremes that you can have, not extremes, but just great variances in the types of organizations and programs that can offer these types of services. They're entrepreneurial in nature in that they adapt to the needs of their particular environment, and they work because they work. And that's what we've ended up with has been the result of what we've discovered worked over the years. We're a live client in-house clinic, and we're the only clinical offering at my law school that has transactional work that we provide the students. And I'll focus that on in a second. 2 full-time supervising attorneys, myself and my colleague Ethan Sant, and we supervise 16 students in our class. The students work for 6 hours of academic credit, so approximately half of their full-time load. And in order to receive that credit, they're required to attend a weekly 2-hour seminar where we discuss the substantive issues that they might be facing with their clients. And outside of the clinic seminar, they're required to work 21 hours per week spent on client-related matters. And we give all of our current 16 students are carrying an average of 5 to 6 clients with a varying degree of involvement that they have with those clients. We run the clinic like we run a law firm. So I'm responsible for the work product that the students provide on behalf of the clients, as my colleague is as well. They are obligated to keep track of their time, and before we'll give them credit at the end of the year, then they're required to document that they've spent enough time throughout the semester on the work. But we work primarily with entrepreneurs, and we characterize them as either social or commercial entrepreneurs. For the social entrepreneurs, we're a full-service law firm, and we'll do everything from take them at their initial stage to wrap them up or merge them with an entity at the end point in their lifespan. We'll create the legal entity, so we draft the articles of incorporation, and we'll file those with the Secretary of State. We move work on into the organization and the management of our clients. We get them registered with the federal government. We'll draft bylaws and go through them with the different options that they can have for the bylaws. Draft policies that will need to be present to be in compliance with the law and look for what the Internal Revenue Service will look for in their application for recognition of tax-exempt status. And we even conduct training events for our clients to help them understand best practices for management of their organization. For those that we've got established, we'll move them through the process of acquiring tax exempt status. That is a Form 1023. We tell them it takes about 5 minutes to sign up to pay taxes, and it takes about 30 hours to get yourself eligible to not pay them. So it's a very involved process. We'll have them go through that. And we've had success with the majority of our clients of attaining the tax exempt status, and we feel that's a reflection of the work that we put in on the front end of preparing that application. And then all of our clients come up with various legal issues. We'll review employment contracts for executive directors. We'll look at leases. We've had contract for services for any number of opportunities that they've dealt with. And depending upon the organization, they come in with a variety of issues. And for the nonprofit sector, there's nothing that we won't do. For the commercial entrepreneurs, we've had to be sensitive to a couple of issues here, but we do provide a variety of services. We'll review, we take all clients in and do an initial assessment, much like you had to do your physical exam before you could participate in sports in school. We'll go through them and take a look at the issues and try to identify areas of concern, and then form a plan for them to address those. So that's the start with what we do with those. We separate all the commercial entrepreneurs into those that have developed some technological innovation and that should be on the patent track, and then we have a catch-all for everybody else. So for those that have something that's a new technological innovation, something that's eligible for patent, we'll pair them with students that have the ability to sit for the USPTO bar and that have an interest in working in that area. And we'll go over there. We'll do a patent review for them, do a search, and give them an opinion on the scope of protection that might be available for them. For every entity, even the social ones, we go through a naming issue. As Kevin suggested, we don't want people to choose a name that paints a bullseye on their back. So we don't want you in business for a month to get cease and desist letter. Or worse, we don't want you to be around for 2 years and have developed a good following for you and then be in a situation where you have to change your name. So it's not as important. Now, we don't find that nonprofits sue each other that much, but it does happen. Coleman's has asserted their rights with respect to the little pink ribbon, as well as the For the Cure anything. So it does happen, although the vast majority of nonprofits don't get into those types of disputes. And inevitably, they all want to choose poor names from a trademark perspective because they're always descriptive of what they do, which is not protected initially. But we'll give them guidance on trademark, and if necessary, we'll help them work through a rebranding effort, or if they haven't gone into business yet, we'll help them come up with the best approach to do that. Everybody's got copyright issues. Mostly what we'll do with the commercial entrepreneurs is explain to them the limits of what copyright can do for you. But for those that do have issues, we'll address those. Website review, everybody's got a website. The basics for those, the terms of use, privacy policy. We get lots of clients come into us and gotten a cease and desist letter from Getty Images. Like, wow, we had an intern this summer put together some stuff for a website, put this picture up there, and now Getty wants $500 from us. So what do we do? So we put together some training modules on them on how to appropriately acquire permission to use photographs and other imagery on your websites. Try to do that. We have moved into providing services where we will actually do the corporate formation work for the for-profits, and we're in the process of determining guidelines. We're afraid that if we open this up to everybody, we'll be overwhelmed with requests for work. So we're developing some guidelines, but we are going to work with our entrepreneurs to help them get set up and legally recognized. And we'll do everything from articles of incorporation, or if they're going to do an LLC, an operating agreement that takes into account a lot of these issues. It's been my experience over the years that a failure to address some of the most basic topics at the early stage is what results in the company failing at a later date. Not because of any problem with the validity of their business model or their product or the market for it. It's because there's invariably 3 founders. They were all best friends when they started it. They're in a honeymoon phase. Nothing's ever going to happen. And then 2 years down the road, one guy's doing all the work, one guy's not doing anything, and the other one's the one that had the money or the organizational skills, and they can't get along anymore. And because they didn't have an agreement in place, they inevitably fail. So we're trying to focus them up early on, hey, while you guys are all in agreement here, why don't we talk about how you're going to handle certain eventualities that will inevitably come up. So we try to focus them on that. So that's the background. Well, I'm going to try to talk about the challenges that we've run into over the years with this. When we created this clinic, we went to the general counsel's office, who are staffed by insurance types, and we told them we want to start an intellectual property clinic. And their eyes got this big, and they're like, well, tell us more about what you're going to do. We're not sure we're going to be able to be comfortable with that. And so they gave us some initial feedback on what they didn't want us to do. They don't want us to do the non-infringement opinions, the freedom to operate opinion that was suggested earlier. We're not allowed to do that just by virtue of what the general counsel's office has let us do. And we're not going to do litigation, and we're not going to do patent filings, although we're exploring some issues on doing some provisional filing, like Kevin's talked about doing, something that we might be able to work out there. But inevitably, you're constrained by student limitations. So we can ask students to do a lot, and they're capable of doing more than they think they are. But inevitably, they lack the experience and they lack the wisdom to make some of the decisions. Now, we can provide that to them, but in certain cases, it's just not appropriate to have students to work on that. So we have to take that into account when we're doing a lot of the work that we do. And then the nature of a student environment is that they start with us at the beginning of the semester, and at the end of the semester, they graduate or they go, they're starting in classes, and so we have a turnover period. And so projects that span longer than a semester are a challenge for us to manage. So those are the inherent limitations of the students. The malpractice concerns I just addressed, but inevitably, the litigation and non-infringement concerns create issues that we're just not allowed to take. And then the carrying a docket creates other issues as well that we don't do. But what we try to do with all of the clients is to at least address these issues. And our goal for every client that we have is that they come out and that they are able to be more efficient and knowledgeable consumers of legal services down the road. So if we've done nothing else, if we can explain to them the issues and they understand what it is that they need to address, we can hope that they'll be more efficient consumers of legal services and have a better appreciation as to the role that lawyers play for their businesses. But one of the main issues that we run into is when we started talking about taking on clients that are of a for-profit nature, is that's a departure from the norm for clinical education programs that have historically been focused on providing services to those that traditionally don't have access to it. And so we've had to make the argument that we do provide a benefit, and the opportunity for the social venture that does job training and tries to create opportunities for their constituents that need work. They need places to work. And so our argument is that we're a benefit and that we are consistent with the mission there. And there's been an acceptance of that. We're also aware that we have a challenge with the local bar. We don't want to take business away from them. And when I speak with members of the local bar, I like to tell them, the guy that calls you up and takes an hour of your time asking questions, he should be coming to me first. And when I tell him you need a patent application, I'll send him to Kevin and do that way. So that's one of the roles that we try to play in there, and it's one that's worked for us. And as a result, we have a good support from the local bar. So our client intake, we'll take any nonprofit, and the commercial ventures, we've presented some screening efforts. So we're going to take any commercial venture that comes out of the university, and then if you're in St. Louis and you've got less than $50,000 of annual revenue, we'll take you. So basically pre-investment organizations, and then any organization that's got a social mission, we'll work with them. So the benefits of the program, basically the clients get good service. The students, it's one of their first opportunities to work in an environment. where they get practical skills. They take the theory that they're learning in their classes, and we put them face-to-face with clients the second week of class, and they handle their own caseload, they manage their own caseload, and so it's their first true experience in the law school community of what it's actually like to practice. The law school benefits, obviously, because we're providing a service that's in need, and the community, we think, also benefits as well. 15 minutes really flies by, so I'll be available to answer questions at the end of this.
It's going to take 3 minutes to connect to Skype, so my plan is completely foiled. It's okay with you, David. We could go ahead and see if anyone has any questions for David off the bat. Yes.
Oh, David, it sounds like you have a fairly conservative environment. So I'm wondering what your documentation plan is. How do you manage the written documents and emails and things like that with your clients?
We have policies in place for all that. The students are required to run anything that's of work product nature through one of the two supervising attorneys before that's done. Before anything goes out to clients, we're ultimately responsible for everything. But we've spent a lot of time and effort creating a document management system and a case management system so that we keep track of it. We run it like a firm. Every new client we run through a conflict check on the front end with the intake form. And so we really employ the practices that we had in private practice, both Keith and I, within the client as well.
And how long do you keep the documents?
5 years.
Yes.
I assume you have an engagement letter. What kind of unique provisions might you have in your engagement letter that kind of apply to clients? Like this, no direct communications with the students. Do you have anything like that in there?
No, not in that part. That we enforce that on the back end with the students. But we tell them your work's going to be worked on by the student. And it's going to be reviewed by us, but ultimately you're agreeing to this. And the nature of it is such that they have other obligations as well because they're in school, so we can't be as responsive to you. So it's more on the line of full disclosure of what we're telling you. But we do take steps, and we train the students on it in the scope of work that's going to provide there. We try to manage the tendency for clients to have mission creep. So we come in with the one question and they're like, oh, by the way, here's the other 10 things that I want. So we're careful about not doing anything that we haven't already agreed to.
All right, we'll have time for more questions after the end. Thank you for a couple. I think we'll turn now to Bill Kell. Bill, can you hear us?
Yep.
Okay, great. We can hear you just fine.
Oh, that's great to hear.
Can you see us? Can you see us as well?
Yes, I can. What do you see on your screen there?
We see two things. One is your face, although it's not moving. Oh, there we go. There we go. And we see half a PowerPoint.
Half a PowerPoint.
It's not in presentation mode, it doesn't look like.
I'll be putting that up in just a moment there.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Looks like a good group there. Thank you for welcoming me down there through, again, the miracle of computer-mediated communication, as they call it. So anyway, today I'm going to be talking a little bit about this new trend in the law. I think it has some implications both for teachers and then also for practitioners and then for consumers as well. That's why I call my presentation, here you go, put it up here. Everybody know what that means?
Yeah. I think they get the idea, yeah.
Good, okay, great. Anyway, just as a quick background here, I've been teaching at Boalt Hall here in Berkeley since 2001 and before that at Cornell. And I instituted a transactional clinic here that I basically transplanted from Boalt, or transplanted from Cornell. And we've been working over the last few years to try and stay ahead of some of the technology that is there. We have important connections throughout California. We've done some international work as well. And so I've been wrestling with the use of technology in lawyering for some time now, just trying to keep up with things, really. So my presentation is trying to take into account the survey that our Titanic trio of Megan Carpenter, Tony Lupino, and myself did in the fall. And it was primarily of the transactional clinics that we are all sort of connected with, that I'm sure Megan and Tony will tell you about. And the sort of takeaway from that survey was that there is a great sense in the transactional clinic community that we need to do more to try and assist student entrepreneurs in particular that may have difficulty accessing legal assistance, and there may be some.
Bill, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. We've lost your video. We still have your audio, but your picture has come up.
Yeah.
Rather than, we're not getting the video.
Oh, we're not getting the PowerPoint?
No.
Oh.
Or you, either one.
Okay, let me see if I can put it back on the screen here. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on a second. Escape that. All right. Well, hopefully you guys have the PowerPoint there. Let's see if I can get it back on the screen at least. See, this is the thing. We're all trying to wrestle with this. I would just wait until they institute smell-o-vision or something like that. We just don't all know what to do. Anyway, okay, what do you see now, guys?
We've still got sort of your icon picture there.
Ah, crap. Okay. Well, let me see. What do we do here?
Do you want us to start the PowerPoint?
Let me go back up again and let me try and get off of share screens. I can do that. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. I think I got it.
It's looking good. Hold on. There you are.
All right. All right. So when I went to share screens, it was a bit of a trouble there. So let me keep off of share screens. And what I'll do is I'll put my PowerPoint off over to the left here. Hopefully it won't be too hard to see. Okay. So is that better?
We've still got just you.
Just me, huh? God, what a problem. Okay. Well, why don't you, if you can just do the screen with the PowerPoint on it, I think that probably would be best.
Okay, just give us a second here. This is about overcoming problems with.
Let me see if I can get my tech person out here to do things.
All right, which slide are you on now? Uh-oh, I lost it now.
So this is a good example, folks, of, imagine that we were trying to do an interview at this point. Very, very important thing to be planning for, and the tech department, very online for sure. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit while you're trying to get that PowerPoint up there.
Okay, we've got your PowerPoint up. We're on the agenda slide.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so let me just say a few things about this. That we did a survey of about 37, we did a survey of about 130 clinics around the country that were doing transactional work, and about 37 responded, and they were all asked questions related to how do we try and fit in this new population of student entrepreneurs, try and get people a leg up in the job market, and harness that kind of creativity that's out there. And what do our clinics need to do to adjust to that? And I'll let Tony and Megan talk about that when they get up there. But my portion was trying to deal with the issue of the fact that many student incubators don't have law schools anywhere near them. And so in many ways, this is also a question about the use of technology to try and connect people more generally with law school. So next slide.
Okay.
So I think this the next slide basically talks about where we got the list of clinics to do the survey with. Kauffman Foundation has been very important ally in knitting our clinics together, and got great stuff on their website, by the way, for people to use. And our clinical group also gets together in annual clinician conferences where we can talk about some of these things too. So we'll probably have some good new ideas for next year after our April conference there. So let me get to my part there. What is computer-mediated communication? Let me see if I can play this video for you guys that I wanted to use to explain it. This is one of my favorite videos. Let's see if it'll come up. Through screen share, hold on. All right, this goes, we will be very proud. Okay, what do you see now?
Oh, wait, we have your video here. We'll play it.
All right, I'll watch you guys while you play it. Why don't you go ahead?
Now we have a Key and Peele skit.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yes, keep going. It's about a 2-minute clip.
I'm sorry, I'm talking at the same time as you. Okay? You go ahead and talk. I'm sorry, go ahead. No, it's all right. Are you talking right now? Are you trying to? Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just going to talk and you just keep. Okay, with you. I'm sorry. No. This is going to get that connection a little weak. I know. Are you talking right now? This is the way Jim. You all talk. What's that? What? Wait. What? Or this conversation is going to just go on forever. If you get out of it, I can't. That's ridiculous. I'm that now. I'm gonna end it. You're frozen. I can't tell. Okay? I don't want you to be offended. Ending it.
Okay. Are we back?
Yeah, just give us 1 sec. We'll get the PowerPoint back up.
I love Key and Peele. I wish I had another clip to show you, but that one, when I saw it, I just said to myself, oh my gosh, we've had so many experiences. I'm so glad our clients didn't hang themselves with some of them here. Anyway.
So which slide are you on at this point?
So go to the next slide. The slide starts with what is CMC.
Okay.
Yeah. So computer-mediated communication is the way that psychology and communication professors refer to this this kind of technology, and yet in the profession we call it e-lawyering. E-lawyering. And if you go on the ABA website, you'll see a whole bunch of really great stuff on e-lawyering there, making it, you know, I mean, it is stupendous. It's an amazing way that we can connect with our clients. That's for sure. I put it in the category of sliced bread. You know, the development of sliced bread. I understood the other day somebody said that Betty White is actually older than sliced bread because sliced bread came out in 1928. But anyway, the thing is, this is technology that we really need to do something to embrace. In many ways, right now, it's embracing us. And what I want to do in my talk here is talk a little bit about ways that we take a little bit more control over it and think about creating some, I would say, lawyerly mores around it, just as social mores have developed around it. You know, you don't want to use, you don't want to be using your cell phone in church or something like that. Similarly, you don't want to be using your cell phone while you're interacting with a client in your office, if that's at all possible. So let's find out first a little bit about what the practices are with the transactional clinicians, the 37 that responded for us. As you can see here, almost everybody uses email, no surprise there. I will say that, of course, email crept up on us kind of in the night, and all of a sudden now everybody's using it. Everybody's concerned about emails going in the wrong direction. We mostly had some issues with emails going to the wrong person because of that auto fill-in function. Maybe you know what I'm talking about. They think that you're emailing it to somebody and your computer's trying to be helpful with you, and you just, I just nail my students on saying you absolutely got to check the address before you send it out to somebody. So email, very popular, everybody's using it. There's even some of the psych and social science literature about how people are using email in a very unique kind of communication way these days, finding that on the one hand, email does sort of mute a lot of other characteristics. Of course, it's only in writing. So a number of people feel like they need to, with what they refer to as flair, so that you get a sense of how strongly they feel about something. They write an email that is a lot stronger than they feel because they don't have any other way of communicating what the strength is of their feeling there. So there are many ways that human behavior is trying to adjust to these new technologies that I think is pretty interesting that we should keep an eye on there. Phone conferences, I was surprised to see that only about half of the clinicians are using phone conferences. Well, one thing that might suggest is that we we are feeling more comfortable with verbal communication, but it's still missing those verbal cues, those visual cues that are maybe important when you're counseling your client. Two-way video, the thing that we just saw with Key and Peele, pretty mixed there. It looks about half and half on how people are using it. Only about 18% said that they used it often. That's where we are and something like that. But always trying to find ways to make it work better and not be an off-putting thing with our clients. So about 60% said generally they're using CMC. Let's go to the next slide. Now, this is a part I have a little concern about, is the way that it's potentially being used for interactions that might be better staged face-to-face. We asked questions about whether face-to-face meetings, how do you feel about face-to-face meetings now that this is available here? We still got a very strong response, which I was happy to hear. About 93% still said face-to-face is pretty important. But then I also note that a whole bunch, big majority, are seeing clients more than 100 miles away. And, well, I just got back from the Central Valley yesterday. That's a little more than 100 miles. I can't see a lot of clinics going out, driving their students around doing that on a regular basis there. So they're probably both saying, yes, we want face-to-face, and yet at the same time, do we have the capacity to drive that far? No. Probably we're seeing more and more guilty use of this CMC just because there's no other option available really there. Now, would you be willing to substitute two-way video for face-to-face? Yeah, it looked like there was some interest in doing that, and others, I guess I'd say about 40% said, nah, I'm just not feeling good about this. I'm not feeling this yet. Well, let's go to the next slide there. So, I don't want to be somebody coming to Barry Caesar here or Barry CMC. I think this is a stupendous advance in injection technologies there, reaching distant clients. I would say another way we use it on a regular basis is just to bring in more founders than can come to a meeting. Even if they're in the Bay Area, a number of them say, look, I just can't get over there, and so we'll have a live client in the office, and then his partner on Skype at the same time. And that's actually pointed out some very important things we were missing by having the founders just like identify one person to come in. If we have more of them in the room, we see a little bit more about what the deal is between them. And in that way, I think probably paying a little more attention to our conflicts in a way that hasn't been possible before. So I definitely see some advantages in doing something like this. Now the concerns. Of course, technology being perfected being one, Skype and Google Hangout and all those are still working the bugs out of things. I expect those will happen, they'll work out in the next few years, and things will be real solid in terms of seeing somebody there, and it'll be basically like dealing with a person on television, if you can do that. Dampening effects. This is probably the most important part of what the psychology and social science literature is saying, is that, yes, of course, you think of the dampening effects of just being able to hear somebody's voice, or even being able to see them but not being able to see all of them, or being able to get a sense of how uncomfortable they are just by being in the room, the behavior that is going on, the little things that the video might not catch up. So those dampening effects have important implications for both sides of the counseling relationship, and I'll get into that in just a second there. But I want to say, I want to be one of the people calling for us to take more initiative, to set out some norms for the use of this, rather than just letting, I mean, what you see on the ABA site, I don't want to criticize anybody in particular, but I want to say that on the ABA site, they have packed the e-lawyering task force with everybody who does e-lawyering. And I would love to see them do something like add, you know, like this guy from Michigan State who has done all the studies about the quality of interaction over video. Let's have some real discussion about this, is what I would say, and not just see it as the next, way to pad your practice. So here's what I want to say is that the bar is starting to pay attention to the ethical issues related to it. I point you in the direction of this California bar opinion from 2012. It's very interesting. It's online. And what I'd say is it's interesting, but not so helpful. The question was, does e-lawyering implicate ethical duties? And of course, the answer is yes. This particular writer of this opinion said, at the very least, these three duties are particularly implicated: communication, competence, diligence, loyalty to your client. But in many ways just said, we can't really weigh in on particular practices right now. All we're saying is that you may need to adjust your practice in order to just continue to fulfill your duties if you're not interacting with the client on a live basis there. Okay? I will point out that it appears that the ABA site that talks about e-lawyering suggests that e-lawyering is a much bigger practice than the clinicians are. And I wonder if there is something there, that the clinicians seem to be, what did I say, about 60% of the clinicians are finding that video-to-video use is okay. Well, maybe that's reflecting a couple of things there. Certainly some concerns on the ethical side, but also we're preparing the next generation of lawyers, man. And I think there's some discomfort because we're trying to prepare this group of young people who are far more comfortable with this kind of technology than we are. And at the same time, we need to be setting some standard of practice. And I guess I'm saying that the ABA is not, has not taken so much of the lead here yet, but I think somebody needs to take the lead on it. So let me take a crack at it for a few minutes there. So the next slide. In our clinic, what I think is one of the most important things we do with the students is to teach them to be diagnostic. I really say to the students, think of this like a doctor who is having a patient come in. A startup business is it's like a patient who's never gone to see a doctor before. And so what you want to do is have a full workup of the things that might be going on for them, not just addressing the things that they come in with because they don't maybe know what to ask about in that situation. So on this slide, I was just trying to give you a sense of the kind of training that we're trying to do in this highly ambiguous situation of that first interview where the client doesn't know what to expect from their lawyer. Maybe they've had bad experiences with lawyers. We have students who maybe this is their first interview. It's a highly, the word ambiguous, it doesn't mean, well, what it's being used for is to say that there are all kinds of outcomes that could happen from this. And computer-mediated communication, one thing that the literature is very clear about is that it's not so good for these kinds of very unplanned, unstructured arrangements for things. Okay, so what we do in our training, and what probably all of you transactional folks do, is we do a lot of training and interviewing. We do simulations. I actually include e-lawyering in my simulations here. And I might have had the record for the most interesting, unique one. We had somebody on Skype audio from Spain talking at the same time. She was playing the partner of a pair of warring partners, one of whom was present in the room with us, the other on audio from Spain. And the whole thing that the students had to get a sense of was, oh my gosh, this person's yelling at that person there, and what do we do? And is there even enough for us to do here without having conflicts between these two clients? And so the students loved it. Fortunately, I don't throw them that kind of real hard situation with them, but we try and, ramp up the difficulty a little bit under safe circumstances there. There is one other, I think, really, really important reading that was written far before computer-mediated communication came out that I would encourage any law student to read, and that's this one right here, Lucy White's The Representation of Mrs. G. Suffice it to say that it is a welfare client who comes to meet with Lucy White, and Lucy White tries to do some things to interface with her face-to-face and get a sense of what's going on for her and try and argue her case in front of an administrative hearing. But what the hearing then shows is how badly she missed, how badly she, through her, either cultural differences or more likely just some laziness on her part that she was very upfront in talking about, of efforts to try and really understand the client's perspective before she went into a hearing relying on that information. And basically the hearing blew up in her face, and you should just take a look at it. But we use that article that a lot of clinics use to try and give a sense to the students of skepticism. Have you actually done everything you possibly can to try and step into this client's shoes? And that's where we've created some systems for trying to make that happen there. So the next slide. And I'm almost getting to the end here with my recommendations there. I'm not sure how the timing's going, but should be able to finish up in the next 4 or 5 minutes. The next slide, I guess here's one thing to think about, and I also encourage you to read this book, Nicholas Carr's The Shallows, What the Internet is Doing to Our Brains. It's a pretty shocking book. And one thing it does suggest is that while the income disparity in society has been getting worse, the technology comfort disparity is even further. And so if we're starting to use this kind of technology with folks who really don't communicate in this way, we are really setting up potentially our students to fail and future lawyers to fail because of just not giving an adequate sense of how the world is two different places for two different kinds of people who have interacted with technology in different ways. So the thing I want to say on this slide is down at the bottom is, yes, we do need to adjust our practice to take into account our ethical duties. So at least the California Bar has said we need to make some adjustments. So let me take a crack at some adjustments with my last slide here. First of all, in setting norms for practice and computer-mediated communications, I think we need to be proactive. I think you should, in your training, actually put it in there in some simulated kind of way if you can, or if you're using it in real interactions, have some actual pointed critique of how it went. We actually have the students observe each other's simulations, and so it's getting a rich conversation going about that in our class at the very least. Let's see, certainly drawing connections between ethics and the use of computer-mediated communication. This is probably better reflected by the part on the right-hand side of the slide there, is the way that we think about how to include what we've learned from social science about the use of this technology. So let me start with that before I address probably the million-dollar question, which is, should we have a policy that client meetings should be the default? I think that's a little controversial at this point, so let me deal with that last. So first of all, in community-mediated communication, the social science, what it says is that, yeah, as you're going into situations where people are feeling unfamiliar with interactions, it's not very good for keeping you on top of those interactions because it doesn't give you the visual cues that your client is uncomfortable, is not sharing everything potentially with you. I was going to do a little thing if my camera would have allowed it to have me say something like this. And this actually happened in a client meeting the other day. The person said, so they imagine this on the phone, okay? So you're telling me that my options are A, B, and C. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, guys, what was I feeling? How many thought I was angry? How many thought I was sad? How many thought I was probably not feeling angry or sad? What I was going to do if I had the camera on was I had my Visine with me and I was going to be like all teared up over something like this, so, and to fool all you guys. But why don't you do that with your students? Why not do, those sort of ambiguous communications? They shouldn't just sit out there. You should be saying to somebody who does that with you, okay, well, Marianne, who did that the other day, tell me a little bit more because I have a sense that you have a reaction to that. Can you tell me a little more how you're thinking about that? So we need to do more follow-up questions for poking the client for information if we don't have those additional cues there. Now, one other thing that I would suggest, and this goes to the things that we can do to address this. I think that we can do a lot to help clients feel more comfortable with this and be better at filling in gaps for the client who's interacting with you in this way. If we just do a lot more homework with the client, what the literature is saying on the social science side is that if you have a past relationship, well, like Key and Peele there, and that wasn't enough for them to enjoy or have good interaction there, but there is at least hope that if you have already set up a good relationship with a client, then the dampening effects of community-mediated communication doesn't have as much trouble because both sides feel an affiliation, are going to be pitching in, or are actually going to be trying to get closer through their, whatever means that they have. So in the first interaction with a client, we're starting to say, okay, not just read the intake, but let's start doing let's do some Google research on these people that are coming in here. Let's look at LinkedIn. Let's find out, let's definitely go to the website of the business that they come to us. Let's find out everything we possibly can about these kinds of, about these clients so that we can fill in some of the gaps when they come in and show that we've done our homework. They're potentially then going to be more willing to disclose with us and say to us, okay, well, you obviously, can fill in the blanks a little bit. Let me tell you more. Because of course, in the first interview, the main thing you want to take away for the client is, I need to tell my attorney everything. I need to be very open with my attorney and stuff.
Bill, well, we're a little short on time, so if you could wrap up, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
So I think the last 2 minutes here would be what we do on a regular basis that I hope every clinic is doing, every law office is doing, is a good recap. So that at the end of your interview, you both, you have your team of students look at each other and say, okay, what did you hear in terms of priorities of the client? Let's have an intake memo out within the next 10 days that recaps what we heard and sets the priorities and the deliverables, but sets those off separately. This is an important part. I don't want the students to be going just, oh, you came in and your priority was to be formed as a corporation. Now, your priorities were to get limited liability, to create some kind of avenue for capitalization, et cetera, et cetera. Our deliverable is to incorporate you. Never miss the difference between their priorities and our deliverables, okay? So this goes to the last question. Should client meetings be face-to-face? I think until we have some more guidance from the ABA, and I think until the social science information is more part of our everyday work, I think that face-to-face has to be a default. I think we have to say that first meeting is important enough that we are willing to travel for it if our client cannot travel for it. But if there's no other way, if it's an issue of access or no access, then hopefully I've given you some ideas for ways to mitigate the effects of that. I'd like to see more guidance from the ADA. Hopefully next year we'll come back with some more ideas on how to do this. So last slide is just, I'm really happy to interact with you guys over this, have some good conversations about it, either Skype or otherwise. I did put a last slide on there, a little bit more about our clinic there. But thanks for having me in there, and I hope I can maybe just watch and participate the rest of the panel here. Thank you.
Great. We have time for maybe one or two very short questions and answers. Anyone have a question for Bill? I think we'll save them for the end. Bill, can you hang on?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that and interact with have it be put in with the whole panel. So thanks for having me, folks. Yeah, I look forward to that discussion.
Great. All right. Next we have.
Shoot.
Yeah, we'll go to 12:30 and then we'll try to go on. Shubha has about 15 minutes, and then we'll hopefully take a go a little over for some questions.
Sure. Well, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to interact, and look forward to more discussion. It's been a great set of sessions. I really appreciate being here. Stuff that is my bread and butter, so I'm excited about this. I'm not a clinician. I'm a non-clinical faculty member. I teach intellectual property at the University of Wisconsin Law School. I teach throughout the range of intellectual property courses. And I teach a course specifically in the spring on transactional intellectual property that deals with the intersection between intellectual property and business formation. Just a little bit of background, I'll interject this throughout our discussion. We started a law and entrepreneurship clinic at the university at around 2010. I'm not involved with that except to the extent that many of the students that I have also work in the clinic. People are familiar with WARF, the Wisconsin Alumni Research Foundation, I'm sure, which is a technology transfer office. It's kind of a mischaracterization in some ways, but it's considered the technology transfer office at Wisconsin. It's been around since the 1930s, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. And we have students, WARF has been around, as I said, for about 70 years or so. We've had students who've internships and other positions with them before the Law and Entrepreneurship Clinic started. And so the Law and Entrepreneurship Clinic was focusing on more than just simply intellectual property. It was focusing on, in fact, there's no intellectual property in the name at all, but it was dealing with business formation and helping with the startup community in Madison. And part of the creation of the Law and Entrepreneurship Clinic in 2010 at the University of Wisconsin coincided with the development of something called the Wisconsin Institutes of Discovery, which is sort of there are a lot of different descriptions of it, but it's sort of a pre-incubator, pre-accelerator phase. It's a public-private partnership where we have in a new building that came up in 2011, a research scientist at the university in the same unit with venture capitalists and other business folks, and the idea is to have that interaction in order to spark ideas for how they direct their research, as well as ways in which the research can be commercialized. So I view it as sort of a pre-incubator, and of course we have a business incubator and accelerator system as well. So here I'm going to talk about a new program initiative that started about 2 years ago, and now we're in the process of looking for a director, D2P, Discovery to Product. And sometimes it's also referred to as WARF 2. So it's meant to be an adjunct a little bit to WARF, or actually the relationship with WARF is something we'll talk a little bit about, but WARF largely deals with patenting. So that's why I was a little bit hesitant to call it a technology transfer office per se, though with patents it also deals with the licensing of patents. It doesn't directly deal with copyrights or trademarks. Of course, university trademarks are dealt with by general counsel in terms of protecting our little badger friend that we have there, as well as the UW trademark and so forth. So WARF largely has been dealing with patents and then the licensing of patents. But the issue that we're thinking about with D2P, whether it felt there was a need for a WARF 2, was the idea of taking things from lab to market more effectively. So this is kind of part of the Wisconsin idea, Wisconsin tradition, progressive tradition, that can we have some sort of intervention that can make the market better. So you may have that inclination, you may not have that inclination, but certainly that's the philosophy behind D2P, to create certain types of initiatives within the university that can better streamline the process. So let me go through these slides, and I have about 10 minutes or so. Just some general things in the background. We're talking about one of the fairly large supplier of university grants in the country. We're talking about $1 billion in research funding that's sponsored annually. And the main question that motivated D2P was to be able to leverage the benefit of the University of Wisconsin and this funding model, not just simply for the university, but also for the state. So there's an economic development component to this that's very important. And I think that's also informing a lot of the other discussions we've had about commercialization and startups too, whether it's in College Station, whether it's in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, or we're talking about other regions. And so you've got WRF that I've talked about already. It's a leader in technology transfer, over $1 billion in grants supported to UW-Madison from successful technology commercialization are enabled by WRF. So things like faculty summer grants and other things, and other types of research for people who may not even be in the hard sciences, so to speak, doing biological or double E type research. I've been the beneficiary of summer grants from WRF. So it really is something that goes back to the system based upon the funding and licensing of technology. And so, I won't go into too much of this, but some of the products that you may be familiar with historically, you may not be familiar with WRF, but we think about the origins in the 1920s with Professor Steenbach, who came up with a way of producing vitamin D and extending the vitamin D in milk. You may be familiar with all of those stories from antitrust or competition law in terms of the butter wars. I won't get into the butter wars. Just to tantalize you to do a Google search later on the butter wars in Wisconsin that have to do with technology involving vitamin D. Don't expect to find margarine if you ever visit there. Anyway, that's another story. Anyway, but there's all sorts of very interesting technology transfer. People may be familiar with warfarin, which is heart medication, which had some origins again with the university research. And then, of course, the big ones now are stem cell research and some of the benefits that are coming from stem cell research and the patenting that occurs at the university regarding stem cells and some of the controversy surrounding that type of patenting. And there's also a lot of double E. Some of you may be familiar with the recent lawsuit filed by WRF against Apple involving the processor that's in the iPhone and other types of devices. So a lot of patent-heavy type issues. And I hesitate to call it the Technology Transfer Office because we think about technology transfer covering a whole range of IP. WRF largely deals with the patent side of the picture. It's been very successful at that. I think somebody had a question about university ownership, and this will come up in this story about D2P early on. The University of Wisconsin policy is that the inventors own the patents, own all the intellectual property outright. That's certainly true for patentable subject matter. And the view is that if they go to WRF and WRF then does help them obtain a patent, then WRF gets an assignment. And then that assignment, then any royalties that arise from licensing of those patents that have been assigned to WRF are split. It's fairly generous. I don't remember the percentage right off, but it's fairly generous in terms of what the cut is for the inventor. And so just a little bit of background that's actually relevant when we're thinking about initiatives like D2P and that it might affect a lot of universities. WRF, again, I said it's not a technology transfer office. It's an independent 501c3. And so it's not part of the university. It's separate from the university. And it goes back to the 1920s and 30s, pre-Bayh-Dole. In some ways, WRF may be viewed without being too grandiose about it or to exaggerate too much, but really kind of the impetus behind Bayh-Dole in 1980. But the idea behind creating a separate 501c3 is that by state law, the university couldn't take an ownership of patents. And it still can't. It's very limited in what it can do, even under state law. And so WRF actually owns the patents, and then it manages them in terms of licensing on behalf of the university, and the royalties either go back to fund WRF's ongoing concern or to the university, as I mentioned before. So that's a little bit of important background to keep in mind when I talk about D2P in a minute. The motivation, of course, is that if you go walk around the University of Wisconsin campus, lots of beautiful natural surroundings and so forth. But there's also this notion that within the labs there's some inventions that haven't been marketed, right? It's just what's out there. And so the idea behind D2P is to try to become more proactive. And so this is very interesting in the post-Bayh-Dole world. And the whole idea behind Bayh-Dole was to allow university patenting of government-funded research so that they would go to the marketplace. And so Bayh-Dole now, as we know, is about 34 years old, enacted in 1980. And so it seems like Bayh-Dole by itself is not enough. In other words, we need to think about other infrastructure, other institutions. It's not the case that if you patent it, they will come or it will go out or whatever it might be. You've got some sort of position by patenting it, but then the question is, how do you make the next step? And universities, as you sometimes see nowadays in the debate over patent trolls or non-practicing entities, we don't make this stuff, right? And we're not in the business of doing that sort of thing. But we are sort of in the business of commercializing and trying to profit from it. How do you then encourage that type of activity? Okay, so these are pictures I borrowed from a colleague. I don't know how valuable these are. They may be more time, but you get the basic idea. Is that WARF and UW serve as some sort of filters. So if you think about the money that's coming in terms of research funding, we're talking about billions of dollars and so forth. Some of it may go through inventions that are disclosed to WARF. Some of it may go to UW for basic research or other types of research that are never taken to WARF. Either the researcher doesn't feel like they're commercializable, or they don't want to commercialize it, or there may be some other type of inhibition to move in that particular direction. And so even of the inventions that go through WARF, there may be some that are lost, that WARF basically says, well, we don't want to pursue for whatever reason. So the question then is, you have the inventions that go through this particular funnel, let's say on an annual basis, 350, you then have 200 that may be actually generating a patent per year, and then you've got the new licenses that come out of that particular model. And then you have under the model, you have sort of an assignment that goes to WARF, but then you have the entrepreneur, the inventor, who then is sort of involved through whatever mechanisms, the accelerator or the incubator, to try to commercialize these types of things. And you do sometimes, maybe not as much as we'd like, and that's the real issue, have some sort of innovator startup. So you think about Promega at the University of Wisconsin as being one particular example. So this is sort of looking at this particular background and model. And so the idea behind D2P, or discovery to product, is to try to shepherd this process a little bit. So this filter sometimes become a tuba in my colleague's graph. So anyway, the graphic gives you some sense of the players and the complexity of this. So the D2P basically is serving as scouts, where they're working with the inventor and then with these other types of backgrounds, right? So we've got the Weinart Center in the business school that deals with technology management and entrepreneurship. We've got angel venture capital groups and so forth. And so all of these sort of players are in this ecosystem, and the idea behind D2P is somehow shepherding all of these players in some way, so that it can then result either in WARF licensing this, or some sort of a license that is going to be done by the inventors directly if they don't want to work through WARF, because that's the default. If they don't work through WARF, then there's no assignment that's going to be made through WARF. So this picture, kind of captures what we've been talking about throughout this morning in terms of the ecosystem. The idea behind D2P is to try to make this a little bit more streamlined. So I won't go into this picture in that much detail. I think the next slides do this. But again, it tries to give you an idea that when you think about D2P as being WARF 2, you've got a WARF patent portfolio, because WARF only deals with patents. And then you've got D2P that's dealing more with an innovation portfolio. And so you might have the various researchers or innovators that make these disclosures either to WARF or to D2P. That's kind of where you can imagine some of the complexity gets in as to how that division of labor occurs. And then the idea behind this particular system is to try to shepherd. I mean, that's what D2P adds to WARF, is the shepherding of the process, rather than just simply passively getting the patent and then finding licenses through whatever the mechanism could be. Okay, so the challenge is, how can UW manage to expand the number of discoveries that are translated into products? That's the D2P that that benefit the state of the world, and then how do we then think about supporting and capitalizing the desires. So this is, again, some more graphics to think about this process as D2P as a seamless process. And so I've got about a minute left. I'll go a little bit over. You're not going to shoot me, are you? So I'm going to talk a little bit about the mission and so forth and some of these other goals. And so the idea behind this is, and I want to kind of emphasize some of these points under the 7 bullet points, and I'll go through all of them. But one thing I just do want to emphasize is this transformative nature that, you know, the idea is to somehow change the culture to cultivate entrepreneurship, new company formation, and expand the production of innovation with high commercial potential, right? So that's kind of what we're talking about in some ways. What exactly is the role of the university, and how do you change that culture? We already think that we have that culture in some ways at the University of Wisconsin, but as D2P, the impetus for D2P suggests, it may not be strong enough. And you know, there are lots of different narratives about this. One is, you know, you have the originalist vision with Dr. Steenbach that seems somehow has lost steam. Another vision might be that this is done too serendipitously. You know, you have an invention, if there's a market for it, then we pursue it. Can you be a little bit more systematic in what we do? And that might entail thinking a little bit more about what the kind of research that's done and what you do with those particular research. So one of the other issues too is about ensuring IP rights. And so that was going back to the question that we had before. The patent policy within the University of Wisconsin is relatively clear in terms of the ownership being with the inventor, and then if the inventor does go through WARF and WARF decides to pursue in helping with the patenting, then WARF gets an assignment, and WARF holds the assignment for the benefit of the university. The rules for copyright, I was on the copyright committee last year and still ongoing, have not really been clear at all. So they do have a model that's kind of a hodgepodge of work made for hire, combined with different types of funding model that seems to be a crude imitator of what the government NSF sort of funding models are for ownership of patents and rights. And so we're trying to move in towards copyright to one where everybody just owns their own copyright. And then it's sort of like a WARF model. If then they seek the university, specifically something like D2P, then there would be an assignment to the university, and then it would pursue those types of rights. But copyright now is a little bit of a mess, and hopefully it will get sorted out. I'd be glad to take questions about that to build on what was asked before. So I won't go into all the details. I'll just take maybe less than a minute just to kind of go through these slides and hit some of the high points. I think the thing to keep in mind behind this is that it is creating a new administrative structure. So, you know, this is kind of something, if you're at a large state university, especially a large state university, maybe even many large private universities, it's like eating peanuts. Just create another office. You know, if you can convince the state to give us more money, and the state is very keen about things like entrepreneurship and development, they'll do that. And then the question is, will that office carry out its mission? You know, WARF, I think, arguably has, though there are a lot of issues with WARF too in terms of whether it can go further. But the idea behind D2P is to create that type of state regulatory structure in order to have discovery to process be the key. In other words, if the promise behind Bayh-Dole was to allow lab to market, D2P is sort of making that promise a reality in some way. So I don't want to get too much into lunch, but hopefully there's enough there to stimulate some discussion. I'll be glad to take some questions and maybe go into some other slides as need be. So thank you.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you for putting up with our connection problems. I don't know if you can tell, but I had no idea what his slide said, so I was purely guessing as I went through. I apologize for that. We have time. I think we could take a few questions. I know everyone's hungry, but a few questions for these panelists. Would anyone like to start off? Look, they all want to eat. The message I'm getting.
We can have questions at the reception or over lunch or whatever.
So why don't we take? Yes, we have a question.
No, I thought someone was he trying to ask a question.
Bill, was that you?
I'm just listening. Is there a question?
No.
I think the question is, can we eat lunch?
Yes, of course.
Well, thank you to all our panelists. Greatly appreciated, and we'll see you all after lunch.
There's a buffet right out here, and I think
Served as Executive Vice President of Exploration and Production for Ocean Energy with worldwide exploration, production, and drilling responsibilities. Mr. Schiller also received various positions with Meridian Oil, including a position as Corporate Acquisitions Manager. Mr. Schiller serves on the boards of Houston Producers Forum, which is a monthly lunch club for the oil and gas industry, and the Escape Family Resource Center, a charitable organization. Mr. Schiller graduated with honors from Texas A&M University with a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering in 1981. He is a member and former chairman of Texas A&M Petroleum Engineering Industry Board and was inducted into the Texas A&M Harold Vance Department of Petroleum Engineering Academy of Distinguished Graduates in 2008. Mr. Schiller and his wife Christy are proud parents of Daniel, Haley, and a newborn baby girl, Sinclair. Please welcome me, please help me in welcoming Mr. Schiller, who is a great, great supporter of Texas A&M University.
I'll give you a couple hundred later for that. Thanks. That's probably one of the better intros I ever had. I want to thank Don, Shelley, and Megan for having me out here. It's if you don't know, in the entrepreneur world, we take every other Friday off at our company. That's where I hire a bunch of guys over 55 and convince them to keep working longer. So I should be fishing right now, but I couldn't miss this chance to come to A&M, see our new law offices for the first time, or college, and talk in front of a bunch of lawyers, which is, I'll just start there. So my general counsel is a University of Texas grad. She's also a former Miss Texas, so she's kind of on the cute side and smart side. And she's married to a patent lawyer. So I got patent lawyer jokes that just keep coming. So I called him on the way over here and said, hey, give me a patent joke. And he said, I don't really have any. And then he sent me a bill for $700. But I'll give you one. I know y'all have more than I do. It's like telling Aggie jokes to a bunch of Aggies. But so you know the difference between a good patent lawyer and a great patent lawyer? The great one looks at your shoes, then talks to you. Bad jokes. All right, let me tell you a little bit about MD 21, how we got to where we are. And it's been an interesting journey, especially if you go backwards and you think you're going forward. There we go. So it starts with the founders, and you know, we think about all that. I keep that founder out of my title for a lot of reasons. That lets me go to Wall Street, and then somebody will actually ask me how I got involved in my own company, because I had done our homework, so it's real quick that way. But what this slide just shows you is after I graduated A&M, I've spent most of my early career with big independents. Superior Oil was the largest independent at the time. Mobil bought us, gave them a year of my life living offshore. Then Burlington, about 20 of us went from Superior into the Burlington organization. I say that number just because there was one other guy named Jim Hackett who just retired as CEO of Anadarko, who came from outside the Superior family. But of the 21 of us that Joe Reed brought into Burlington Resources in 1985, 10 of us have become public CEOs. So a big deal I will tell you about entrepreneurship from day one. I just did an interview the other day for Lady Southwest Airlines. And we always got there by hiring all the horses you can hire. We didn't play this game that you only hire, you gotta hire a few horses and a few chiefs and a few Indians. We hired the best and let them fight it out. And it's worked at every company I've ever been at. So from those days, I hooked back up with Jim when he went into Seagull Energy, and we built Ocean Energy up together and sold it out to Devon in 2003. And then I gave a year of my life to Devon in Oklahoma City, and then decided it was time to do something on my own. Don makes that worldwide stuff sound real nice and entertaining. What that really translates into in the oil field is I've been in about every hellhole you can be in Africa and the Middle East and Russia, and it's not quite as fun as it sounds on paper. I don't have a lot of t-shirts from those places, we'll put that way. So here's where we built Energy 21 up to today. We're about a $2 billion market cap, enterprise value is coming up on $4 billion. We spent a lot of money out in the Gulf of Mexico. We stayed focused particularly on the Gulf of Mexico, 180 million barrels of crude reserves, and 2P number of 232 for 2P, which is, and we got there with a focused strategy, and I think that's a key for any kind of startup. I don't care how small or big you are, have a strategy and stick with it. And ours from day one was acquire and exploit big assets. We didn't just go buy any reserves we could buy. We were focused on large oil fields. And so what you see today is that we own and control 5 of the 11 largest oil fields in the Gulf of Mexico on the shelf. And so they came from guys like Chevron, Mobil, Gulf, and Exxon, our last transaction, which I'll show you. And so that was a big part of our strategy. So we maintained being 70% oil in an environment that, you know, in the company's history, gas has gone from $5 to $13 and all the way down to $2.50. It hasn't really affected us that bad because we've been on the oil side where it's had a few bumps, where everybody else had bumps in 2009, but in general it's been a pretty steady rise in commodity prices. How do we do this? We did what some lawyers call a special purpose acquisition corp, which is basically a blind trust. We went on the road and convinced people to give us $300 million and that we would go put it to work for them and buy assets. And the one trade-off was they actually got the vote on the first purchase. And so the money went into trust. In our case, it went into Bermuda, and we'll skip all that. But here's what it really meant. We spent 6 weeks on the road. I won't even tell you how many meetings we had. But in the middle of that 6 weeks, Katrina occurred. I hit Houston. So we went from starting in Texas before Labor Day and thinking we'd already sold the whole deal, to where when Katrina came, it literally became the further you away from the Gulf, the more willing you would put money into it, because nobody in Texas was going to give us any money. And we actually, when it was all said and done, raised about 30% of the initial money in Europe and 70% in the US. We listed on London, and that was a good call we made personally and with lawyers, that we would never get this through the SEC quick enough to do a deal. And the SEC had to prove your financials. In London, it was a much different situation on the AIM market. And we literally announced, I'll show you our first deal, we announced it on February 26th, something like that, had to vote, had a proxy out and a shareholder vote, and closed it on March 31st. So a speed that you'd never see done over here. So London Stock Exchange and AIM was a key part of that for us. I actually thought that was a blank, I was gonna let y'all guess, but $300 million equity raise, we spent about $2.2 million in legal fees between my buddy Mark Kelly, who's a good Aggie and runs Vincent and Elkins, teaching his London office how to do a SPAC, and our friends up in New York, Wall Gottschall, got most of that money. So that was our first initiation where I'm paying the bills, because all that money was coming out of my pocket at the time. So we got the money raised and actually did a deal. So it was a strange structure, but that's how it worked. So we do a lot of M&A, right? So who really wins in M&A deals? Well, one of the law firms, B&E, the other one is more of an oil and gas firm, but we've paid them $14 million since we started. We've had over $20 million in legal fees as we built this thing. Now, how's that translate when you look at the big things in the total numbers? Bankers get 120 million, so lawyers aren't near as bad as bankers. EBITDA of the company during our time has been about $4 billion, and dividends to our shareholders about 111. So the banks and the lawyers together got more money than our shareholders have in terms of dividends, but our shareholders got stock price appreciation. So that just breaks out where some of the money goes as we do these deals. And we've done a lot of deals. You can see the highlights of them listed here. And I'm going to go into some details real quick on most of them, but one of the things we think we've done is we bought at the right price, so it's allowed us a lot of room to manipulate and put technology to work. And it's a different world in these old oil fields. What we're really doing is usually doing things, what I call $20 barrels, that the majors can't do that anymore. They need $10 barrels. And God bless them, Exxon can invest $40 billion around the world and find $10 barrels. So they don't put any money towards the $20 barrels, and that's where we come in. And it's literally been a feed chain like that for years in our business. The majors develop, guys like us buy it, and then there's mom and pops that I can sell to at the end of the day who have a lot less overhead than we do, and I'll get the last few barrels out of the assets. Now, it doesn't necessarily apply in the Gulf of Mexico because it's a little bit harder these days, post-McConnell, to be a mom and pop operator. But here's our first deal. I mentioned it, Marlin. These are actually some guys that had worked for me at Ocean that had bought a field, and Katrina hit it. So timing is very important when things work. They got hit by Katrina. They had a $100 million cleanup bill, and our friends at Lloyd's don't really send you money until you send them the next year premium, so they're in a cash flow bind. And oh yeah, they had hedged oil at $32 a barrel, and oil had hit 65 after Katrina. So it was an opportunity for us to step in with cash and make a deal, and we were able to make it happen. And as I said, 42 days from signing the purchase sale agreement, announcing the deal, and putting a proxy out and getting a shareholder vote. Never would happen in the U.S. You may find out, are there SEC lawyers in here before I get any more trouble? They just don't like me, so I'll tell you why on the next one. So we did this next acquisition right behind that one. So we did $700 million acquisition in the first 5 months once we started buying. These were South Louisiana assets. This was the only gas deal we did. We did it because I knew the guys, and I felt like they had a good exploration record and they could grow us with exploration. At the end of the day, it didn't work that way, so all acquisitions after this are focused on oil and producing assets. April 2007, $420 million with Pogo. They were getting a squeeze put on them by an activist shareholder. We took them out of the Gulf of Mexico, and Jim Floyd and PXP came in and took out the rest of the company. So it was a good tag team, not that it was meant to be that way. Pogo, a year before we went in, had sold half their assets, 2 years before, had sold half their assets to Mit Energy, Mitsui out of Japan, and then quit spending any money on assets. So we got there, and we started spending money and making money. Mitsui got kind of excited, but they also wanted to go play the shell, so they decided to sell out. It was all non-operated, so we were really the only legitimate bidder. It's probably still the best deal we've done in terms of what we paid for the amount of barrels in the ground and what was left there. And so we just basically put all the Pogo assets back to 100% ownership the way they were. During that time, right there, is when we left London AIM and came back and also started trading on the NASDAQ. And that's where I got in trouble with the SEC, because I did an article in the Financial Times interview. And this is, remember, this is people were leaving the U.S. and going to London, so they couldn't figure out why we'd take a London company and bring it back to the U.S. And perceptive question, but I promised the shareholders that we would have a U.S. listing when we raised the money, so we didn't have much choice. And so they're asking me all this, and I'm telling the difference between the questions you get asked, and I just like the London system. I think the due diligence done by the lawyers over there and your the AIM agent that represents you is more efficient because it's a drill. It's more of a drill and grill, and you're not playing those past questions back and forth that we play over here with our government in terms of SEC inquiries. You get in the room, you answer questions, right? And it goes very quickly. So I made a mistake of saying that 99.999% of the questions that the SEC asked about, nobody that was a shareholder of mine would even care. And it was that extra 9 when I went to 1,000%. So every document we have filed has been reviewed by the SEC, and we file a lot of documents. But life goes on. I was right still, but they're wearing me down. So the transformational transaction for us was doing a deal with ExxonMobil. All those deals I told you about, those fields had come from Chevron and Gulf and Mobil and gone to one other independent before we got there. Now we're going straight to the source. We're going to be the first one to get the low-hanging fruit from Exxon. And it was a big transaction for us. It doubled us overnight in terms of size and production and everything else. And gave us a lot of opportunity to do what we do today. Also the beginning of what we think is going to be a very successful relationship with Exxon. That's about the third deal we've done. We've done a couple of small deals with them before that. And now we're trying to do stuff with them overseas, which is our next step. So what do we do? I mean, this is how it works for us. We bought 146 million barrels through acquisitions. Today, when you put production back in, that's 261 million barrels. Looks like a huge increase, but the thing you have to remember what we do is take this field I'm trying to buy right now overseas, has 1.8 billion barrels of oil in the ground. They produce 530. So that's less than 40% produced, and there's still another 1.2 billion in the ground. If we just get an extra 10% out of the ground, that's 120 million barrels, right? And the remaining reserves on a field like that's about 10 million barrels right now. So that's the target you're going for. So everybody gets, we had a big reserve write-up this last year, and people were like, how can you double your reserves? Well, it's not so much you're doubling the reserve, you're just getting a lot more of that, a small piece of that big pie that's still sitting there. You're doing that with technology, commodity prices help, horizontal drilling helps, water injection helps. And that's how we've been growing ourselves. Today, our P1 reserves are valued at $6.1 billion. You can see the breakouts there on how that works. Horizontal wells, I'll just take a little bit of time to tell you about this. You know, our business, the oil business, is a lot about pressure drop, how much pressure you create in the reservoir, how much fluid you can flow because of that. And what you do with horizontals is you know, the wells we're bringing on right now have less than 10 pounds pressure drop. A vertical well for us was typically 400 to 500 pounds pressure drop. So you cone water in. Now we get a much more stable reservoir environment. We get a lot bigger drainage. We actually did this in the 90s. Most of the tools that are used in the shale plays today were developed in the Gulf of Mexico because we were the most expensive basin to operate forever. So anytime the service companies wanted to find a way to introduce a new tool, they'd start there because if they could save us a day a ton, it was real money. And so this just gives you some comp against what goes on in Texas with the Eagle Ford and the Permian Bay wells versus the type of wells we have. And we've got plenty of permeability, so the issue is just about pressure drop and getting a better drainage reservoir. It's working for us at West Delta 73. This is one of the old Exxon fields. You can see we tripled production in the last 2 years there. We started drilling horizontal wells about a year and a half ago. And this was going so well that we're moving into the second rig. So come the middle of April, we're going to be having 2 rigs out here drilling about 8 wells each a year. And I should continue to see a lot of oil come out of the ground there. West Delta 30 is a field we're just starting on. It's another huge oil field. It's produced over 600 million barrels of oil in the Gulf. You can see that it's all around the salt, which is a big part of what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico right now, reinterpreting salt. And it has production from anywhere from 3,000 to 18,000 feet. And you can see we're starting to grow even without a rig out there. Once we get the rig out there, we'll get a lot of production growth here. The last piece of the pie, and this is a piece we spend a little bit of our money on, is exploration. It can have big impacts on the company. And you can see we've got a lot of CapEx. One of my jobs right now, back in that entrepreneur world, is I can drill all my proved reserves and develop wells and get 10% plus production growth a year and cash flow growth. But that sends no money to my exploration prospects, which mostly are held by production. When they get on their soapbox about the leases we have from them. The way it works is once we establish production, we hold that lease for the life of production. So if there are deeper prospects below these producing assets, they're ours until we quit producing or drill them. So you get an environment where we're in right now where oil prices are real high and most of your other things are gas. It's a little bit tough to make yourself go drill an exploration gas well where you're getting $100 oil. And so what I'm doing right now is out there trying to get some third-party money, because if I can get some of my exploration drill, get some of this risk potential on our books, even if I give away half the value, it's still a 50% increase over what I got in my value right now, because my shareholders are paying nothing for it. So that's what we're doing and trying to get some of this drilled. One of the big plays is a salt play out there, and the Gulf of Mexico is covered in salts, which you see on the map on the left. As you go onto the shelf where we are closer to, and the shelf's generally defined as 300 feet of water or less, you have more salt domes like what I showed you at Grand Isle there, rather than total covering of salt. And we've got a lot of new seismic that's really starting to help us there. And that's what you're seeing going on the shelf now. We're starting to spend high dollar. Like I just did a shoot with Apache, 125 blocks, 125 squares, which are roughly 5,000 acre blocks. It's going to cost us $130 million. That's more money than I spent on seismic in the last 15 years. But 2 million barrels of oil pays for it. That's the difference today in commodities. And you got to get your head around that. So we got a couple deals. We got a deal with ExxonMobil that we're operating and drilling. We got a second well to drill there. We got another deal with Philwood and Apache where the initial well's already discovery, and we're delineating that well. And then the third thing we do is, and this goes back 5 years ago with my good buddy Jim Bob Moffitt, another Texas guy, University of Texas guy, and we're drilling really deep. And what we're finding out is that the world down deep is totally different than any of us envisioned 15 years ago. The geology is different. So we've announced discoveries at Lynham Creek and Lamont North. Big sand dumps. Sand dumps are totally different than what we thought. And I think as we go forward over the next few years, you'll see a lot of press about deep gas fields that'll equal anything you've heard about the shale plays. And this is our latest one in the Tuscaloosa. And so that log on the left, as explained to my wife, sore thumb. So things to the left and things to the right, those are good in our business. I made her watch logs sometime when I'm on a golf course, and real time. And so the yellow is sands, and everywhere you see red is gas. And what's interesting about this is the log on the right is our discovery at Lamont. The log on the left is 50 miles away, and those sands are laying down. And we quit drilling because we were so far off the structure here. But we had 3 more amplitudes on seismic, which tie into those other 3 sand packages. So we feel pretty good that this entire thing is available all the way over here. And the fields that you had, if you go over here, this is where the fields were. So we've expanded this whole play by 50 miles. And that's a big step. And that's why I think you'll see a lot of this start happening in the next 5 years. So end result of that, you do all that, you better deliver value. So here's a couple of slides on that one. We'll just take questions. Revenue growth, CapEx, kind of give you some sense of the capital we spent over time. Some of that influenced by acquisitions, obviously. Net asset value growth. You can see everything was good. Our stock price tracked all this to about right here, and then we had a disconnect. And we got to fix this right here. And that's what we're going to do. And then if you do it right, and I walked in, I think it was David was talking about startup problems you run into, you know. We started with 3 of us, and right before the Exxon deal, it became clear that one of us wasn't enjoying doing his share of the job. So probably one of the toughest things I've done, because he was a lifelong friend, our friend for a long time. But when you get in that environment, you get down in the trenches, you find different things out about one another. And if I was going to do all the work, I was going to get all the benefits for easy. So when you get it all right, and you're able to go out there and hire. We got lucky. Most of our hiring occurred around mergers going on in the business. So all my operating guys were with me at Ocean. Some of the guys have been with me since Superior, and ladies. Burlington got bought by Conoco. At the same time, we needed a bunch more hands, so we were able to get most of our geos and reservoirs out of there. And now we get a lot out of school. I mean, we get a lot of Aggie grads these days. Colors of Maroon for a reason. And I don't know the current count. Probably 20%, about 15 to 20% are A&M grads. For sure, the professional staff is probably more like 30%. And then this is some of the stuff that goes with it when you get it right. And that's it. So, we'll do some Q&A, or I can go back, I'll get you back on the schedule now. Yes, sir.
I'm curious, you obviously were very successful working in other large companies. What was it that made you decide that you wanted to step out of that and do something different, run your own business?
Give me the wrong way. It's a great question. I've never been asked that one either, and I'll tell you the exact answer. So, one of them is a guy named Jim Forties, who started, he's a landman, he worked on his own from day one. Story goes, he went to Europe, partied his ass off, came back, Dad said, give me the keys to BMW on your own. And Dad was in the oil business, and Jimmy made his first million before he was 30, and turning leases, and he went and started his own company, bought assets from Shell. Fords and Rucks became Ocean. We merged Ocean and Seagull. I met him, spent some time with him then. And became a good mentor, and now he runs Freeport Copper Gold, the oil and gas side, and Jim Bob runs everything, another guy runs the mineral side, but Fords is the heir apparent, he does everything right. So anyway, we are celebrating Hackett's 50th birthday in Vegas, and I'm basically without a job. I've left Devon, trying to decide what to do. And another buddy of ours is going to take his company public and is thinking about asking me to be the #2 guy. And I said, Forrest, you know him well, give him a reference for me. He goes, I ain't give him a reference. What do you mean? He goes, you're one of the smartest guys I go. I know, go do it on your own. I said, I contributed to being drunk, so the next morning, we followed up, and he said, I'm serious. Go do this on your own. And that's spooky, because I've been in a pretty nice controlled corporate environment. And then I had a lunch with another old wildcatter in West Africa, and we were talking about, he said, well, you only got to answer one question, how hard do you want to work? Because if you don't want to work, they'll get you another one of those corporate cush jobs you had, and you enjoy a good life and make $3 million a year, life ain't bad. And, but if you want to work, start your own company. And so it was you had to think about it, a new wife, no baby yet. And And part of having the baby was I wanted to be around more because I wasn't really around at all for my older kids. When I said that little year of my life remote, my daughter was born, and 2 days later I went offshore for 6 weeks. I came back, she didn't know who I was. But that's what it was. And so did a lot of soul searching, thought about it. Was really debating between doing sort of a incubator private equity deal where I brought the money from New York and hooked it up with guys that I knew and kind of did that, or take the money myself and start a company. And so then Dan Rice was probably one of the top 5 energy investors of all time. He was at BlackRock at the time. Now he's got 2 Aggie kids running Rice Energy. He just $2 billion the other day. All Marcellus Shell. He told me about a SPAC. I called him and said, here's what I'm thinking about. Actually, I met him at a conference in New Orleans and said, here's what I'm thinking about doing. And what do you think? He goes, I just invested in this deal called a SPAC. And I think you ought to go call these guys. And so I called him. And he was thinking about a $50 million deal. We ended up doing what was the largest SPAC at the time. And they're very interesting structures. They're still out there. But you got to be timing it right. And you better find your first good deal. It's tough to get a shareholder vote when they don't like it. So that's how I got here. It was a change in culture, though. Yes, sir.
You say you make money off fields where Exxon wouldn't. You go after the $20 barrel. They go after
right.
Is that because of technological innovation? Do you take more risk in your production techniques?
Nah. Look, those guys are the smartest guys in the room. Anybody thinks they're not, doesn't understand our business. Exxon's really, really good. They're process driven. But at the end of the day, if you think about running any major oil company, right, it's all about making our shareholders money. So what you have is earnings, and that's how you get priced. So if you take 2 assumptions that you gotta basically make these days, which is they're probably not gonna grow their volumes, okay? It's just tough for when you're making 4 million barrels a day. So how are you gonna grow your earnings? You're gonna cut your costs, right? Flat production, flat commodity, it's hard to grow earnings unless you're watching your costs. So they literally, I'll never say this in public, but literally, the selection process, well, for all the majors, it's the same thing. The selection process said, okay, my average cost of a DD&A barrel is $12. So if I want to save another $1 a barrel to get its earnings, I got to find $11 barrels or $10 barrels. And it's that simple. I mean, that's what they're funding. So you sit in an environment where you're trying to get that last million up-dip barrels, and it's going to cost you $20 million to drill the well. You're not going to capture capital because you're not lowering the corporate cost structure. And frankly, it's all those other things. It's not big enough to move the dial or any of those things. And so it's an inevitable cycle. I've got a good friend who's top 5 guys. He's an Aggie, he sits on the board with me in engineering. We'd had the fields like a year and a half. And we were at a meeting, the guy goes, well, you're doing exactly what we thought you would do. What do you mean? We modeled what we do with it, and we modeled what you would do with it, putting the cash flow back into the assets, because they were generating $300 million a year in cash flow and spending 25. Right? We spent all the money. He goes, yeah, you're right on our production curves. Of course, when you bought it at $80, you'd be getting $110 a barrel, so you're making more money than we thought you'd make, but you're doing everything the way we thought you would. And that's all it is. It's not, I mean, horizontal wells are helping. They might not have done that. We think that's been a big part. But they do horizontals over in West Africa all day long.
Well, thank you very much for coming.
Well, thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Before we get started with our afternoon panel, I just want to thank our students who volunteered this morning and have helped. So it doesn't mean you can leave, you have to stay. But who have helped all day. Tommy Mooney.
Thanks, it's real helpful to see different ways.
Yeah, I'd like to continue our conversation.
Yeah. It's allegedly 80 degrees out there. Which is about 50 degrees relax. You can hear that? Jessica.
Yeah.
Yeah, the coffee's not coming back until 2 o'clock. Encourage yourself. Oh, yeah.
We do help you find
conferences. That would be great. And then I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna ask you questions of each other. Do you feel like that you have the audience wants?
If you have to.
You're not forced to. Perfect, great.
My daughter's an Aggie, so I'm gonna send this to her. She's studying in Barcelona. We're going to see her.
It's in the 70s when I first got
That's perfect. Oh, really? I actually have secret video. It's a gotcha.
Hi, Braxton.
Oh, that's
I'm Tony Mendez.
That's
We were just talking about,
We'll go ahead and get started to work towards getting ourselves back on track. We've so far seen a variety of different perspectives. People who are working in education of future of lawyers in creative ways. We have heard from a panel of people involved with incubators and accelerators. And right now we're going to focus on the private sector and lessons that can be learned for us, for entrepreneurs, for innovators, and for educators from the private sector. The panel was supposed to be moderated by Blake Petty. He has had a family medical emergency and couldn't make it. So my colleague Brian Holland is going to be leading this roundtable discussion. And I have to tell you, I'm really excited about that, because if there's someone you want in a room where people are throwing out ideas and you're sort of brainstorming and thinking about questions, it's Brian. So I'm
never live
delighted.
up to that, but thank you.
So I'm thrilled that he's here, and he's going to be leading just a casual kind of, even though the table is not round, we're calling it round table discussion with our panelists.
It is round, you just have to think about it differently. That's
See,
right.
I told you he's a good idea.
Okay, so we have three really great, I was going to say panelists, I guess, roundtablists up here with us. And what I've asked them to do to get us started is to provide us with a little bit of an overview of where they see themselves in this environment, in this ecosystem that we've been talking about. I think we should probably start at the end of the table with Russ, and Russ is involved with one of the more famous in-house, would you call yourself an incubator? Yeah, incubator? And
Close enough.
Close enough. I was actually familiar with Russ's work before, well before this conference, because I'd read the article that you referenced, bringing Silicon Valley Inside, which is a Harvard Business Review article from 1999. It was very interesting, very influential. I won't pull the punchline from you, but Russ, if you could just give us about 3 minutes or so on what you do, or if you need to go longer, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, good. So, is the mic working here? So I'm Russ Conser. I've just retired from my first 30-year career at Shell, where I had the privilege in the last 7 years of leading this program that Brian mentioned called Game Changer. I'm a mechanical engineer by original trade, practice as a petroleum engineer, and probably one of the few people in the room that understood that little yellow-red thing that John was showing. That used to be my day job. I used to tell people I was the radiologist of the oil and gas industry. It's still an exciting industry to be in. But for the last 15 years, I helped found Shell Technology Ventures, and it was about the same time that this article was developed called Bringing Silicon Valley Inside, which is how do corporations replicate the essential features of the entrepreneurial ecosystem inside a company. And it was set up like an angel investor fund / incubator inside of Shell in the mid-1990s. And then I came into it in 2002 when they had an important aha moment. They realized it's not necessarily about keeping Silicon Valley inside, but how does the inside Silicon Valley connect to the outside Silicon Valley? And so I was brought in to help bring deeper connections with entrepreneurs outside the company, and then later had the privilege of leading the program for 7 years, where really our job was to invest in people with crazy ideas in the energy industry, primarily oil and gas, but not exclusively oil and gas, to get them from the very beginning of an idea up to what we call proof of concept. So that's what I've been doing for a long time. And in the process of that, maybe your question was great, Brian, how do we see ourselves now? Because the continuing evolution of our intellectual logic in that thing, we're seeing a major shift from a coming shift in corporate R&D from inside simply tapping the outside to things originating outside and then maturing selectively to the point where they then establish partnerships with corporations. And so I've now moved outside of Shell, like I said, looking for my next 30-year career as well, but I know it has something to do with entrepreneurship and to kind of bring those lessons of what it takes, some of these really tech-heavy type stuff, which I happen to think Texas is really good at. I think Silicon Valley is still really good with software innovation. Paige and I were just talking a few minutes ago. I sit on the board of a Texas A&M company that has a hard technology, and they've been struggling with it for 10 years. But if we can figure out recipes for maturing real hard science and engineering technology and then bringing it to market through the entrepreneurial cycle, one of the things that I certainly saw in a corporate context background is that we as a large corporation are really, really good at certain classes of technology, but some of the stuff that's truly unusual, disruptive, and whatever, I think the entrepreneurs are still better at that. And so enabling that to happen, hopefully it creates an ecosystem that's got great balance and great opportunities for people. And I'll be living my second childhood as I reinvent myself, I guess, in my next 30-year career. That's where I'm at.
Well, I'm going to now break my own plan and ask just a couple of quick questions. You mentioned that Texas, you felt like Texas was really good at this tech-heavy, I believe was the term you used. Could you explain, first of all, what you mean by tech-heavy, and what is it about Texas that you see as being a good place for this to take place?
I'll have to be careful not to get too far in my soapbox. My son here, a new lawyer, is in the room, and I get on it too often around here. And he cautions me and gets me back down.
Conflict of interest.
But I think Texans are pragmatists, and that's what first allowed them to be successful in settling the state in the first place. But oil and gas is really a practical thing at the end of the day. You come up with a great story for a play. What matters is whether you count pay and produce oil and gas at the end of the day. Vapor, you've always had your kind of salesmen for early play type stuff, but the state was built on economic prosperity that's come out of these pragmatic people who had to solve real hard engineering and scientific challenges.
We have very high per capita representation of hard engineers. I'm real pleased to see intellectual property things in here because patent law matters more. It's more of a tactic in software engineering. I think you mentioned, but I think in real hard engineering, it's a fundamental. So I think that type of system, that pragmatic philosophy of get things done combined with a talent pool of a lot of engineering people, and I think entrepreneurship in general around the world is kind of rising overall. It's easier, liquid sources of capital. You know, John had to go to London to get his liquid capital, but I think it becomes easier and easier for everybody. Those forces come together, then kind of the ingredients. I like to say Texas has the ingredients, and we're still cooking the recipe. But I think we're poised to do some of that stuff, and hopefully I can play a small part in helping some of that happen.
Great. We will certainly be back with you. Thank you. So Paige Heller. Paige Heller is the president of Hopes Creek. It provides services in tech commercialization, I think is the best way to put it. You are a 4-time founder? Yes. Is that right? That's right. And I believe that he had the pleasure of just getting back from Silicon Valley to present, after presenting someone with a $10,000 check for winning a business plan competition, which that makes you friends. I find that when you hand someone $10,000, that makes you friends very quickly. And you're now at Notre Dame, is that correct? Notre Dame. Okay, so if Paige would mind give us a little overview of your...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Brian. So I have a consulting company, Hopes Creek, and launched that just after finishing a 20-year career at Texas A&M, where I was in the Office of Technology and Commercialization. And I love the work so much. I mean, it's like the best job in the world, tech transfer professional, because you get to facilitate so many technologies that benefit society. That I don't think any other discipline has as much exposure to actually moving technologies for societal benefit than technology transfer professional. So I enjoyed the work so much I decided to go into it privately and created my own consulting company. I liked the entrepreneurial side as well. So I have clients that are universities and I have clients that are private. And my private clients are both large companies and startup companies. So that's kind of what I'm doing today. And I have to say that I have a unique exposure to a number of different methods and processes for moving technology forward because my clients are well-known universities like Georgia Tech, Rice, University of Florida, University of Notre Dame, but also Pontificia in Chile, in National University of Science and Technology in Moscow. So I have in KAIST in South Korea, where I was last month. So I have kind of a unique exposure to a lot of different models, which has made me kind of, I guess I would say my area of expertise is sort of along the lines of technology evaluation. So I have studied a number of processes to look at an early stage technology and try to determine its commercial potential.
If you could come up with that algorithm, I think we'd all appreciate that. That would be great. Thank you very much. We're now going to turn to our third person here, Darren Grove, who is with TrueFit, which I believe is Pittsburgh area, right?
Correct. Yeah.
It's Pittsburgh area. I was looking at his website earlier, and this was the quote that I got: "Helping entrepreneurs bring new technology products to market quickly." And I liked the fact that the "quickly" was tacked on the end there. So you're an innovation company. You're focused on primarily software design and development, as I understand it. So maybe you could tell us a little bit more about what you're doing day to day.
Sure. Our passion is innovation, so we love working with people who either need a new great idea or have a new great idea or some kind of technology product in the
Amanda and I have really broken up the presentation into two, so she'll be up here speaking in a moment. But I just wanted to, thanks for the introduction, to introduce myself and have Amanda introduce herself as well. But I direct the social enterprise and nonprofit law clinic at Georgetown Law. I'm a professor there. Our clients are, my clients are very, they're a range of clients, early stage organizations or early stage, founders just coming in with an idea, not even knowing if they want to be a nonprofit or a for-profit. We work with organizations that are established, nonprofit organizations are established. And we also do a lot of work with some incubators and co-working spaces in DC. DC has actually really grown in this area in terms of particularly co-working spaces. Used to be 0, right? Co-working spaces. There's probably at least about 15 co-working spaces now in DC. We work with 1776, which I'm happy to note that one of our recent graduates is a founding member of 1776, if any of you know that organization. Also with Punch Rock and the Hive and other kind of incubating and co-working spaces. So I'll leave it to you to introduce yourself in a second, but we just wanted to talk about how we came to this project in our paper briefly. Both Amanda and I were at the Transactional Law and Skills section at the ALS Clinical Conference, and everybody in the room, one of the main points of discussion in the room was, how do we collaborate with attorneys that aren't inside the law school? So how do we, and I say outside attorneys, since a lot of you are outside attorneys, I mean to offend any of you, but that's, the term we're using. How do we collaborate with outside attorneys? And why do we collaborate with outside attorneys? And at the end of the meeting, we all agreed that it was something that somebody needed to do further research on, and I think we all have done research in that respect. Law professors, what we found is law professors, they really collaborate with outside attorneys rather haphazardly, right? So it's just something that arises organically. There's not, there's some thought given to kind of the purpose. Obviously, you have a client that rushes in and you need somebody who knows IP or securities or whatever it is. But our paper really proposes that law professors take a step back, right? And we actually think about more methodically and thoughtfully our approach to collaboration with other attorneys, right? And not do it in a haphazard way. Lots of reasons why we'll go into a second. But another point as a preface is that Amanda and I are both professors who direct in-house clinics, and as such we are really committed to a certain way of teaching and a certain pedagogy. A pedagogy that really focuses on student autonomy, that the client comes in and it's not, I previously said my client, but it's not my client, it's the student's client, right? And the student is at the forefront of that relationship. So it's challenging to engage with other attorneys if you are prizing student autonomy, okay? So that's one thing. And then we recognize that there's no one-size-fits-all approach, that we all collaborate in different ways with outside attorneys. It's very context dependent of where you sit and what your institution will support in terms of collaboration. Okay, so what we want to discuss today is a few things. First is why engage outside attorneys? What objectives do we have? What are we hoping to achieve? Second, very briefly, she touched upon different methods of collaboration, but I think since you guys are probably pretty familiar with the various methods, we'll only touch upon it briefly. Third, really, there's a lot of challenges to collaboration, and that I think is what the heart of what we want to get at here. And then we'll discuss some recommendations for collaboration. So, first, why collaborate? Well, there's lots of reasons, obviously, and I couldn't possibly discuss all of these in the time allotted, and so I won't, so I'll just touch and highlight upon a few. One is, the type of clients that we serve, or the breadth of client legal service, or the breadth of legal services that our clients need, right? Sitting from in the law school, I am a generalist. I practiced real estate finance. I've done corporate finance at law firms before coming to academia. But it's just one person sitting in the law school directing the clinic, supervising the students, and our clients have lots of different names, right? They can be nonprofits, small businesses, micro enterprises, social enterprises, startups, and they're going to need a full range of services that they could get at a law firm, of 400 people, right? So we have to collaborate. We have to reach out into other practice areas to get that knowledge. Another reason, though, for client services is also leveraging our positions within the law schools to help the community, right? So there's lots of groups that don't qualify for pro bono services, right? If you're a startup entrepreneur, you're not going to go into your, DC bar pro bono program and ask for help. So we often serve individuals that don't qualify for pro bono services, and in this way we are, and I think this was touched upon in an earlier panel, that we're really preparing that individual entrepreneur to then go out and get services. We're teaching them how to be a better consumer of legal services in our clinic, and we're leveraging those resources to take the client to the next step. Okay, so we collaborate for those reasons too, to kind of refer them out to pedagogical reasons these are the reasons that are based on the students. Students can obviously engage in a much more comprehensive and as well as specialized legal practice in a clinic if you're working with outside attorneys than just working with maybe the director of the clinic who has a general practice area. And then, of course, there's institutional objectives, where just reaching out into the community is a positive thing, seen as a positive thing for law schools, obviously, to make sure that we're not just sitting in our ivory towers, and that we're actually, engaging the community, engaging the legal bar, getting them involved, getting our alumni involved, and of course, it doesn't hurt if our alumni then want to donate and give back to the school either. So there's institutional reasons as well. Okay, and then, so I've touched on the financial objectives in alumni and fundraising, and then I just want to touch on cost savings, and this I think is the most controversial for those of you who really are engaged within law schools, is that there is this notion too that you can teach more students, right? If you have outside of supervisors supervising the work, and you can expand student enrollment that way by engaging with outside attorneys. Okay.
I'll just jump up here real quick. Again, my name is Amanda Spratley. I'm a professor at University of Massachusetts School of Law, Dartmouth, and there I direct the community development clinics, and we're both in the same situation of directing clinics. And just to capitalize on this, Alicia did a great job of highlighting some of the reasons why clinicians in clinics, those who direct clinics, might want to collaborate with outside attorneys. Just in order to really evaluate this and analyze this, we have roughly identified 4 types of collaborating, 4 methods. This is not exhaustive or exclusive, but really, how can a clinician or a clinic engage with an outside attorney? There can be collaborative partnership on community projects, which oftentimes the clinic may decide to work with various organizations outside of the law school setting on a particular client project or maybe a more policy-based project. Oftentimes these may be with service providers that are not offering legal services, but in this context, we're really concentrating on other legal-oriented organizations, such as a law firm or a legal services organization. Collaboration is already happening. This isn't a brand new idea. You can work with an outside attorney as a legal consultant. This can be done in a very formalized way where you arrange a formal consultancy arrangement so that you can get direct, targeted advice as the director of a clinic or students in a clinic on a particular legal issue from someone who is practicing in the field. More commonly, this is often done very informally. Someone may call up one of their colleagues that they worked with before just to pick their brain or to talk over an issue. So this is one way of collaborating. as an outside referral source. Sometimes you may refer some of your past clients to an outside law firm or outside attorney, maybe for complementary services, or perhaps you're not able to assist that client. And this can work both ways. Outside law firms and outside attorneys can be a great resource for receiving potential clients. And then one method, which is sometimes a little bit more controversial, is sometimes you can employ outside attorneys in clinic operations in the role as a supervisor, actually supervising client cases. Many clinics do this. Some clinics are a little hesitant to do this, and so we delve into some of the reasons why. And this relates to some of our tensions, some of our challenges that we have relating to collaboration. And we're really zeroing in on this, particularly with respect to tensions that the clinician may feel when operating within a traditional clinic environment. Some of you may be more familiar with clinics than others. Clinics vary in their operations, but the traditional model is often a director / supervisor who's guiding a smaller group of students, maybe around 8, through their representation of clients. Again, as Alicia said, there's this typical goal of having the student be at the forefront of the representation, really leading, and the supervisor is balancing this line of helping to guide the student, but not taking over, usurping the representation. So in trying to balance this line, there's questions about, well, is it best to have simple, discrete legal issues that the students can really feel confident about wrapping their head around? If we involve outside attorneys, does this maybe, encourage us to consider more complex cases to keep the outside attorneys interested? And maybe with the heightened complexity, the students are sidelined on these cases. This potentially could be one challenge or one tension. Also, this idea of the chilling effect. Maybe the student might be a little hesitant to step forward and to take the lead on the representation when they're working with outside attorneys. This, could just be, because they're hesitant. It could also be perhaps because, if they're working with outside attorneys in a legal market in which they ultimately hope to get a job, maybe they're almost afraid that they're being evaluated, in an informal way, and that if they ask stupid questions or if they don't seem certain, then, this outside attorney is going to file that away, and in another year when they're out on the job market, that, outside attorney could say, well, I was working with them and they didn't seem very confident in the clinic. We might not want to hire them. The clinic atmosphere is typically one that we want to be very, safe, like a good place to really test your initial lawyering skills before being launched out into the world. So we wouldn't necessarily want to hinder that safety and that kind of, helpful environment that we have in the clinic space. It takes time and energy and resources to try and coordinate collaboration with outside attorneys. Some clinicians may just feel that they're short on that. They don't really have time to think through how they're going to work with others. And then, we also touch on this, historical kind of battle where sometimes clinics were devalued within the legal community and allocated less resources. And there's been a lot of great work, a lot of great effort to highlight the importance of clinics for legal education, a lot of respect that's been earned and a lot of demand from students to participate in these programs. But, would trying to figure out ways that you can buttress holes in your resources by availing yourself of the free assistance of outside attorneys, would that somehow dissuade the law schools from allocating sufficient resources in their hard budgets to really give you what you need in your clinic operations to succeed? So there's this question of whether relying to a broad extent on outside collaboration, if this would somehow, undercut the resources that you would otherwise have in the clinic. So these tensions may be, more significant or not in various situations, but these are some tensions that clinicians might sometimes voice about their hesitancy to really, wholeheartedly embrace collaborating with outside attorneys. Alicia and I both think that collaboration with outside attorneys is a great thing. We want to encourage it. So to mitigate some of these tensions, we offer some recommendations. One of them, you know, considers establishing memorandums of understanding with outside attorneys. If you're going to engage in some type of, you know, formalized collaboration process with an outside attorney where they're serving as a supervisor, or maybe it's a formal consultancy arrangement, maybe you want to, you know, have an agreement written down so that you both understand what you're expecting from one another. And this can really help in terms of being more deliberate about exactly what you're agreeing to do, so we avoid that haphazard approach that Alicia mentioned, and instead it's a more deliberate collaboration, and people will be more willing to kind of really dive in, knowing exactly what is expected of them, and understanding what the clinicians' expectations are and preferences for, you know, the clinic environment. Many outside attorneys may be eager to jump in and assist, but they just don't fully understand what's going on in this black box of the clinic. And so if we're transparent about that, it might help. Along with that is just the idea of recognizing that in the clinic we do really want, you know, the students to be viewed as peers rather than as subordinates. You know, maybe they're not licensed yet. It's this weird, you know, situation, but we still want them to step forward. And even though the attorney of record or the supervisor might actually, you know, be the one who is in the retainer agreement for, you know, this particular client, we still want the student to play a primary role and to have a chance to really think through and start to flex their lawyerly judgment. And to make this clear when you're talking with outside attorneys so that they know that this is something that you really want them also to value in the process is worth being very explicit about. So I'm sorry, I feel like I was talking a mile a minute, but I think I got all of those main points in. We're not going to go through all of this, but this just relates to something we've been playing around with, which is just a flow chart to really highlight how you can start to approach a potential collaboration in a more deliberate way, to think about, you know, why are you collaborating, what method of collaboration makes the most sense, you know, and this isn't meant to be intimidating. In many cases, you might not even need to look at this, but if you're having trouble evaluating from the clinician standpoint, should I, you know, engage in a meaningful way with an outside attorney with this client project? This can help you kind of think that through a bit.
Have you filed a patent application yet?
I know, I'm scared. Should I click this off? Yeah. Here it is, there it goes.
You got a year.
Oh, yeah. Hope you got that. Yeah, it's going now. But yeah, so this really all, you know, springs forth from our article that we're working on. And it should be coming out soon in a few months to be published by the Clinical Law Review. So we're excited about that, and we welcome, you know, any follow-up comments that you want to share with us that could help us think through these issues as we're trying to implement them in our clinics.
Questions? No, just a question.
Yeah, forgive me if you address this, but do you ever, when you encounter, say, specialized areas of law where you guys don't feel that you have sufficient expertise to supervise the students in doing that work, do you ever engage other professors within your law schools who do specialize in those areas to get involved, rather than people who are completely outside the law school?
Yeah, I mean, I would say definitely, absolutely. And so I think there's a wealth of knowledge there, but at the same time, someone who's actively practicing in the field can really offer some very, you know, tangible benefit, you know, to really know practically how you should address it. So I think both are excellent resources.
And one thing you should keep in mind, the people that we have designated as subject matter experts are all on our malpractice insurance as well.
Yeah. At Georgetown, we actually operate as separate law firms. I'm not sure the wiseness of that or not, but we have 14 law clinics there, so we operate as separate law firms. So we do consult with each other on things. I mean, I have somebody who does work on privacy policies in terms of use, and she was, you know, one of the testified in front of Congress on COPA, and so it's like when I have a COPA issue, I'm talking to her about it, you know, so we do definitely collaborate, but there has to be some awareness of conflicts and who is actually, are they just giving you advice without knowing, you know, without breaching confidentiality, or are they actually actually coming into the leases or confidential sphere.
Thanks.
When you have outside attorneys helping you on matters, is the client still a client of the clinic? Are they a client of the outside firm, or are they a client of both? Or is it a mix of those? So,
Right, and that's part of our kind of decision-making metrics, really, that we talk about, and we feel it's so important that both the outside attorney and the clinician come together up front, because that's not immediately clear, and so it's important to be explicit and make that decision. And it may be different between different clinics, but you know, you need to know exactly who is the lawyer here, and you need to make sure your client is aware of what's going on and is on board and has, you know, given permission for whatever your arrangement is.
Yeah, I have a standing arrangement with Kaplan and Drysdale, which is a big tax firm in DC. And you know, when I first encountered the person that I'm working with, it was kind of on a panel, and we developed a relationship. But then after he discussed, like, I'd love to help out in the clinic, and we talked about it, and you know, his firm actually, you know, he's a counsel there. His firm wanted to enter into an MOU with us and say, you know, make it very clear who's the client, and they from their standpoint, they said, you know, the client is your client, and we actually are acting as pro bono counsel to you at the clinic, and that's how they set it up. I think, you know, firms are different.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a partner in a law firm, and we were helping trying to get the clinic staff, and we're running into these issues with even with my firm as to our loss prevention people are like, you know, they saw the word supervise on there, and they ran away.
Yeah.
They said, no, we are not supervising anyone.
Yeah.
We came away with a shadowing arrangement. The students are now shadowing us, but the students are actually acting on behalf of the clinic. So the client is actually a client of two entities, both the clinic and the law firm, so we can share the information between the two under the joint common interest document and reserve the term client privilege. But that's just the arrangement we came up with. I mean, our loss prevention people have, I'm sure every loss prevention group of every firm in the nation is probably different.
Yeah, I think other clinics, I mean, there was a kind of a very comprehensive discussion of this on this list, on the Kaufman listserv recently, and everybody piped in with a little bit of a different variation on how they do it. I think it's very, it depends.
I had a question on this autonomy piece that you mentioned, because I was told that too when we started our clinic in Hawaii about 10 years ago. And so I was told to leave the room when the students were meeting the client, because it sounds good, you know, it's their client. But I found out they didn't know what they're doing. We had to have more meetings, and they weren't getting trained.
Yeah.
And so I shifted to more of a mentality of, I've been in law firms and provided training. I viewed that as my role. And so I do not let them work autonomously, because I want to teach them. And so when we meet with the client, I actually use that as my classroom. But based on your comment, do you think that I'm hindering them somehow, or not giving them something that you give them? Because I'd consider changing if I understood it better.
No, I would just say, I think it's a continuum. I don't think there's a clear, you know, right or wrong here. I think there's a general desire in clinical education to be as non-directive as possible, but I think that's where the judgment of the director, the professor, steps in to, you know, determine what's necessary in that situation. I generally sit in on all of my student meetings, and as the semester goes on, you know, I see if maybe in some situations I don't necessarily need to be there, but I take the stance of being a quiet observer, and I try to speak as little as possible, but I want to be there, you know, just in case.
Well, also to observe the student and be able to give them a grade at the end of the semester. But I think, you know, for me, it's, you know, I know what my student is saying when they go into that room. You know, the initial interview with the client, they've already done an outline for me of their questions. I've already reviewed it, approved it, changed things around. They sometimes, especially with counseling sessions, they have mooted their entire counseling session in front of the rest of the class. I build that time into the seminar. They, you know, they follow a transaction plan, and we meet every week and discuss their approach to the client. So it's very much autonomy in the sense that they are getting to make they are fleshing out, they're putting together their transaction plan, they're getting to make those decisions. I give them regular feedback on.
So you closely supervise?
Closely supervise, but in the actual, you know, face-to-face with the client, will sit in and everything. And then, you know, but it's also a matter of, you know, I really tell my students that they'll often come to me with questions, and I say, don't ask me that, go research it, tell me the pros and cons, and then we can have a discussion about it.
Now, if they say something wrong, you'll correct it, won't you? Like they just recite a principle that's totally wrong, won't you say something? Or you just let the client go away with that impression?
No, I wouldn't be a good attorney. I let the client go away with the wrong impression. But I think that's the part of the value of the transaction planning and the scripting, you know, that, or the giving me their outline, so that if there is something wrong, I pay attention before they go and talk to the client about it.
One of the things that we've wondered about, and this is our first semester of doing an entrepreneurship clinic, and so as the students are working with their clients and working with them over Skype, incidentally, because our student entrepreneur clients are in College Station, so it's a 3-hour difference, 3 hours away. You know, we've discussed among ourselves, you know, how much to interject when the clients are, particularly when there's a client meeting that's fact-finding. We realize that maybe we need to go in a certain direction of inquiry, and you know, and perhaps that just ends up being glossed over, or you know, so we have treated it like you would in a law firm, a partner and an associate, and you know, have jumped in and said, you know, maybe you want to ask about this, or you know, or ask the client directly, you know, a question, and allow the students to follow up. But I have real mixed feelings about that, because you know, you don't want to kind of horn in on that learning experience, but yet you can see it going a direction that you really know that it's not supposed to go in.
But then I think it's such a good learning experience for the student to realize, to come out of an initial interview and realize, I didn't ask any of the questions I wanted to ask. I didn't get the information. Now I've got to call the client back and get the information that I really need, and that's the, you know, learning experience. But it's very hard to bite your tongue.
And it's interesting too to see, we have a supervising attorney from a local law firm, and then I'm doing the classroom. And it's interesting to see, we both have sort of different perspectives on that. I mean, she would be more hands-on. I'm more about the academic learning experience of the whole thing. So it's an interesting dynamic, I think, for the students to see too, you know, our different approaches.
I think the one thing law firms do well is training. So I think that it works pretty well.
The only problem with that, though, is they're not willing to do that anymore.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, if we think of the law class as a law firm training, which is how I've been approaching it, I think law firms have done a really good job, actually. Just they're not, clients don't want to pay for it anymore.
Yeah. Right.
But I'm just saying, I transfer that experience to my class, but that's not for everyone. That's what I think.
Okay, I know it's late in the afternoon, everybody's getting sleepy. My name is Brian Crum, University of Tennessee College of Law. This is the second time I've been here at this fine institution. I collaborated with on a project with Megan a couple of years ago on venture capital. And it's funny because when she first sent out the request for proposals, I'm currently working on a book. And I basically took the outline from my book and said, would you be interested in me talking about this? So do I really fall in this category? Maybe not, but what I'm hoping to do is show you I'm going to tell a story about the life cycle of a small startup company, okay? And as I tell the story, I'm going to use the documents that we actually used for the transactions. And these are all going to be hyperlinked so that the students have a context for how they're drafting the documents, okay? I did this a year ago with the Entrepreneurial Law Clinic Handbook, basically taking a student through, this is how you interview, these are the engagement agreements you use, these are the contracts you use, these are the contracts as they apply to intellectual property and how they apply to securities issues. Because when we went to law school, at least when I went to law school, you studied the case method. You might have gotten out of law school without even drafting a contract, let alone understand the context in which they were being used. So the value of what I hope to impart today is the types of experts or the types of lawyers that a student would encounter as they went through a transaction. Now, these are the sorts of partners that we're working with on campus. We have incubators, we have venture capital ties, we have, especially in the area around Knoxville, we have Oak Ridge National Labs, the uranium enrichment facilities, TVA, the university. We're in the top 10% in the amount of federal funds we get for research in the country, yet we're in the bottom 10% of what we commercialize. And part of that is due probably because of the secret nature Oak Ridge had at one time. You know, they didn't collaborate with each other. So we're trying to break through that. And when we're breaking through with it, we have to start building relationships. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this small startup company that was generated out of the university setting. Professor from the nursing department and professor from the School of Engineering collaborated on a electronic healthcare records management system. What happened in this situation is that Tammy knew that in order to educate her students properly in a new environment, they had to use real electronic healthcare records management. Well, to purchase a software package like this, it's about $70,000 and about $5,000 a year royalties. So they said, well, what's so hard about it? Why can't we develop our own? And they did. And they disclosed it to the university because in their contracts, unlike other universities, all the intellectual property that's created on campus by professors belongs to the university. Okay, this is not necessarily chronologically linear, but I'm going to tell you who we interact with as we built this team. Okay, there was an advisory board created, and there were three major groups involved. The Anderson Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which basically out of business school, Tech 2020, which is a innovation laboratory out of Oak Ridge area, and then the Center for Entrepreneurial Growth, which basically a collaboration of those two entities. And the people who are in these entities are people who have had started businesses before, and you know, they've gotten to the point where they've made enough money, they're just donating their time. So they formed an advisory board to say, okay, what do you need to know about marketing and things of that nature? What skills do you need to have to advise you going forward? We started working with them with the legal clinic. Basically, we helped them form their business entity. They actually, the University of Tennessee College of Business, and as part of the MBA program, assigned an MBA student to a fourth semester to help them develop their business plan, actually doing the day-to-day work of the organization. And then they obtained space at the University Business Incubator, which is run by our University of Tennessee Research Foundation. Okay, first thing, they need money to get going. What are the options? Well, they talk to banks, and the banks aren't interested. They talked to venture capitalists. Venture capitalists were interested, but they didn't want to give up their idea. They didn't want to give up the potential equity that they saw, because they did enough research to know that there's a wide market for this, and an even wider market given the changes in healthcare requirements. Same with angel investors. They wanted too much of the business. So what happened is we helped them develop, basically they gave personal loans from their 401k accounts. Each one of them put in $10,000 to start off with. And we drafted the documents that were necessary to effectuate that. But they also applied for SBIR grant, and a lot of you people know what those are. And this one was from the National Institutes of Health. They got that award for $200,000, which gave them enough money to do some beta testing. Okay, I'll get it. Okay, before they did beta testing though, they made the disclosure to the university the disclosure has to be endorsed by the department that they're in. So there was 2 different departments, engineering and nursing. Who gets the ownership of it? There was about a month or 2 negotiation over that, but basically they said we'll share the proceeds of the invention. Then the invention goes to a licensing agent, and the licensing agent says, okay, we're going to see what their commercial possibilities are for this, because the university owns it. And they're saying, okay, it's not quite ready for market yet. It needs more development. And, let's take a risk that, these entrepreneurs can really take off with it. So they decided not to put it out for commercial sale, but to keep it in license it to the inventors. Okay? So our law students helped in drafting the term sheets. Okay? We didn't send our students with them, but we counseled them about all the different factors that should be in the term sheet. And basically, we've done enough of these now with the University of Tennessee Research Foundation that we kind of know what their parameters are. They entered into a basic agreement. The basic agreement basically said, whatever revenue you get, the university gets 50%, we get 50%. But that only does, that establishes the baseline. The other line was then they issued the software license, okay? In this instance, the university said, we want to be a part of your entity. So they gave 10% membership interest to the university, so that when the entity makes money, the university will make money. And when the university makes money, then they have to split it 50-50 through the basic agreement. A little complicated, but it works. Okay. Shuba showed you a slide similar to this, so I'll skip that. Okay. So after they conducted the beta testing, and what the law students had to do is actually negotiate the beta testing agreements with the general counsels of the other universities that were trying this software. And there were 3. And some universities have policies that there are no indemnification agreements, and even to the extent that they can protect intellectual property. For example, they will take reasonable steps to protect intellectual property. And, again, we're talking about risk. Well, we're willing to share that risk, okay? They refined and improved the technology, and then they started sending out letters to various companies to market the technology. There were 3 or 4 companies that were really interested in it. We developed the confidentiality and non-disclosure agreements. We reviewed the letters of intent with our clients. Okay. And we did hire a mergers and acquisition consultant from another healthcare company, just to make sure that we understood the nuances of these particular transactions. And one of the purchasing organization, when we actually did the asset sale, was Wolters Kluwer Health. The same people who write the law books or publish the law books purchase this. Their model is just like Westlaw. We're going to give it away to universities so that when the students come out of their universities, both nursing schools and medical schools, that they will be so wedded to this that they'll use it for their practices. But the students actually, and the key thing was, at this point in time, I said, you probably need to go out and get another law firm to represent you through these transactions. And they said, no, we trust you. So my students and I actually worked with their inside corporate counsel, their outside corporate counsel, UT's general counsel, and UTRF's outside counsel come up with the transactional documents necessary. So I'm sorry losing my voice. But I think that's a valuable way, a teaching tool for students to get some sort of context in which to in which to apply transactional documents. And I think it gives you the folks some insight into how the clinic can play a role in those sorts of transactions. Okay, thank you. I was going to do post-closing activities because there were some interesting things, but you get the gist of it.
Questions?
Sir?
I'm kind of curious, what is it, what does WKH charge?
Walters Kluwer Health.
Yeah, what do they charge for the product?
You know, it's called DocuCare now.
Is it the
Okay.
same price as what inspired these people?
I don't know, to be honest with you. It's one of those things that I will learn about soon, but they're capturing more of the market. They've done better than their projections, because this was a $1.75 million transaction, which wasn't bad for two professors that started something up. And, you know, it's basically a royalties deal going forward too for those professors.
At what stage did you do the IP protection? Because I noticed you at least
Well,
transferred a
see, that's the
trademark.
thing, that's the thing. The University Tennessee Research Foundation does the IP protection. And that's what they negotiated for the 10% interest to make that investment a wash.
Questions?
I have a question. So how long did this, I mean, it's ongoing.
This
or
was
how long did
24 months,
Wow.
basically 4 semesters.
Did you have the same students working
No.
on it all the way through?
No.
Did you guys get paid?
What's
I mean,
that?
that's a major
They gave us
transaction.
$10,000 at the end of the.
You probably could have found an outside firm to do that too, right?
What's that?
I mean, for that kind of deal, that probably.
Oh, in fact, I wanted them to go to an outside.
They didn't want to.
No.
Did you use the software with the nursing students? Were they the ones testing it?
Oh,
along the
absolutely.
way? Okay.
They were testing it in the University of Tennessee, but that's what the beta testing was also, to make sure that there wasn't any biases and that there were several improvements made simply because the other professors and the other students were looking at it from a different perspective.
Okay.
It is late in the day.
Megan, what should I do about the time? Should I go ahead and do
I
it?
think it'll be all right, yeah, it'll be
Okay,
all
I
right.
don't want to miss you out. Okay, you heard Megan allude to earlier and Bill Kell before that, the three of us collaborated on a survey, so I just wanted to briefly tell you how that evolved and then get into what came out of part of it here and then a little report on one way that we can use outside lawyers to expand the reach of the transactional clinics. In the last year, 2013 USASB annual meeting, we had the Law and Entrepreneurship Special Interest Group, which is, it's not just lawyers, it's people teaching law in business schools, engineering schools, and so on, but a lot from law schools. Had what's called a pre-conference, and we were talking about expanding the reach of these transactional clinics to help more people, particularly student entrepreneurs. And in the audience, actually one of the other panelists, was somebody from Bradley University, which has one of the, I believe, 2 standalone entrepreneurship schools, not necessarily connected with a business school or an engineering school. And she said, well, these transactional clinics sound great, but we don't have a law school at Bradley, and we don't have one particularly nearby. There's some in Chicago and Champaign-Urbana. And so what do? Is there a way for us to access these clinics? So this got us thinking about, well, maybe 2 things could happen. Maybe we could do the remote representation that Bill talked about, so that got us thinking about that, although he laid out some pros and cons. Some of us had already been using lawyers in different ways, so we thought, well, if there's not a law school, maybe we could mobilize a panel of the bar near Peoria to help. And then, so we were doodling on that, and a couple months later, Megan launched an email on the Entrepreneurship Law listserv, which is part of the Kauffman Foundation's Entrepreneurship Law website, which a lot of us use for a lot of reasons, asking about the appetite of law schools to represent student inventors, work with student venture incubators, who's doing it, who might like to do it. And it, as they say, lit up. Within 48 hours, 40 law schools responded, and you had a conference call, but there were so many, it was kind of hard to do that. So we thought, well, let's gather some more information and then start having conferences like this one that Megan has organized here. And by the way, whoever here from Texas A&M, lucky to have her. Just want to make that clear. So we decided to do a little survey, and it was really 3 parts. We wanted to survey the transactional clinics, which was not that hard to do because this listserv is kind of their main communication device, and I'll tell you about how many there are in a minute, and ask 3 sets of questions. Some about comfort level with using the electronics to represent people, some about comfort level and experiences with either collaborating with so-called outside lawyers or referring work to them, and some about just generally making better connections with student inventors and student incubators, which Megan's going to report on in this next part. For context, there are a little over 200 U.S. law schools. When I first met Tony Mendez several years ago when he was with the Kauffman Foundation, and we were talking about this morning, back in 2002 or so, there were maybe 15 or so what we would call entrepreneurship clinics. Now there are more like 125, depending on how you count, could be as much as 150. There's some, definitional questions. We sent out the survey, we got a response rate of about 37, which I'm not an expert on surveys, but we were told that wasn't bad. It wasn't great, it wasn't bad. And most of them answered most of the questions. Just for a little further context, we found that by far most of these clinics were at law schools that were part of universities with multiple academic units. And these days, many universities have an entrepreneurship program, an incubator, an accelerator, something that is promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. So that means they're well located. 4 were standalone, but they're still in a position to reach out to entrepreneurs in the community they can help, and to other schools. A little bit surprising to me was how few operate their clinics during the summer, since as far as I can tell, entrepreneurship does not have a summer break kind of concept to it. So when we asked the questions about outside lawyers, one of them was regarding, first we just want to know who is really supervising your clients, and almost all of them said, well, of course we have law school employees doing that. Some of them said we have some other university employees involved, although the comments didn't quite make clear how many. But a high percentage said in one way or another we get involved with outside lawyers. Most of them, 60% said that we do refer clients to non-clinic attorneys. Now what we found from the comments on that is it was a fairly informal, everybody knew somebody, and so if we're overloaded or we don't handle that kind of matter, we have a list. I'll come back to the way they kind of administer that, but it was not exactly a formal program. Not so many said they acted as co-counsel with non-clinic lawyers, and so you were earlier mentioning some of the complications with that. When we looked at the discussion questions, are there best practices? Well, and this was true in I think the report that Alicia and Amanda did, and then what we've seen on the listserv, people are worried about keeping control of how their students are being supervised, so that's clearly one issue. Most people who do referrals are careful not to be sending clients to any one lawyer, so usually it's here's a few names of people we think can help you. And there are budget and other constraints we talked about. I don't want to go back over that because I think Alicia and Amanda's paper does a terrific job on really the whole kind of spectrum of what people are doing. I wanted to talk about one particular thing we found some success with at UMKC, that is it gets the supervision of law students kind of out of the picture, because that's not our target for this particular program I'm going to talk about. We do, like everybody here, have lots of programs that help train our law students to be effective counselors to entrepreneurs. So we have a clinic that's been in existence since 2002, an entrepreneurial legal services clinic, an IP clinic for a few years. We're in our 9th year of an interdisciplinary course where law, business, and engineering students write business plans together in interdisciplinary teams, which helps us go a long way toward one of the goals that Greg expressed earlier, which is to get law students to see the legal issues aren't the whole deal. In fact, they're relatively much, but to see the business plan develop in context, I think helps them a lot. But this was a different thing. We have a cross-campus entrepreneurship program called the Rainier Institute for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. It's housed in the Henry W. Block School of Management at UMKC. Henry Block is a pretty famous entrepreneur in Kansas City and elsewhere. When he got back from World War II, I think he went to college on the GI Bill, started a little business with his brothers which their initial business plan was to give sort of holistic advice to other small businesses. We'll help you with your business plan, your operations plan, your bookkeeping. They weren't getting much business. Fortunately, a lot of people were saying, we'll pay you $5 to do our tax return. And so Henry and his brother Richard formed this little company to do tax returns, and that is H&R Block. It's done pretty well. So anyway, he's a big proponent of entrepreneurship, and the Block School works very hard on it. So one of the things they do through their cross-campus program is what they call eScholars or Entrepreneurship Scholars program. It's a one-year certificate program, but really designed to launch scalable, sustainable businesses. They have, I think, 100 mentors in the Kansas City area who are, I think, in terms of qualifications and background, much like many of the people we've heard from in Texas here today, people who really know their stuff across the spectrum. Industry specific, venture capitalists, all kinds of folks. And so they mentor them. The law school provides a lot of legal education to them. They built into their curriculum various legal components. We have half a dozen law faculty who guest lecture or lawyers from town on specific subjects. Sometimes we arrange those so they can have 45-minute one-on-one meetings to talk about their specific situations with lawyers from the community who volunteer. We have one of their entrepreneurs in residence. I mean, a lot of them are marketing and finance and other people, but one of them is a lawyer who will meet with them, have office hours on a Friday. I think Tony said you do the same thing at University of North Texas. But all that said, we still knew they needed lawyers and couldn't afford them. I mean, these are students with low revenue, high student loans, mind-bogglingly large student loans sometimes to me. And so we were trying to figure out how to help them. Our clinic started taking students, but the clinic has limited capacity, and we're training law students at the same time. And a lot of these particular projects had sort of, first mover considerations. They were going fast and couldn't really wait sometimes for how long it would take us to get their deal done with the law students. So we decided we needed to turn to the bar for help. It's a very ambitious program. They don't take everybody. I think they had 130 or so applications this year. They admitted like 70 to this program, and they tell me by the time they finish the annual cycle, 40% of them that don't make the cut probably won't be launched as businesses, but a lot of them will. So we went to the bar, and this was the easy part in terms of how to do this. And in fact, Alicia and Amanda hit the nail on the head in their paper when they said, there's really few outlets for pro bono work for transactional lawyers. When I practiced for a long time. I started teaching 12 years ago, but I wanted to do pro bono work, and I would get myself on the court-appointed list, and somebody would assign me a juvenile criminal case, and I thought I was going to ruin somebody's life because I didn't know what to do. So I'd have to go find somebody who could help me with that. So when I contacted these lawyers and said, look, here's what we want. We want you to do work right up your alley, which you do all the time. We think we can confine it to maybe one student venture a year or one a semester, so we'll keep it manageable. And we'll do the intake. Our clinic staff will do what we call, a legal triage initial meeting. Sometimes if it's not a fast-moving venture, they'll decide they want to have our clinic handle it. But a lot of times, we'll refer them out depending on their needs. We tried very carefully to get a lot of diversity in this panel. It's now, I think, up to 27. So those kinds of disciplines and others, but also large firm and small firm. One of the things I was talking about in the hall earlier was when I got to the law, I was completely ignorant of the fact, because I had been kind of in big firms in practice, that 70% of the lawyers in the country in private practice are in firms of 10 or less, and something like 48% are sole practitioners. But there's a lot of terrific lawyers who do business planning, tax work, other work can be helpful to entrepreneurs in those smaller groups. So we made sure there was a mix. Now some of them have the kinds of high-tech ventures and maybe international ventures where they needed maybe a bigger firm, so that our strategy worked. When we got one lawyer to sign up for the firm, they kind of naturally, if they had an issue where they needed their department, there was a specialist, they went down the hall and got them involved, and it worked pretty well. So we've been administering this for going on 3 years now. It seems to have worked pretty well. It is not without challenges, and the first challenge is setting reasonable expectations. So one of the panelists mentioned this morning that somewhere in the entrepreneurship education playbook near page 1 is get as much free stuff as you can. And so one of the things that happens is we tell them, this is for startup legal services. Just as we want your business to grow, you're gonna have to graduate into paying for legal services at some point. But we find some of the students, student venturers from across the campus still sort of have the notion, you're my all-time free lawyer, and we have to kind of make that clear to them. We had somebody.
Lifetime warranty.
Yeah, right, we had one of them, started a successful business, moved 1,100 miles away to a state in which none of these lawyers was licensed, and still thought, well, now I've got a new deal, will you represent me on that for free? So, you know, but we've been able to, I think, educate them on that. We put a lot more now. We learned, like anybody else, after we fumbled the first year or two, that we better be really clear on what, you know, what the kind of range of services is and the duration of it. It is, one little logistical problem is, you know, they're moving fast, they're students with other obligations. We had a little bit of trouble getting them to report back to us. We typically give them at least 3 names, so we're not, and they go interview these lawyers and see, you know, how much and it has to be pro bono. We couldn't do this as a referral thing if it wasn't pro bono, and the lawyers all know that. But they wouldn't always get back to us and tell us if they signed somebody up, which like wreaked havoc on who we now give out the next names. So to keep your organized crime consigliere thing going, we adopted, with their astute consent of the applicants, what we call the rat them out procedure. So if they don't get back to us in some time frame, we tell the people running the program, hey, we're trying to help them. Tell your students in your program they've got to get back to us. And the students have to consent to us doing that, so we're not violating confidentiality. But that's where, that pretty much solved that problem, I think. We ended up hearing back from them pretty promptly now. It was a staffing thing. I mean, I work with our clinic and kind of oversee it some. I teach a bunch of other courses. So it's easy for me to say, you guys do the triage, but actually 3 people at our clinic have to do it, but they've managed to apportion the responsibility pretty well, so it hasn't been overly burdensome. They've got a nice process of doing it. Why is this good for a law school? Well, we have a community service mission overall. Helping budding student entrepreneurs solves a bunch of problems. I mean, been a lot in the papers the last year or so. Is it worth it to get a college degree? Well, if you can get a degree and learn how to start your own business at the same time, that's not such a bad thing. And we're pretty well convinced that a lot of these students, without us doing something like this, would be winging it or finding whatever they can find on the internet, and who knows what kind of mistakes they're gonna make. The bar has warmed up to this, and it's made us, we think, what we want to be, a team player in cross-campus entrepreneurship. Now, we've had as Tony mentioned earlier, I'm involved with USASB, as well as he's the president of USASB. What we're trying to do through that network, which has entrepreneurship educators across the country, is connect them with the clinics so that the clinics know where the needs are. The Kauffman Foundation website, Entrepreneurship Law, lists the clinics by state. You can see if there's one near you, but some of them won't be proximate to some of the schools that have incubators and accelerators. And we're just thinking that if we can get the clinics to think about serving this kind of function and mobilizing the local bar, we've got 125 clinics and they each develop a pro bono panel of 20, and we get 2,500 lawyers helping student entrepreneurs for free, and we think that's a good thing. And so we're gonna try to do that. So anybody in the room interested in more of the details or I've gone over it pretty quickly. We had to think through a lot of steps and to create some literature to give to the applicants on what exactly this program involves. But it seems to be working pretty well. So I think, did I go a minute over?
You're all right.
Okay. Questions? Yeah.
Have you thought about, or is this a part of it, working with law students on the other end, that law students can work with those pro bono attorneys in some kind of shadowing or mentoring?
Well, we thought of, we haven't done it because the truth is our clinic is booked up with clients that we have from the community who are not students, and from some of the students. Some of the students actually want to work with the law students. They're kind of contemporaries, and if they don't have the more fast-moving ventures, it works out fine. So no, we haven't really done that.
Just thinking, because with clinical opportunities, there's so many students who'd like to participate but can't because just small numbers. So if you have this network of pro bono attorneys that are kind of taking on matters, it seems like a really interesting potential for other law students to get experiential learning.
Yeah, I agree. Although we were concerned with the same issue that the gentleman here pointed out, which is once the lawyers start supervising them, we didn't know how comfortable they'd be. So these are clearly clients of the law firms only. and they're serving their pro bono function. And I think of all the law firms we talked to, you know, only one of them had a little bit of slowdown getting back to us because they had to go through some committee training in the firm, but most of them, it was, when they talked to their folks there, they thought it fit nicely into the firm. But no, I agree. We've now started to match up law students and teams with there's a social venture competition in our school too, and it's been real fun because we have students gravitating to that. So, other questions? Yeah.
I noticed you referenced immigration attorneys.
Yes.
That was a real surprise to us because when we started dealing with all the engineering teams.
It's exactly right. What we, in fact, some of us at UMKC wrote a paper that Kaufman published. We kept running into international students on F1 visas, wanted to start businesses here and create jobs here, but there's certain things they can't do on their visa, and like something called curricular practical training. So we proposed some changes, and we're actually talking to some folks about whether regulatory changes could at least be made. Legislative changes are difficult, but yeah, we especially not just the engineering school, but yes, a lot of them from the engineering school. I agree. And so if they're on an F1 visa, we send them to an immigration lawyer if they don't already have one to see what they can do and can't. And often it's going to stop them from doing what they wanted to do, unfortunately.
That was what my question was.
Yeah.
Did you find a
Yeah,
roadblock?
so what'll happen, and this is part of our policy argument, is they'll start that business, they'll go home and start it. That's what'll happen. So, yeah.
I have a question. So I know it's just for student entrepreneurs, but was there any thought about opening it up to wider swaths of people from the community and local?
Yeah, actually, we were, once we started describing this to people, the Chamber of Commerce approached us about that, and so we've started, this is pretty recent, so we started talking to the law firms about a broader, same concept, but they don't have to be students yet. So we haven't done that yet, but we're talking about that. Other questions? Is there a break now? Oh, there's one more question? Oh, one question.
Any sense of how much time one of these projects would take? Does that dovetail with what the goal is for an attorney to do a pro bono project?
I think they probably take more time. In fact, one of the firms, to their credit, sent us a list of hours that they put in on these, and so we're now harvesting that information. I said, well, we want to show a lot of folks what we're doing, including the entrepreneurship program, so you know those hours you told us about? Put those into dollars too and tell us, you know, what's the value of this. And so the lawyers have been terrific. They ought to get credit for that. But these are not, I mean, they're spending lots of hours on these matters. That's why the goal was just like one a semester or one a year. And, you know, the students, again, though, they get a law firm, we have had a few situations where they'll come in on a Friday and say, I'm meeting with somebody Monday, I need a contract. You know, and we have to tell them, well, it might not be quite, we'll try to help you, but it's not like we can get everybody to drop everything. So there's, you know, these are first-time entrepreneurs for sure, so they don't really know how long some of this will take, so that's part of the education process. Okay?
Thank you. We'll take just about 10 minutes or so, 5 or 10 minutes for a break, and then we'll have our final session.
What's that? It's at the state Feeling the day? Orthopedic surgeon. I'm going back to College Station, actually. Yeah, we're going to drive down, actually. For what, I don't know what's going on. I waited for last weekend to find hotel. Well, they must be bigger than that. Because I ended up getting a hotel. Yeah. Basically, it's. Oh, they have rooms there? When they run it up there, basically. That's right, I remember that. Next time I have to go to the artery. You usually have your own, so it's about half a month. I don't want to drive all the way home. I can step on the artery. I would drive for dinner and put the tires together. Roll over, you know, some north, south, east, west. I think this one's already.
I'll ping you by email.
Sure. The white buffalo. I see the white buffalo. Give us up. Go look, or we'll see what we do.
Oh, yeah,
Cool.
yeah. I'll coordinate with you. Thank you.
That was good. I got both. I do not usually cheese sandwiches, whatever. This is nice. So how many of your teams are plugged into the possible program? 10? That's quite good. That's enough to find out if it's going to work for both sides.
And how they lead into the client.
So there's like one Skype session during the law school each Wednesday, and they can do their own thing.
You're a leader? Been here. You had it written as 1, 2, 3, right? I mean, I'm happy to go back.
It's all about collaboration, connection, getting Skype and things like that to work. And I told college, I have to go back. I think the University of Houston has a really good intellectual property group.
You and I are talking about.
I have not run across it.
No, I'm not saying that.
Entrepreneurial sector. I know that's the guy UH at. Exactly. To maybe start it with them and connect the UH IP things, because you know you get all this tech heavy type stuff in there, bring it into routines in an affordable, timely way. And look, the University of Tennessee guy, the software thing, right? Finished law school, he hated it for perspective. They never actually learned to do contracts, right? They just learned how to lawsuits that come out of failed contracts. So I think it's
because I
it's highly attractive.
Otherwise, I'll sit until
mentoring and coaching type of. Yeah.
Did I grab one of your cards?
Yeah. Yeah. I like that.
We had one transactional law class that started.
It's not.
It was just like a transactional drafter.
I appreciate it.
Put in 12 seats, it filled immediately, and the administrators were shocked. They're like, we didn't realize, the professor was like, we didn't realize it was going to be so popular.
This is the thing that all law students are missing. It feels to me like the lawyers are struggling with the issues that the doctors must have wrestled with a long time ago. Because the doctors putting in place residency programs under supervision of controls and all that kind of stuff. But they've got to be ways to make that stuff work for the benefit of everyone. And sometimes they do need it.
I wanted to say,
Yep, from the experience, even though the venture itself varies.
I have they don't come but last sessions were
Yeah. Learning how to think. Originally, I guess, was the purpose of all colleges. That's the content or the process of learning how to think. Yeah. So who's hot at the moment in your program? Which one's that? What's this company?
Study on board. StudyOnBoard.com.
I heard the Mets.
Is that the one that was a virtual collaboration within the picture thing? That was, yeah, and the idea was great, but the only reason I didn't score higher in the kids is because he didn't offer any evidence that what was truly different. If you could do that, that's the thing I really need, right? In fact, it'd be much more broadly applicable than simply educational applications. From what he was describing, it was business cards. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, later. It's great to start with the student market as your alpha market. It's rich, it's relevant, it's going to test all those features. But if you do that, I mean, that's the key thing. We still, I mean, when we first had the collaborative type, video conferencing, whiteboards, and all that kind of stuff. Well, you see today, it's still because he didn't make it.
All draft.
Right, it's a service. Software license. Okay. Cool. And he's just a freshman. That's awesome. The skateboard guy. This is what this is fellow I've actually run some class.
We had mine too.
One of those things that people overlap. For some reason, lots of airplanes. And that that's what I think. Really? Yeah. It all depends on what it is. So what's that? You mentioned that name, but what are they? Oh, okay, that's right. You mentioned.
You're the only one.
Right. Well, there's a girl who does because it's all happening in the server.
Yeah, this was like 4 years ago. So you get like a custom made suit made
Oh, you meant the cat the whole
I've never been down for that. I've thought about it. I thought about it. Actually, well, this one probably
Nick and I had nice Bob. I can tell you, if you get examples, if you get this stream of examples of this is happening, then work is
Monday, Tuesday, drive back to
See, so was money to this one? Yeah, I have yeah, it was in there. Actually, I have a buddy one.
You can always come up with that would be the basic.
I'm going to have to do one of my visits. Stop in and I've never been in it. I'll grab a couple of my Okay, like I said, I'm gonna go to see, I haven't been all of them, again, I think that, incubator accelerators, things you gotta build together. Basically, I've got the student starter board, and then pretty much companies and surgeons, I got one project about what's that? It's just amazing.
Okay, folks. We're ready to start.
I'll be deciding sometime next week.
Our final panel discussion.
I'm conducting my own portfolio.
Attention.
Decide what I do.
Wow, what a day, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, the topic of this panel is next generation of innovators. So I've asked the panelists if they would prefer to do a PowerPoint, and Megan does have a PowerPoint she's going to be presenting. You all know Megan, she did introductions earlier. Also with us is Naveen Thomas from the University of Chicago Law School, and Alina Ball from the University of California, Hastings. So welcome, all of you. I'd like for this to be very interactive, as most of them have been. So, you know, as they present their information, it's going to be pretty relaxed. I know Megan's got a PowerPoint, but the rest of us are just going to be here to talk about the next generation of innovators, which I'm very interested in from my entrepreneur student perspective. So with that, I'm going to have Megan. Oh, wait a minute. No, Naveen. Aline, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, we switched up the order here.
Okay, we switched it up.
It's not his fault.
So as Tony said, I am Alina Ball, and I'm a director at UC Hastings. I teach a corporate law clinic there. And in establishing my corporate law clinic at Hastings, my focus is really on the development of future lawyers. So while I'll be talking about the development of future lawyers, of course, many of the skills that it takes to be an excellent lawyer also facilitate excellence in other career paths, including but not limited to entrepreneurship. And I think in that way, the comments I'm going to present are really in line with the rest of the panelists. UC Hastings is in the Bay Area, so we're located right in the middle of Silicon Valley in San Francisco, and our entrepreneurial spirit there is really focused on the technology industry. And the way that tech founders really describe themselves is unique. They describe themselves as disruptive, as hackers. The Facebook mantra, right? Move fast, break something. And while I don't necessarily want my students to move fast, and in fact I get on them for moving too fast, sometimes I do want my students to learn to break things. I want my students to learn to be disruptive. I want them to be innovators, right? So in other words, one of my primary goals in my corporate law clinic is to use the practice of corporate and transactional law to assist students in their development of critical thinking skills that will both challenge and advance their practice of law. And I think every law professor describes what they do as developing critical thinkers, although it's not always clear there's pedagogical principles and methodologies behind that assertion. But in this regard, I really do believe that clinicians are distinct in that we do have a pedagogical methodology that supports our efforts to generate those higher order cognitive skills that typify highly successful attorneys, civic leaders, entrepreneurs, etc. And so I'll spend my next few minutes just sort of elaborating on how clinicians, and specifically how corporate law clinicians, effectively integrate theory and inquiry-based learning into legal education to produce critical thinkers. Ultimately, I conclude that it is the intentionality of the corporate law clinician in making client selection that sets the stage for students to grapple with systemic issues and legal theories in their competent representation of clients, which leads to the students' development as critical thinkers. So client selection directly facilitates the students developing critical thinking skills. Just a brief history with regard to clinical education, because I understand we're a very mixed group here, and we're not, most of us are not clinicians. And while there's always outliers, there is definitely consensus around the dominant narrative in the evolution of clinical education. So with the adoption of the Langell case study method for law schools, clinical courses were in short order behind that to really introduce into legal education, or to fill within legal education the gap that apprenticeship opportunities had before in training future legal lawyers and attorneys. But within just a few years of the first clinics popping up around law schools in the country, it was clear that mere apprenticeship model was insufficient. In other words, clinical education, even in its infancy as a distinct pedagogy, had the primary focus to develop critical thinkers and young professionals who weren't just prepared to practice law, but to engage with the legal system. And thus, the practical skills training that was done in the clinical setting were a means to cultivating critical thinkers. They were not the ends in and of themselves of clinical education. The real gem of clinical education is that students have this unique opportunity to have a critical awakening in a clinic, right? So in a clinic, students see with new eyes and from a different perspective, often the perspective of their clients, the complexities and inadequacies of the legal system. And these are not covered in their lecture style courses. So the awakening to complexity hopefully triggers an intellectual curiosity and a desire for deeper understanding on behalf of the student. So with the intellectual curiosity and the desire for a deeper understanding, that leads the student to start questioning status quo, to learn how to explain why something needs to be changed, and then to start making creative and concrete arguments about what that change should be. And these are the building blocks of strong cognitive thinkers, right? So questioning, explaining, and creating alternatives, the building blocks. And this is the tradition of clinical education. And it's on this premise of theoretical learning through the practice of law, upon which John Bradway and Jerome Frank, among the others, really pioneered the cause of clinics as an essential component of sound legal education. Now, many clinics engage students in law and poverty theory or in social justice theory, and that theoretical orientation to the clinic naturally provides a pathway to critical learning, critical thinking. In this regard, corporate law clinics are unique, right? Because the genesis of many business law clinics is not necessarily driven by a vision for social change. Business law clinics aren't inherently contextualized within a theoretical framework to catalyze students' critical thinking. But this absence of an overarching theoretical framework shouldn't deter us as corporate law clinicians. Educators have been studying the intentional development of critical thinkers for a long time, and there's actually a wealth of research on the topic to really inform the work that business law clinicians should be doing if their goal is, as I think it should be, to really be developing thinkers and not just practitioners. So inquiry-based learning, a subset of the constructionist learning theory, tells us that students learn to think critically, or the critical thinking really occurs when students are actively engaged in the process of meaning and knowledge construction, as opposed to passively receiving the information. Inquiry-based learning not only fosters critical thinking, but also creates motivated, independent learners. And in an inquiry-based learning model, students have limited background and information, and enter into either a research or a fieldwork project in order to learn through investigation, through investigation of issues and scenarios as they arise. So students learn that through investigation, and the student investigation is actually based on their own interests. So they actually direct the investigation that they're going to take in these inquiry-based models. Now teachers have a role to play in this as well, right? The teachers facilitate the learning process by asking the appropriate questions when necessary, intervening and providing guidance, structure, support, resources, suggestions. But it really is a student-led process. And this should sound familiar to all of the clinicians in the room, right? Because this is what our students do on a daily basis in a clinic. It is their client representation that is really this vehicle for inquiry-based learning. So if the goal of the corporate law clinician is to develop critical thinking skills, and if we know that inquiry-based learning is a powerful method for students to generate those skills, then the clinician must intentionally select those clients and client matters that are more likely to require students to challenge their assumptions and strengthen their cognitive thinking. The learning ecology of clinical pedagogy, so individual supervision, case rounds, reflective writing assignments, among others, then supports the student-led learning and development. And to the extent that corporate law clinicians are already doing this, so already intentionally selecting clients that generate student learning, that generate student critical thinking, then it's important that we incorporate this in how we describe the work that we are doing in our jobs and the role that we are playing at our academic institutions. And to the extent we're not already doing this, this is something we can immediately start doing. We can immediately start intentionally selecting the appropriate clients. I'm happy to provide some examples of how I'm attempting to do this in the clinic that I'm currently running, but in the interest of time, I'll just conclude with saying that notwithstanding the demands and the misconception about the role of corporate law clinicians as predominantly teaching practical lawyering skills, corporate law clinicians do have the capacity to develop students not simply for corporate practice, but as strong critical thinkers. And we accomplish this in large part by selecting those clients and client matters that require students to engage in systemic issues and legal theory as part of their representation of their clients. As trained clinicians, we then use clinical pedagogy to support our students through the inquiry-based learning process, which is challenging and frustrating for students. But this is what makes the clinical experience unlike any other experience they will have in law school, and definitely distinct from what they will get in practice. So, with everything that is going on in clinical education, we know that one thing is definitely true. It is that our legal system is becoming more and more complicated. And as legal education continues to reframe itself, it is essential that all of us as legal educators, clinicians included, can articulate how we participate in the project of producing lawyers who are prepared to navigate and really play leadership roles in shaping the complicated legal terrain that is before us. And thus our role as corporate law clinicians who can develop clinical thinkers through the practice is vital to our institutions, and it's vital to our students. And I think that we need to own this responsibility and privilege within the academic academy.
Very good, thank you. Questions? As I was listening to you, I was thinking I could probably take legal education out and put entrepreneurship education in and make the same speech, because that's exactly what we do with entrepreneurship. I mean, actually, there's a movement now in business schools and entrepreneurship programs to replace the business plan, because it's such a linear process. And we all know, those of us who have been entrepreneurs, a business plan is just a place in time. And it's much more important to have them be better at decision-making and trying things out. We've talked a little bit about lean startup and what that means and the process for that. So the business model is actually more important than the business plan. And I think that's what we're trying to convey also in entrepreneurship education, the critical thinking that's important with that. So, thank you.
I wonder if even outside education in entrepreneurship generally, because it sounds like what you're saying is applicable across the board to learning to be a better critical thinker.
and I think that clinicians have a really unique role because we have the time to actually do that. Learning critical thinking is perhaps the most complicated things we do as humans, and so it would make sense that you would really need a lot of instruction and a lot of time to do that, and that's just not what is typically done in our large lecture style classrooms.
Isn't it interesting to think too about, I mean, here I guess we've been talking about connecting the dots all day, so now my mind is filled with dots, and I don't know how I'm drawing, stars, and who knows, I'm doodling in my dots, but Darren, one of the things that you were talking about as in TrueFit, through taking clients through this process and minimizing unnecessary risk, and as your panel was talking about risk in good ways, and then also risk in negative ways. So there are some great kinds of risk, and being willing to take risks is a part of the entrepreneurial spirit, but minimizing or mitigating unnecessary risk is sometimes a key to success. It sounds like some of the process that you were talking about fits in with the process of having clients question the assumptions that they're making and the value assumptions, and through the invention process as well.
Absolutely.
One of the objectives we have, and I've always had in teaching entrepreneurship, is really instilling the entrepreneurial mindset. It's really about how you think about yourself, how you think about opportunities, and your willingness to do things that are out of the ordinary. And it's interesting because I kind of have my own assessment when students come to class for the first time. And the ones that want to know, tell me what's on the exam, what am I going to be responsible for, what are the boxes I have to check off, are usually not the best entrepreneurial students. It's the ones that are like, just let me do my thing, tell me what I'm required to do, but I want the freedom to be creative in this class. That's where we find the entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and I don't think, most of the law students I've had the opportunity to interact with don't come to this with the same openness. I actually think that they really need to be supported in saying you can develop this out yourself.
So much of the first year of law school is
really kind of beats it out of
them. Yeah.
So it's not to say that,
deliberately.
right, so it's not to say that they as individuals are any less creative. I don't think that is that's the point, but there is something about the process of law school that I think does make it really hard for students to be able to feel like they can do that in a safe space.
Alina, do you have a recommendation for references or resources that we could go to learn more about the comparison of critical thinking when students are engaged or when they're passive?
I don't have any off the top of my head, but it's a really rich area of scholarship.
Perhaps you could email some?
Yes, but why don't I do that? Why don't I follow up with Megan and send out some suggestions? The other thing that didn't sort of make it into my comments, but came up again and again when I was looking into inquiry-based learning and the development of critical thinkers, is that one thing about critical thinkers, one thing that's supposedly really important to critical thinkers is justice, and it didn't quite make it into my talk, but absolutely I feel like part of what I'm trying to do is support students as they become engineers of justice, and I had never, until I started researching this, thought about the pursuit of justice and linking that towards critical thinking, and that they really go hand in hand.
Interesting. I ran a course in project-driven learning. And it's such a different concept. It was really difficult for both the students and for me as the instructor. But it's such a different concept. But they have to use this kind of critical thinking throughout the course from day one to the close.
Right, so just to quickly respond, just for those in the audience, sometimes the project-based learning is either thought of as a subset or a complement to inquiry-based learning, but project-based learning is much more structured by the facilitator, by the teacher. So the teacher builds a project with an idea of what the critical thinking skills, or what skills they actually, conclusions they want the students to get out of the project. So simulations, right? A lot of the simulations that we run in our seminars, that would definitely fall within project-based learning. Inquiry-based learning is much more open. So for example, when I'm thinking of clients, I don't know what the students are exactly going to pursue, but I have several different ideas where I'm looking for clients with several leads, is I guess what I'm trying to say, and then allowing the students based on their interests, their past experience to really go into that kind of representation and build it out.
Great. So, Megan.
On my template, this is Aggie Maroon, but I think this falls outside of our trademark brand guidelines, the way that it looks on the protector. I'm going to be really fast, because I'm not really saying anything groundbreaking. This panel is focused on the next generation of innovators, so we're bringing it kind of back to full circle, to the university setting, and talking about educating the next generation of entrepreneurs, whether they're inside the law school or whether they're outside the law school. And so this research that I just want to report on very briefly talks about representation of student entrepreneurs, and it's part of the survey that I worked on with Tony Lupino and Bill Kell. And so I just want to, the takeaway is this. Student entrepreneurs are everywhere, and they're an increasing part of what we are doing with transactional clinics and with legal education. So, according to our survey, right, of those clinics who responded, you can see from the pie chart that most law clinics represent students, which was a surprise to me. It's becoming an increasingly large percentage of clinical clients. And the backgrounds vary. So we see a lot of student entrepreneurs come from law schools, although that was a surprise to me, because who has time in law school to start a business? But huge percentage. But then there are a lot of entrepreneurs coming from other academic units at the university or even other educational institutions. And I think Bill and Tony both talked a little bit about that, which is interesting to me because the possibility for interdisciplinary programs that benefit the community, that benefit the entrepreneurs themselves, and whether you're uniting engineering students and architecture students and business students and law students, kind of all in the same space, those possibilities really become greater and greater. Some of these are organized programs and some of them aren't. Some responses to the survey said things like, we try to minimize university-affiliated clients because we don't want to appear that we're not benefiting the community at large. Most of them were undergrad and graduate students, but one clinic said that it had represented both high school students and younger entrepreneurs. Lemonade stands? So clearly there is value in the relationship for law schools. And again, sorry about the similarity of the colors on my template. This is like a lawyer, right? Because if you can't quite tell what percentage is what. The survey respondents clearly thought that there was a strong value in the relationship for law schools to work with student entrepreneurs. Some of the reasons that were highlighted in the survey were that working with educated student entrepreneurs was really good for law students. Some other reasons were working with uneducated students was really good for law students. It's exposing law students to a variety of different types of clients, and that's a good thing. I think there's also a real value in cross-collaboration with your peers. So to the extent that, and I have to say this is part of my personal experience that we're having this semester, when you see student lawyers working with student entrepreneurs, there's just something that's really cool about that peer-to-peer connection in a certain way. Students, all client experiences are certainly valuable, but I think it's a good opportunity to foster the client empathy and the ability to relate as counselors in a very human kind of way. Conversely, there is a real value for student entrepreneurs to work with law clinics. And you see the reasons for that, as reported in the survey, are really sort of mirrored. So they said that there's a strong respect and approachable rapport that you get with law students that was valuable as peers. One clinic claimed, they said, we're cheap, we're accessible, and we're not scary. Is maybe another practical way of looking at it. A lot of the student entrepreneurs that were reported in the survey are international students. And though they have limited resources, and that presents a good peer relationship for them to have. It also makes entrepreneurs that are students a good, efficient consumer of legal resources later. They start to learn the things they need to present to a lawyer, the questions that they need to ask. And I think higher success rates are being shown in entrepreneurial endeavors when they have this kind of background in their education. Now, there are certain challenges, I think, that are presented here. The academic year schedule is difficult when we're trying to support entrepreneurship in the community. Whether student entrepreneurs or not, when we're working with an academic year schedule, it can become a little difficult because legal matters don't work in 14-week spurts. Also, then they're working with entrepreneurs. There are a lot of teams that are working on projects that say somebody graduates and younger members step up and somebody else joins, and then everyone's fighting about ownership. And I think we've talked a little bit about those ownership issues as well. Other people noted that the quality of projects was sometimes suspect, that maybe the particular projects that were presented weren't quite ready for prime time. But I think that those challenges can be addressed in ways that are productive and can particularly support some visionary and interdisciplinary and creative programming, particularly toward an end of building a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in the university setting. Perhaps including some serious pre-screening of clients, a focus on the educational component to enhance those peer and mentoring relationships, setting out clear expectations on all sides with the engagement, and engaging in a lot of information sharing among the groups. This is something that clinics across the country are doing, and more dialogue among them, sharing experiences, kind of like we're doing today. What works and doesn't work might be key to optimizing that clearly very valuable relationship in the entrepreneurship community. So that was the gross generalization of what I wanted to say, but I'll cut it short and hand it over to Naveen, who's going to talk much more specifically about some of these issues.
Thanks, Megan. So yeah, I know we're in overtime right now. I'll try to keep this short as well. This is actually the second conference in a row where I've been the last speaker, so I've done this rodeo before, or whatever that expression is. So I'm availing myself of the latest in tablet technology. Hopefully it doesn't fail me. It's a Google Doc, so hopefully someone can hack into my account and write a bunch of offensive stuff, because I will read it. And if I do say something that's offensive, that's what happened. So
any hackers in the room, I would suggest you do it right now. This could be fun.
Yeah, this thing is open. All right, so my name is Naveen Thomas. So far, so good. I teach the Corporate Lab Transactional Clinic at the University of Chicago Law School. Most of what we do is actually work for established corporations. And I know that's a pretty unique and unusual and sometimes controversial model, and it would be a good topic for another discussion, and I'm happy to talk about it with you outside, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today right now. Instead, on the subject of entrepreneurship, I'm going to talk to you about one of our other central initiatives, which is a collaboration with the UChicago Booth School of Business's Startup Accelerator, which is called the New Venture Challenge, or NVC for short. So NVC consists of dozens of teams initially. They're each composed of at least one business student, and they're competing with each other with ideas for new businesses. The teams are at many different stages of development, from those who have not yet formed an entity to those who have already gotten customers or even outside investors. So in the interest of time, I've prepared a speech. I don't usually do this, but I knew I would be running out of time, so this goes faster than me rambling on like I am right now. So in the first phase, which takes place in the fall and winter quarters, we're on the quarter system, I'm still not used to it. Students develop their ideas, form teams, and submit what are called feasibility summaries as entries into the competition. And then those entries are judged, and about 30 teams advance into the next round, which consists of a classroom course in the spring quarter where the students work on their business, practice pitching to investors, and develop a business plan. They're still on that old model, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. And then finally, after that group of 30 gets narrowed down to a group of about 10 finalists who are selected to present before judges in May, and then the winners actually get a cash investment from the business school, which takes an equity stake in their businesses. So it's a pretty interesting model, but I think something similar exists at a lot of other business schools as well. I know Wharton has at least one or more of these, for instance. So as the business students in this program come up with ideas and develop their business plans, they encounter all sorts of legal issues, which is where my clinic comes in. Under faculty supervision, our students provide free legal advice to the NBC competitors. And because many participants' businesses are already off the ground, like I said, the advice is often not just hypothetical or aspirational as you might expect in just any random business plan competition, but the advice can be directly applicable to actual issues that the students are facing in their emerging businesses. Now these issues range from their choice of business entity to the drafting, negotiating of operating agreements, approaches to intellectual property protection, and employment matters like H-1B visas. So as I'm sure many of you will agree because you're here, this is a very promising learning opportunity for law students. Advising startup companies is a great way for them to develop both fundamental lawyering skills and substantive knowledge across several areas of law like the ones I just mentioned. In my opinion, there are very few opportunities for students at law schools to get this kind of preparation for transactional practice, and those who make an effort in this kind of program will graduate with significant and demonstrable advantages in the workplace. With this promise in mind, I'm here today to talk about some of the lessons that I've learned through supervising my law students as they advise these business students in the NBC program. This kind of collaboration can be incredibly productive for both sets of students as long as we as faculty recognize certain pitfalls and take measures to avoid them. So first I'd like to talk about those pitfalls, some of these problems, and then we can go on to discuss how to solve them. The problem with business students is actually not unique just to students, but it can be true of everyone who's starting a business for the first time, and even someone who has started a business before but hasn't necessarily learned all the lessons they should have learned. And it just so happens that business students are probably more likely to be starting a business for the first time, which is why I'm talking about this problem. And that is that very often someone in this situation goes to a lawyer because someone told them that that's what you're supposed to do when you're starting a business. But they have no idea of the legal issues that they're facing or what questions they need to ask. So they're not sure why they're there or what kind of conversation they need to have with the attorney. And this is why they need to speak to a lawyer. They need someone to guide them and counsel them regarding all of the things that they don't know. Alternatively, and this is often true of business students in particular, because of their excessive confidence in virtue of being business students, the entrepreneur may think that he knows what legal issues he's facing and precisely which questions he needs to ask the lawyer, but given his lack of experience, he might be overlooking a whole host of other issues that he didn't think of at all. So if you're a lawyer who's experienced with startup companies like many of you here, and you encounter this kind of client, what do? So you'll have the client describe their business, their history, and their plans, and then you'll glean as many relevant details as possible from that discussion. And then you'll take those details and identify all the possible legal issues that the client might be facing, think about them, and present the relevant issues in a clear manner to the client, counsel the client on how best to deal with those issues, and then take whatever actions need to be taken in order to complete the client's or achieve the client's goals and keep the client out of trouble. But what if you're a law student? You don't have any experience with such matters, which, to be fair, is a limitation affecting all clinics, not just transactional clinics dealing with student entrepreneurs. But when you're dealing with a client like this, whose problem is they don't even know what questions they need to ask, or they don't have the right questions at the very least, you're going to be particularly at a loss compared to other clinical situations. And this isn't just because you lack experience. That's going to be true of law students generally, but it's also because law school has, for the most part, trained you just to answer the question presented. On exams, in your first year legal writing program, memos and briefs, you received a bunch of facts, maybe a governing law, and in most cases you received a relatively specific question that you needed to answer. And your job was to take the law and the facts and apply one to the other, and then come up with a direct answer to those questions. Your job wasn't to come up with the questions in the first place. That was your professor's job, right? But when your job is not to answer a bunch of expertly stated questions, but to help somebody with a situation more generally, how can you adjust to this situation? So when someone doesn't present the important questions to you, but instead merely describes their circumstances while mentioning all sorts of potentially irrelevant details, or even worse, asks an incomplete or even misleading question that doesn't touch on their actual issues, then your legal training so far is probably going to fail you. And now your client might be even worse off than they were before, because not only do they face unknown legal issues without proper guidance, but now they may also have a false sense of security because they've talked to a lawyer and that lawyer has appeared to have signed off on their plans and their enterprise. So to state the problem a bit more succinctly, the problem I'd like to address here is in a situation like mine where you have law students in a clinic helping business students in a business school accelerator, the business students often don't know how to ask the right questions, and the law students often don't know how to find the right questions if they're not directly presented to them. They only know how to answer them. So how can we prepare our students to better deal with this kind of client and overcome this problem? In this situation, experienced attorneys, what would they do? They might identify the issues the client doesn't ask but should be concerned about because they've seen similar situations like this before, and they know what kinds of problems accompany those situations. But law students can't rely on experience in this way, like as we've mentioned, because they don't have any experience. So we as teachers need to find ways to get our students to overcome their inexperience and to spot the right issues nonetheless. So one approach might be to try to mimic or replicate what experienced attorneys have. And that would be by presenting the students with a ton of different situations and real world situations and the kinds of issues that accompany those situations, so that when the students are with their clients, and they'll be more likely to recognize which situations tend to give rise to which issues. That might work in some cases, but as those of you who are clinicians know, that there usually isn't, that's not very realistic given the time constraints and all the other things that you need to teach in your schedule, which might be just one semester or one quarter in the case of UChicago. So that is, while it may potentially be successful, is often an unrealistic path to take. And even if that did work, even if you did have time to do that, it might not be helpful when dealing with a client who has a relatively unique set of circumstances compared with the examples that you provided in class. So another approach, which I consider more realistic and more likely to succeed in any random scenario, is to provide the students not with this kind of Pavlovian response thing, but a framework for identifying legal issues in any kind of situation. So in law school, we typically throw a bunch of facts at students and tell them spot the issues, but that's not very helpful. That's not teaching someone to do something. That's just, telling them what they need to do. It's not showing them how to do it. So I don't think there's any perfect way to actually, I don't think there's one perfect way to teach this, but one thing you can do, and one way to instill this, is to start out by providing the students with case studies, by which I mean scenarios involving a startup company facing many potential legal issues. And then the ideal study for this exercise would not present the facts in a way that a law school exam might. Instead, it would do so in a way that's that the students are more likely to encounter with their actual clients. And that is, it should be in the form of a story, because that's usually when an entrepreneurial client comes to you, that's what they're telling you. And it should take the form of a story you might hear in a client meeting. Now, there are case studies like this that are commercially available. They're usually targeted towards business students, not law students. And, or you could come up with one of your own based on your own experience in representing entrepreneurial clients. As long as that situation presents a host of preferably not obvious legal issues. So now, once the students have read the case study, we should walk the students through a process for identifying potential legal issues. My preferred approach is to have the students identify all of the relevant actors or characters in the situation. So that would be the entrepreneurs themselves, their investors, their customers, their employees, also government entities that might be applicable, and legal counsel, and whatever else is involved in a particular situation. Now, legal issues most often arise from relationships. So it could be relationships and actions, whether they're among the entrepreneurs themselves, the people, organizations, government entities. So once you've identified all the actors, the next step you can take is to identify all the relevant relationships among those actors. And then once you've done, this should take the form of kind of a brainstorm, in my opinion, where you elicit all sorts of ideas from the students, write them on the board. And then once you've done that, once you've exhausted all of their ideas on what potential relationships there are in this scenario, then you can talk about which of these relationships result in legal issues that we should be concerned with and that warrant further inquiry and research. And so once we've narrowed it down to the important issues, then we can let the law students do what they generally do best, in my experience, which is research. So once you're done with the case studies, you can check the students' understanding of this process through in-class simulations of client interviews. So this could take the form of the teacher pretending to be the client and then asking the students, posing to the students questions that a client might ask, or presenting the students with another hypothetical situation, then having the students kind of do a group exercise where they talk amongst themselves like they would with their actual clients, try to identify the most relevant legal issues that they'd like to address, and then also how to present that to the client, because it's not just spotting all the issues that's important, it's also how do you actually talk to the client about them. So, I know I'm running low on time, right? So, somehow when I wrote this out, it took less time. So I'm almost done. So that's one way to check understanding. And then when they're with their actual clients, they should, you should ensure that they kind of follow the same process. And if they don't, then following their client meeting, you can walk them through what they could have done. And you could walk through this process. Now it's not a hypothetical situation, but an actual one. And you'd still get them to the actual legal issues that they need to address. So that's all good for teaching students generally about how to deal with entrepreneurs in general. But what about business students in particular? So one thing you can do is take advantage of their shared space, the fact that they're on the same campus, and have them, before they actually, in our situation, we have teams of law students and then teams of business students. Before we actually match them up, one thing that I like to do is have the law students present to the business students on legal issues that startup companies are likely to have. So this is kind of a general information session, not a legal advice session, not a counseling session where you're matched up different teams. And this can help in a few different ways. So first of all, in preparing for these presentations, the law students can learn, they necessarily have to learn, areas of substantive law that they're going to need to know about when they're finally actually advising the clients and not just presenting. Second, when the student entrepreneurs see these presentations, they'll be alerted to the kinds of legal issues that startup companies have, and that might get them thinking about questions that they should be asking their attorneys. And third, when you have the law students and the business students who might otherwise not interact with each other at all, depending on the layout of your campus, that goes towards developing a camaraderie and a closer relationship that's going to help develop a better working relationship once the law students and business students are finally working together. Okay, so I know I run out of time, but that's basically what I wanted to talk about. I hope that if you guys are in the situation where you're overseeing law students who are working with business students, that some of these lessons that I've learned will be helpful to you as well. Thank you.
I was hoping I could get one question in, but I hate to do it because I think it's going to open up a whole different can of worms.
Yeah, you don't want to stand between lawyers and
All
alcohol.
right, but I'm gonna put it out there.
Well, once you put it out there, because then, I mean, wine
We can
could
talk
only
about it
enhance
over
this
the
later.
reception.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we teach entrepreneurship, we have students look at opportunity through different lenses. Okay, so one is technological breakthrough. And we kind of challenge them around different things. So they look at technology, how it's evolving, and opportunities for different ventures in that. Another area that they look at is changing demographics. So as the aging population advances, as people shift around in different parts of the country. And the third is change in government regulation and policy change. And every year in our Entrepreneurship Center, I kind of get a sense of what students are interested in because they come to me with a business idea. So we have our share that want to start the greatest restaurant or a new microbrewery, probably at least a fourth have the next breakthrough app that they're developing. But I've seen something within the last year, and I really don't know how to address it. More and more students are coming to me because they have business concepts in the marijuana industry. So they're looking at changes, okay? How many states now have medical marijuana? How many, well, Washington and Colorado now, it's legal consumption there. So they're seeing that as a trend and they're wondering, well, I've got a great idea for a business. What do I do with them? You know, I think this legally, I mean, like I said, it's opening up a whole nother can of worms, but these are some of the issues that we're faced with our entrepreneurship centers as they come up with concepts that we're not really sure who to point them to.
It's already a $2 billion industry.
Yeah.
Are you licensed in Washington or Colorado?
No.
That would make your life easier, but.
We have a student actually here at the law school who's particularly interested in that area of the law, and she has started a blog on marijuana law issues. And I think has so far been very well received by the different organizations, and so it's interesting. I think she's gotten an internship for the summer, and I mean it's a growing area, not just economically speaking, but I think legally very interesting area of the law.
I would think from an ethical perspective, you don't have to worry about anything as long as you're not advising them to do something illegal.
Well, we certainly can't support them in their venture.
But if
why not?
Well, what if you
Well,
assume
because
that,
in the state of Texas,
what if
we're
they're going to do
supporting them in a
something?
venture that's illegal.
But what if it's kind of a conditional question where if marijuana became legal in Texas, if and when, then what would you do? Would you be comfortable answering
Yeah,
that
but they
question?
come with me, they come to me with a business plan. So,
My answer to that is, having had a brother and a sister die of drugs, I wouldn't represent them, okay? That's where it started for both my brother and my sister, and they're both dead. One didn't make it to 30, one didn't make it to 50. You know?
I think it is an ethical issue, because just because it's legal doesn't mean that it's ethical. I think legal is just a minimum. You can actually decide not to do something that's legal because you don't think it's the right thing. But for practically, I would send them to Colorado or Washington and say, you know, like I was saying earlier, you got to help the entrepreneur. Now, you can't do it here because it's illegal probably, but maybe send them to the law, call the law clinic at UW and say, hey, can you guys handle this? Or maybe, you know, Colorado, right?
I don't know if we have any clinics, Tony, in these other big
You do.
Washington or Colorado.
There's a bigger issue.
You probably have a long line of people.
Yeah, I mean, and not to, get turned on the ethical side, I mean, you can have the same arguments about the microbrewery example. I mean, I don't wanna, you know, the people have to away with alcohol. I mean, so I'm not quite sure, as I say, if you're not advising them to do it in a legal venue, I mean, I'm not sure what the issue would be exactly.
Well, it's still a federal crime.
Yeah.
That hasn't changed, whether they enforce it or not.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. No,
Where's the recommendation?
I'm just bringing it up because it's a real challenge. I mean, we don't support it. That's my policy because it's not legal
The
in Texas.
tobacco lawyers are getting in it. They're, the tobacco industry is already positioning itself to, when it's allowed to, and it anticipates and is lobbying to be allowed to enter into the market. Their counsel's working on this already.
That's a good point.
You run into the same issues for somebody develops an app that promotes prostitution or something. I mean, you may be opposed to that, but if there's a business opportunity and if it's done in a way that's not legal or anticipation of a change in the law, I don't know if you have the ability to say you shouldn't do this. You just have to say, this is the risk that you're gonna do. If it changes, this is the way you would do it. But I mean, there's the development in both Colorado and Washington of the $2 billion now already. Other states are gonna take notice of that.
Don?
Well, I think someone already pointed out that it's still a federal crime.
Yeah.
So if you follow the banking industry, they're not engaging.
Yeah, that's been a big problem for them in Colorado, right?
No, but
They
they
have,
just
it's still an
loosened the law.
all-cash business because they can't get bank accounts.
But they've just loosened the laws.
Yeah, they
It was just in
loosened
the-
Oh, okay.
There's an executive statement out there saying, we're not going to enforce the law.
Yeah, that's right.
But the banks are playing this conservatively.
Yeah.
It's not clear to me, are you being asked for business advice or for legal advice?
No, business advice.
Business advice.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, on both counts actually, and you can separate them, he can provide very specific, very objective advice to the objective, specific questions you're being asked. And of course, the value of the answers will also depend on the other circumstances, such as the timing, the eventuality of legalization, the other environmental factors. You're not being asked an ethical question, correct?
Right.
Okay. You're being asked whether the business consequences.
Ethics enters into it.
That's what I mean. But you're not being asked, should I get into that business from the financial, legal, or perspective? What are the questions? The questions can be limited just to a very specific range that you can address.
Okay,
You're being asked a legal
I
question.
told you I was opening a whole new thing here, and I apologize for that, but, one more question and then I think.
I was just gonna make a comment from our field with patent. I'm a patent practitioner. You're not allowed to practice somebody else's patent if you know that patent's out there, but you can take certain level of steps in preparation for the expiration of that patent. So giving business advice on that same sort of scope for the purpose of preparation for what you expect to be an allowed step, I think is something you could consider. But I think you have to have all those liabilities checked off on that list of what they could get themselves into if they don't wait for the law to change for them.
What an interesting question. And what a great note to really, in some ways, bring the whole day together, because I think it's very easy to have a conference filled with, academic papers and it's another thing, I think, it's a kind of aspirational thing to say, let's all take this topic and bring a whole bunch of people with all kinds of different experience and perspectives and visions and throw ideas out there and see what sticks and what of those dots we can actually connect. And so I, for one, I'm so grateful that all of you came today and participated, and I have learned an immense amount, and I've loved listening on the breaks and to people talking and saying, hey, we could do this together. Hey, we have this kind of similarity in common, and that has been that's been a joy for me, and I really do think that this has become something that's bigger than the sum of its parts, and I appreciate your participation in that, and I thank my faculty and Brian particularly, and all of our students as well. So let's all go to the reception in the library and not drink books, but let's drink a little, or not read books, but drink a little bit. I don't need it.
miss you. I mean, I'm not the only entrepreneur who's had a deal. Great job. Now they come, they can I bring in Colorado? In Washington.
This button, now it's recording, little red dot. You want to stop, press